This young man is our protagonist, Eugene. The story begins with Eugene being a vampire, relentlessly hunted by a swarm of holy knights. Finally, after all his efforts to escape, he is still run through by a holy knight's sword. Durhit, the leader, shouts out with arrogant pride, "Hey vampire, having fun skittering around in the shadows for the past 6 months. You must have taken plenty of lives during that time, you filthy animal. Your little game of mocking us holy knights was quite something. But your play ends here, even the gods won't tolerate your crimes anymore. Be proud to die at my hand and help me earn the title of Vampire Slayer. For the crime of deceiving the church and refusing the judgment of the holy knights. Your very state of depravity says it all." At that point, Durhit suddenly lets out a sinister smile. "But did you know? The only reason I haven't caught you until now is because I did it on purpose. From my delay in joining the pursuit team to letting you run wild all this time. It's been a long time since a rare vampire like you appeared. I had to toy with the hunt to squeeze out more money. And as a bonus, I get to intimidate the heretics." Hearing this, Eugene can't restrain himself and lunges forward. "You know, don't you? In the end, this world is survival of the fittest. Everything is decided by the power of the ruler. Whether Eugene wants to or not, he has to run." A long slash sweeps across so fast that Eugene doesn't have time to defend himself. Durhit brushes past him, showcasing a spectacular victory. What a disgusting thought. He wears a face of blatant mockery and contempt for Eugene. "Your existence is an insult to the church, a blasphemy against our prestige." He passes away in endless regret. "If only I had one more chance." Suddenly, Eugene snaps awake with a perfectly intact body, drenched in sweat. He gasps for air for a moment and asks himself, "What the hell is this?" Since the present is so blurry, Eugene is a bit confused. "What happened? My neck was gone, but my limbs are fine. I was definitely a goner. Is this a dream? No, this is definitely the tent I lived in before the church's holy knights started hunting me down. The time is 6 months ago. It seems to be right before the subjugation squad began their hunt." Eugene stands frozen in the cave. Could it be that I've returned to the past? At that thought, his hands clench with determination. If I've truly been given one more chance. This is a secluded forest near the village of Broadwin, where not a single soul can be seen. Eugene lived here to avoid human eyes. Being just a frail, weak vampire, he had to hold his breath and hide, barely scraping by. Though Eugene didn't naturally crave human blood once in the distant past, he couldn't restrain his instincts and sowed the seeds of disaster. The very next day, mercenaries swarmed the area, and 5 days later, holy knights were scouring the village. Whether it took a month or a year, they were determined to find Eugene. Paralyzed by fear, he lived in the forest and drank only the blood of wild beasts for 12 long years. It's unclear why he was sent back to the past to live again, but only one thing is certain. If given this chance, he absolutely cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. If living in the shadows ends in death anyway, he'd rather become strong enough so that even if he's discovered, they can't touch him. Using the methods of a vampire, I will change my way of survival from now on. Vampires can absorb power by consuming life force. The stronger the bloodline of the victim, the greater the power absorbed. There it is. A massive, ferocious roamer emerges, the ruler of this forest. Its attack is so fierce that Eugene is temporarily helpless. The roamer writhes violently, slamming him onto the clearing. Eugene quickly stands up, assessing the current situation. With this weak body, he can only use all his strength to dodge its blows, but he only needs to create one tiny scratch. He stands facing the monster with the intense intention of drinking its blood. Eugene's previous way of survival was to erase his existence as much as possible, but once he knew that path was a dead end, there was no longer any reason to hesitate. Right now, more than anything, Eugene needs a power great enough. His sword shatters against its skin. He is rendered speechless by the shock. The roamer seizes the opportunity, whipping its tail and sending Eugene flying. He bounces several times before being thrown far into the distance. Eugene is heavily wounded. The moment between life and death has arrived. A large dark shadow lunges, his eyes widen in shock. Its massive mouth gapes open. Did I underestimate the strength of a roamer? Roamer is the term for creatures that wander in nature, not monsters living in magical realms. Even in environments without mana, some roamers still possess mana stones, items sometimes more precious than gems. For a roamer, the mana stone is their life core. If he could find its mana stone, Eugene might be able to turn the tide, but the power gap is too wide. Perhaps Eugene took this too lightly. The opportunity he was given was to face a roamer at the level of a forest ruler. It might destroy Eugene before he can even leave a single scratch. The monster plunges into the water, causing violent waves to surge. It even takes Eugene along as a reserved snap. He falls into complete despair. Perhaps Eugene was too confident, thinking that if he was granted one chance there would be a second or a third. "No, I never valued myself that highly." Suddenly, its eyes widen in terror. "That's exactly why I always had to grovel." Eugene did something that caused it pain. He holds his breath and struggles just to stay alive, just to survive. "I have chosen the path of combat." The intense thought causes Eugene's entire body to glow. "I must fight, I must win. If I don't win, there won't be another chance." Eugene feels for its heart. If he fails, there will be no next time. Eugene reaches out closer, desperate to seize it. He opens his mouth, the red jewel is right before his eyes. Because survival means stepping over the plasma of others to live. After the shocking event occurred, the water's surface returned to a calm state. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes from beneath the water, and the mangled body of the roamer floats to the surface. I promised myself that if I had one more chance, I wouldn't choose the path of flight, but the path of combat. The entire space turns a deep crimson. So right now, I will seize both blood and victory. Eugene stands there quietly, looking at his new body. He looks over at the massive monster and thinks, I only needed the forest ruler's blood, yet it absorbed the mana stone too. The mana within this roamer's stone is much stronger than I imagined. The color is different from any stone before, and the size is larger. The power gained from the mana stone can be manifested as black scales. With this, Eugene might be able to resist sunlight and move during the day. He knew about this forest ruler from the time he was captured by mercenaries. Back then, because the swamp was small, no one knew of its existence. But after heavy rain and flooding, its territory expanded, and it emerged to attack the mercenaries. In that chaos, Eugene had drunk a gulp of blood from the wounded forest ruler. Thanks to that, he took down a few men and escaped. Since he already knew its effectiveness, Eugene was determined to absorb its life force again. Though his strength has increased slightly, it's still not enough to face the Knight Durhit. I must avoid battles with no chance of winning, at least until I'm certain. Knight Durhit, no matter where I hide, he can find me. It seems he possesses a special ability to detect monsters or spirits. Therefore, instead of continuing to hide, I must accumulate enough power to face him. Dawn is coming. I can't test the mana stone's power just yet. I must return before the sun rises. Suddenly, a mystical voice speaks up, catching his attention. The fake master is dead. He was the one who usurped my territory, turning the beautiful lake into a rotten swamp. You have brought him a gruesome death, I thank you for that. But you dared to trespass upon this territory and stain the earth with blood. This crime is unforgivable. This place is my domain, and I am Mirian, the guardian of the lake. The spirits of the sun will be enraged, the land will be furious, and you will suffer a curse where your body is torn into 100 pieces. Even if I say all this bald vampire probably can't hear a thing right. Only a few special creatures can perceive spirits. Contrary to those mocking words, Eugene asks it, What are you? Hearing his question, it stands there dazed. There's no way he can see me, right? Eugene repeats himself. I asked what you are. Mirian is utterly shocked by this turn of events. You can see me, you're of the vampire race, aren't you? So did you hear everything I just said? Eugene guesses exactly what it's thinking, the part about the bald vampire. Without further argument, it bows in introduction. I am Mirian, a water spirit. I was originally the master of this place, but 15 years ago that crocodile usurped my domain and I became his slave. Well, more accurately, a strategic ally. Since the prey won't come if the water is foul, he let me control the lakeside area. Anyway, thanks to you. That bastard crocodile is dead and this place will be purified. It's all thanks to you. I saw with my own eyes a bald old man get swallowed by the crocodile, but just when I thought he was dead, there was an explosion and a handsome guy appeared. Did you disguise yourself to trick the crocodile? What a calculated move. Ignoring everything Mirian says, Eugene only worries about himself. Is my tattoo disappearing? Why? That's right, I should use formal speech, shouldn't I? Your tattoo is so beautiful, what does it mean? Is it a warrior's symbol? Who are those people you killed? He shakes his head and replies indifferently, I don't know, they've been on my body for as long as I can remember. When did Eugene become a vampire? He doesn't remember. Eugene was born that way. Even in his earliest memories, these 10 tattoos were etched onto his body. Because he can't remember his distant past, Eugene only knew a life of hiding, never daring to look back at himself. If these tattoos are a type of incantation, was one of them broken today? I'm leaving, guard the forest well. Mirian feels a bit reluctant and doesn't want him to go. Wait, it's been so long since I've found someone to talk to, yet you're planning to leave right now. Over time, those who can see spirits have dwindled, so it has been very bored. If only there was someone to talk to. Eugene reminds Mirian of its main duty. Aren't you going to restore this swamp back into a lake? It seems it doesn't want to. Do you know how long it will take to purify that place? I'd rather invite a pale-faced handsome man like you to drink some clean water. I'm a water spirit, so I can create water that tastes absolutely amazing. By drinking pure water, your complexion will look incredibly handsome. As soon as he sees how Mirian creates water, Eugene wants to dodge it. Come on, hurry up. He orders it to get lost. Seeing him leave, it tries to hold him back. Wait, sir, I can even filter water to help you drink from any source. Eugene resolutely walks away. No need. Mirian stubbornly follows. Instead of refusing, it would be better if you accepted. Sir, you're already a vampire. A few days later, Broadwind Village is once again under a peaceful moonlit night. Someone bursts in with news. Chief, come quick, the red-eyed monster has arrived. He exclaims in surprise. What? The whole village gathers around something with astonished faces. This thing is, they all shout excitedly. Mom, look, it's wild boar, we have pork to eat, so much of it. Chief, look, there's more than usual today, can we take it all? A young boy asks curiously. Chief, what is the red-eyed monster thinking? Usually, he only leaves prey on the night of the full moon. The chief understands the boy's point but doesn't know the reason. It's not time for him to appear yet. Everyone remembers the kind stranger, an outcast living at the far foot of the mountain whom the villagers call the red-eyed monster. Having lived near the village for over 10 years without ever harming anyone, he instead brings wild game to share with the villagers every full moon. Who could understand his intentions? Eugene has a request for him. Can I enter the village for a moment? Over 10 years ago, when he first appeared, everyone was terrified. But because Eugene frequently brought game as a form of tax, the villagers no longer felt afraid. This strange relationship has lasted for over 10 years. Everyone welcomes Eugene like a fellow villager. It's been a long time, do you have something to say? Eugene removes his hood and says, I've lived away from the village for so long because I was ill, but after a long period of seclusion, I've recovered, so I've come to bring the news. I've received much help from this village, and now I want to repay it, if the village ever encounters trouble. As soon as they see his face, the whole village stares in shock. Who is he? They never expected Eugene, standing right before them, to be so handsome. Please feel free to call on me anytime. The aura of the handsome man is so dazzling it blurs their vision. The red-eyed monster, good heavens, the chief can't believe his eyes. Was that outcast in the forest a half-demon or a nobleman all along? Though he always wore a mask, it turns out his face is this refined. At that moment, Miriam emerges confused. Eugene, are you giving away all the meat you hunted? What are you thinking? Vampires are supposed to be about blood, slaughter, and death, aren't they? He doesn't agree and explains. In human society, building relationships is vital, so I am granting this favor for that reason. Miriam tries firmly to stop Eugene. Do you plan to integrate with them without eating them? You said you'd leave in a few days anyway, so why care about those relationships? He takes off his mask and tells of the future. I thought it was irrelevant, but it's not. I can't stand by and watch what's about to happen. When the mercenaries arrive, the entire village will be wiped out. Miriam gasps, what? Eugene thinks about that boy and mutters, they're coming to Broadwin to catch a boy and take him to the Lord's castle to silence him. They will clean up all the villagers. If this isn't stopped, it will lead to the Holy Knights swarming this place. It's half skeptical of the story. Is what Eugene says really true? If it is, how does he know beforehand? Really, the whole village will be wiped out. Eugene lets time prove his point. True or not, wait and see. Even after being with Eugene for a few days, I still don't understand him. What is he thinking? Eugene lets time be his witness. Whether it's true or not, it will become clear soon. But before that, I must earn some trust from the villagers so they see me as harmless. Miriam naively asks about these two things. What does the mercenaries causing trouble have to do with building trust? Because it wasn't looking where it was going, it bumps right into his head. Miriam clutches its face and screams, that hurts. It looks at him inquiringly, why did you suddenly stop? It turns out that from ahead, a troop of guards is aggressively charging toward them. As soon as they see him, they gossip. What is that? That guy looks strange, he seems to have just come from the village. What should we do? We were planning to sneak in. A man who looks that delicate. Doesn't have any weapons either, and he's all alone, it'll be a hassle if he screams. With that, he swings his axe and lunges. Don't give him a chance to call for help. Miriam screams in worry, you need to run. Eugene, the man, jumps high into a perfect position to deliver the finishing blow. Right then, Eugene's eyes turn deep crimson, fitting the name Red-Eyed Monster. He simply sweeps his hand across very gently, and the man is gone forever. The expressions on the faces of the rest of the group went without saying. Miriam, think carefully, why do I have to build trust with the people in the village? He rushed in to take care of things cleanly, precisely so as not to cause any suspicion. Because I'm going to wipe out these mercenaries. At that moment, amidst the surrounding cold and the shining rays of the setting sun, a blood-curdling scream rang out. That guy is a vampire, he's not human. Bayo, with a frenzied aura, brought his sword down. A vampire, what's there to be afraid of? On the contrary, it's actually better. If we capture him alive and turn him into the church, we'll get a massive reward. But man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly, a powerful energy obstructed his sword. Bayo trembled as he faced Eugene's murderous expression. Without a word, he delivered a violent punch directly to Bayo's stomach. He was still savoring the battle and said arrogantly, this guy is no pushover. Even if he's just a corpse, I'll have to haul him in. Eugene calmly spun his sword while listening to the man's arrogance. This vampire's head is mine. In just a split second, Bayo was easily defeated by him. Just then, a madman rushed forward with a sharp spear, shouting, you demon. While his teammate behind him cautioned, you idiot, don't just charge in like a blind man. The madman, with a face full of fierce determination, announced, I will crush you. However, Eugene's rough hands easily blocked him, though his own hands were bleeding incessantly. The madman, his face dripping with sweat, trembled in disbelief. You blocked it. Eugene's gaze was sharp and his blood-red pupils added to the bone-chilling atmosphere. It was getting dark, and in a heartbeat, Eugene successfully slashed through the madman, sending fresh blood spraying in every direction. Then he stepped on the madman's face without a shred of pity. Surrounded by mercenaries crawling in pain, Eugene nonchalantly announced, and the night is my time. He spoke in a way that sent shivers down the spine. It was the perfect time to hide the bloodstains. At that, they warned each other in a panic. Stop charging in blindly, he's a monster, attack all at once. The fire blazed, creating a sense of warmth amidst the darkness. At that moment, the mercenaries, their faces pale, spoke with trembling voices, this can't be happening. As bodies lay strewn about amidst the large fire, how did this happen? Is it all because of that red-eyed monster? No, did you cause this? Eugene stood with blood-red eyes full of murderous intent. How could that be? I found them while coming back from a hunt. I was checking my traps when I saw they were already dead. This group seems to have been ambushed on the way to Broadwin village, and the culprits were wolves. They screamed, no way. Looking down at the ground, they saw a black wolf with terrifying fangs and claws. A black wolf. Eugene spoke softly. Exactly. I took advantage of the moment they were busy eating the corpses to take them down. As you can see, I killed a few, but they originally outnumbered the mercenaries. The ones that escaped are probably still stalking us. The leader said skeptically, these animals are famous for being the most ferocious in the region. How could you handle them alone? Surely this wasn't caused by that red-eyed monster. A shout came from nearby. Chief, the corpses have clear wolf claw marks. It's the same over here. They've all been torn apart by wolves. Eugene thought to himself, black wolves are fierce, but they'd hardly be reckless enough to attack a mercenary group this large. The leader spoke up. Sorry, I suspected you without reason. He replied calmly, it's fine, anyone could make that mistake. What do you plan to do with the bodies? Since I couldn't just leave them like that, I came to let you know. The chief replied, we can't let them be bait for wild beasts. They must be given a proper burial in the village. Miriam whispered to him, Eugene, does a lie come out every time you open your mouth? After you took down the mercenaries, the wolves smelled the blood and came looking. You finished them off and then personally carved teeth marks onto the corpses as a cover-up. Sure, hiding it is good, but why does he care so much about his image? If he just left right away, he wouldn't be caught up in this mess. It seems he has something planned. Eugene spoke up, oh, and also this. I was looking through their pockets for personal belongings and found it. This looks like a letter for the mercenaries. Do you want to read it? Miriam thought it definitely had to be read. It's the seal of Lord Tian. The chief held the letter. What is the meaning of this? Reading the letter for a moment made the chief break into a cold sweat. What is this true? Is Philip in the village? The surrounding crowd asked curiously, what does it say? Chief, Philip is still in the village. What on earth is going on? To everyone's surprise, the chief suddenly shouted, Philip might be the illegitimate son of Lord Tian. These mercenaries came here to collect him. That sentence immediately caused a stir. What? That kid is a noble. Camir stared blankly at the dark red blood splattering in the air. This is unbelievable. He took down this entire group all by himself. If this keeps up, we'll all be corpses. Don't hesitate, fight. Even if he's a monster, he only has 2 arms and 2 legs. Don't rush and blindly surround him. His face covered in wounds, he trembled, unable to escape. Suddenly this guy appears. Camir watched Eugene's every powerful slash and shuddered. At that moment, those sharp, blood-red eyes turned and fixed right on him. He quickly landed a punch straight to his stomach, causing Camir to lose his balance. And just like that, his whole body slammed into a tree, creating a loud thud in the forest. After pushing Camir down, Eugene quickly ran off. Meanwhile, he was crawling on the ground, whimpering, stop, just stop. Were you waiting for us from the beginning? Why are you targeting us? We just had business in the village on the other side of the mountain. Right then, Eugene stepped forward with the eyes of a demon. I was just curious about what you were doing in that village. That village belongs to me. His eyes were red as he begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the Blood King ruling the village, but we didn't come here to hunt vampires, I swear. There's an illegitimate child of the Tian family hiding there. We thought he was missing, but it turns out he's been living there in secret. We only came to find him. He just spoke calmly. You're a good liar. What's your real motive? Would they really mobilize this many people just for that? Were you planning to wipe out the whole village? Camir screamed in terror. No, that's not it, not exactly. Actually, we weren't hired by the Tian family, but by the 2 legitimate children, Camira Tian and Bertel Tian. It's probably due to political conflict, so they hired us. We only came to catch that illegitimate child. This many people is just a precaution in case of trouble. Please spare my life. Eugene gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing the story. As I suspected, he is one of the masterminds. Bertel Tian, the supreme commander of the vampire hunting squad who once tortured me along with Durhit. He is a knight. It would be difficult for Bertel to directly order mercenaries to massacre villagers, because that was just their own ambition. But that action led to me being discovered by the Holy Knights. Since the whole village vanished, they mobilized a large force to investigate. He pleaded tremblingly, we just took the chance to make a little money, sir. If we had known a Blood King was here, we absolutely wouldn't have dared. Eugene just brushed off his clothes and turned to leave. Before going, he added kindly, all right, watch out for wolves on your way back. He trembled, still in shock. You're really sparing me this kindness, thank you, sir. To his surprise, a second later, he was slashed across the neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Miriam teased, why spare him if you're killing everyone? Eugene simply replied, since my vampire identity has been exposed, I can't let anyone live. He glanced in a certain direction. Besides, the wolves can smell the blood that's leaking out. On the other side, the villagers were asking questions. Chief, is that true? The chief replied, yes, the mercenaries who died were guards coming to take Philip to the city. Their mouths hung open in surprise. Philip, that orphan who's been living alone since his mother died last year. He came to our village 8 years ago. Could it be? The chief spoke up. The mercenaries coming for Philip were taken down by beasts. What do we do now? Eugene stepped in to contribute. So Philip needs to be taken to the Lord's city. The chief nodded repeatedly. That's right. But he interrupted. Even though the mercenaries were no match for the beasts here, I've lived in the forest a long time, so I can escort the boy and avoid the predators to get him to the city. The chief was stunned. You mean you'll escort Philip? How could we trouble you like that? Eugene gave a friendly but mysterious smile. It's fine. As a knight, I can't just stand by. Miriam whispered from the side, Eugene, you really are a piece of work. Just then, Miriam's mouth hung open in shock, as if she had seen something horrifying. The large crowd of villagers also stared with wide eyes in surprise, and he spoke with an elongated tone. Hey, Loom. He parted his lips and spoke politely, then raised his voice with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yan Eugene of the Eugene family. She interrupted. Who would ever believe that? Eugene's introduction left the villagers in shock. The red-eyed monster is a noble. Hey, listen, that's very rude of you. You should call him sir. Miriam leaned close to his ear and reminded him, Eugene, even if you have to lie, you're taking this too far. He smiled, knowing it from the reaction just now. These people have never seen a noble before. This is a remote village where a boy hiding in the forest suddenly becomes a noble, causing a stir everywhere. Even if I pretend to be a noble, they don't have the ability to tell the difference. They kept praising him with admiring eyes. Sir Eugene, were you really a knight? Why have you lived in seclusion in the forest for over 10 years? Was it to heal a training injury, or is that just a form of knightly discipline, sir? He gave a vague explanation. For many reasons, I cut off my ties with humanity and lived in this forest. They immediately cheered, no wonder. From the moment you brought food to help the village, I knew you were different. Thanks to your superhuman knight skills, you were able to live alone in the forest, right? The chief suddenly spoke up, but our village is very poor, we have nothing to repay you with. Eugene said in a low voice, it's fine, I just want to relieve my fatigue. Can I stay in the village tonight? The chief smiled, how kind. Our houses are small, but please rest here tonight, sir. The space was open under a clear blue sky. Eugene was looking into the distance with a blank stare. He revealed his interest as the Blood King's hand lightly touched the wall. This was an enhancement capability from the master of the forest. His sharp eyes, containing blood-red pupils full of murderous intent, sent shivers down people's spine. That beast-like hand kept touching the wall in a mysterious way. Thanks to being covered in black scales, I can block the sun to some extent. It'll make the journey a bit less exhausting. Miriam cursed at him, you stupid vampire, what are you thinking lying through your teeth like that? You claim to be a knight, but you can't even read. Eugene quickly replied, yeah, I might get caught one day, but since I'm leaving soon anyway, it doesn't really matter. Miriam wondered, now tell me, what's your real goal? You've lived quietly in the forest all this time, so why suddenly make friends with the villagers and even accept a request? Suddenly, a call rang out, sir. We're all ready, you can head out whenever you're ready. He whispered to Miriam, see, in just one night I've gained status. Humans often believe in authority more than in arguments. You can lie all you want, but using status can turn 100 lies into one. Only a village like this would believe a hasty lie. Nobles wouldn't be so easy to fool. So from now on, I will turn that lie into the truth. Thanks to his previous good deeds, Eugene had built trust with the villagers. He said with a wide grin, since I was afraid Sir Eugene might be misunderstood, I've written a letter of explanation. Philip, no, Master Philip, please take good care of him. From now on, by using my actual strength to turn those lies into reality, people will definitely believe me. Philip stepped forward with a shy expression. I am Philip, it is an honor to meet you, sir. Eugene thought that to turn every lie into truth, he needed a higher status. Eugene spoke up. You're Philip, I'm Yan Eugene, nice to meet you. I'm going to use him. Eugene thought that in order to become a true noble, under the clear blue sky in the heart of the deep green forest, the two of them were trudging wearily along the road out of the village. Eugene asked curiously, is that Brahma village? Philip replied, looking at the sign, it should be. He wondered, you can read. He scratched his neck, embarrassed. Yes, my mother taught me before she died. She also came from a humble background and wasn't formally educated. She said those letters were taught to her by her lover. I didn't expect that person to be Lord Tian. Miriam teased in his ear, well, that's great, have him teach you how to read then. Eugene didn't hesitate to ask, can you teach me to read? He was stunned, me. But you're a knight, sir, can you really not read? Eugene lowered his voice, being a knight is just a label. My family has declined, there's nothing to be proud of. What I've used to make a living until now isn't letters but the blade. Philip wondered, could it be that Sir Eugene's family has? And the only response to that question was Eugene's silence, as if accepting it. Doubt me all you want, then believe me. Once I have their trust, it'll be thick enough to cover every lie. Miriam standing nearby teased, wow, top-tier acting. Well, it's good, but lying too much will cause suspicion. Looking at his eyes, it seems he already believes you, sir. Philip slowly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, actually I did doubt you. One moment you claim to be a monster, then you say you're a noble. In the village they call you a monster, so I was a bit prejudiced. I will verify things for myself instead of listening to rumors. If you come from a warrior family, not learning letters is understandable. I'll take the time to teach you when I can so you won't be embarrassed in front of others. Philip said softly, please tell me more about you, Sir Eugene. Who would have thought that at that moment, a knife tip would go flying right past his eyes? Philip, with a pale face, screamed in panic as he saw Eugene quickly transform into a beast to block the blade and save him. The hunters laughed lustfully. You have to pull hard the right way like I taught you. I'm doing exactly what you said. Philip, his face pale and dripping with sweat, gasped, what is this, bandits? The hunter sneered, never seen bandits before. Your expressions are truly interesting. Well then, let's keep this quick. Drop everything you have and empty your pockets. If you're not fast enough, you're both dead. Right then, Eugene said nothing but took a knife and violently slashed across the man's head. Understand. The head rolled away like a piece of candy falling through the air, leaving the surrounding hunters agape. Philip stared at the head on the ground, pale and in total shock. The hunter immediately turned around and screamed, boss. Eugene just said nonchalantly, I did exactly what you wanted, very quick and simple. The hunter, enraged, picked up his axe and cursed, you little. And before he could say another word, he was cut down decisively, blood splattering everywhere. With just a few sharp slashes from Eugene, he sent them straight to the Grim Reaper. The remaining teammate backed away, pleading, help me. Facing Eugene, who had a brutal expression and was aiming a sharp knife at him, he delivered a final blow straight to the man's chest, as if time had frozen in that moment. After the battle was over, Eugene walked around the corpses, observing, I truly can't understand why humans want to strike down and rob those they see as weaker than themselves. He pressed the knife deeper into his foolish comrade's chest. You think being weak gives you the right to be a bully. Philip, if you were literate, would we even be able to make sense of this? He answered tremblingly that, and a second later, fresh, dark red blood sprayed out in a gruesome display. Eugene covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "You said you'd see for yourself. Believe it or not, it's up to you, but I won't let a single drop of blood get on you." The bustling scene of the village emerged, with people coming and going in crowds. The cries of vendors rang out, "Step right up, rare herbs gathered from the northern hunt have just arrived, only 20 coins a bundle." On another side, someone was arguing with a shop owner. "The shop down there sells this for half the price. Don't talk nonsense, my goods are of much higher quality." Miriam's face lit up with excitement, her voice trembling as she took in the lively scene. "This is so thrilling, everything is so strange." Philip suddenly spoke up, "Sir, if you plan on shopping here, it's best to be careful." He added, "I followed my master here a few times, but the traders here are terrible scammers. You might get ripped off if you're not careful. My master was charged mercilessly high prices every time he came." The other man shouted, "Hey, it's only half price down there, give me my money back." Eugene looked around, thinking he needed money first before he could worry about being careful. Then he headed toward the counter the previous customer had just left, telling Philip, "Wait a moment." He replied, "Yes, sir." Eugene set his items down and said, "Shopkeeper, I want to sell some pelts, give me an appraisal." He turned to look, wondering, "Oh, black wolf pelts, it's rare to see so many around here, where did you get all these?" Tony's eyes held a hint of suspicion as he looked at him. The boy was draped in a black cloak that concealed his entire body. That made him start to scrutinize more closely. Tony thought to himself, "Looking at those rags, he's probably not a merchant, a drifter perhaps." He smirked inwardly, "Perfect for me to skin alive." Tony then used his slippery tongue. "Good heavens, these pelts are badly damaged. What use could they possibly be? At most, I can give you 18 silver coins." His deep red eyes peeked out from under the hood, staring straight at the man, making Tony feel a bit uneasy. His eyes darted back and forth as he thought, why are this guy's eyes so bloodshot? Tony's voice trembled slightly. "Well, black wolf pelts are scarce and considered premium goods, so I can pay you a little more." Eugene remained silent. Those red eyes made him break into a sweat as he thought, "If you're annoyed, just say it." Tony let out a forced laugh and said, "It seems you're new here, quite the character. I'll raise it to 23 coins then." Hearing that, Eugene just looked at him and let out a soft grunt. Tony couldn't read him, thinking to himself, still not satisfied. He added, "Fine, 25 coins then." Eugene simply made another slight sound. Tony hurriedly raised the offer again. "Oh no, not 25 coins." Philip looked on with a shocked expression while Eugene just made another faint noise. Terrified, the man kept increasing the price, 28 coins. Eugene drew out the sound again, his red eyes seeming to radiate an overwhelming pressure. Tony panicked, cursing inwardly. "This annoying brat, how much longer does he intend to drain my pockets?" He clutched his face and added, 30 silver coins, I can't go any higher than that." This made Philip's jaw nearly drop. Eugene finally replied, "Deal." Night fell and the candles were lit, casting a bright and warm glow. He looked at the paper, thinking the letters looked like squiggly worms. "I've learned some basics from Philip, but being able to read and write fluently is still a long way off." Ancient characters were written in straight lines on the old paper, and the water spirit's voice rang out, "This isn't bad." It rested its chin on its hand and added, "Vampires are supposed to wear silk, but I suppose this is worth the money." Eugene said with a hint of cheer, "Unlike what I feared, this market is quite generous. Since I'm a new customer, I even got a bonus." Miriam covered her mouth and giggled. "You really are an easy mark for a merchant." Recalling the scene where that shifty trader raised the price himself, its eyes sparkled with the light of money. It exclaimed, "Geez, you should have bargained harder and bought a more expensive silk outfit." Following that, he replied, "I only need a sun protection suit, that's enough." Miriam looked horrified and went on and on. "What, you have to enjoy life, have you just been rotting in the forest all this time?" The image it imagined was far too luxurious. A vampire should live like the royalty of royalty, living in a magnificent castle under the moonlight, wearing silk, commanding servants and drinking fresh blood. If you want to move up in the world, you need ambition. Eugene interrupted, "Excuse me, but you live in a swamp. How do you know so much?" Miriam replied, "I was originally from the spirit realm. Occasionally, seniors return from the surface. They tell me all sorts of useful stories." It added, "If you're not stabbed by a silver sword or a wooden stake, you'll live at least 200 years. You should learn a lot, including ancient scripts in the imperial language." He then asked, "Do you know how to read?" Miriam replied curtly, "No." Eugene followed up, "Besides creating drinking water, can you do anything else?" From a distance, Philip's voice called out, "Sir." His face looked visibly exhausted as he asked, "Excuse me, who are you talking to?" He turned around and replied calmly, "Just talking to myself. Are you all right?" Philip explained, "Forgive me for letting you see me in such a weak state while dressing the rabbits. I suddenly remembered what happened this morning, so." The scene flashed back to the morning when seeing Eugene finish off the bandits right in front of him made him vomit uncontrollably. Miriam let out a dry laugh. "Maybe it's a bit much for him." Eugene replied, "It's fine. It's hard for normal people to get used to blood." Back in the present, Philip added, "But don't worry, I still have strength. The night is young." He smiled, holding up a pen and a roll of paper, and said happily, "There's plenty of paper. I'll teach you to write as much as you want." And so, in a peaceful night scene, both of them were intently focused on the paper. He suddenly spoke up, "Is literacy always this easy to learn?" Philip replied, "That's because you're a genius, sir." He added, "It took me months to learn. Normal people take a year." He replied, "You flatter me." Eugene added, "Philip, is this really okay? If you want to go further, just knowing how to read and write might not be enough because you'll become a nobleman's son overnight. Hearing that, his eyes lowered slightly, his voice hesitating. I'm not sure. My mother didn't give me details and I never really thought about it. It still doesn't feel real to me. With a slight flush on his face, Philip added, at first, I didn't even expect Lord Tian to welcome me. From a distance, a group of people approached. Someone was coming closer. He smiled and said, hello there, we're looking for a place to camp. Mind if we ask for some directions? Looking at the man before him, Eugene observed him secretly. Full weapons, armor, even a carriage. Completely different from the pathetic mercenaries I've seen before. These are professionals. The man continued, there's even a child here, would you mind telling me where you two are headed? He put his mask back on, thinking, this is a mercenary's way of asking. If I lie clumsily, it'll only cause suspicion. He replied calmly, we are headed to Lord Tian's castle. He said excitedly, oh so am I, mind if we travel together, we have wine, water, and even some lamb. From behind, a voice called out as a blonde youth stepped forward. Captain Podek, what's the point of doing this? Let's just set up camp together, no objections, right? His eyes turned a sharp red behind the mask, his face becoming serious. He immediately smoothed things over. Forgive me, Laban. This kid just joined the squad not long ago, so he's not used to proper manners yet. Just ignore him. He introduced himself. I'm Podek and you, he replied, Knight Eugene. His answer made the other skeptical. He asked back, a knight. Laban said loudly, Captain Podek, he says he's a knight. Do you believe that? Looking like this and calling himself a knight, no horse, no armor, nothing at all. He approached Eugene and asked, hey, tell the truth, you're not really a knight, are you? Then he even pointed a finger at him and added, Eugene of what house? I've never heard of such a name. With a look of certainty, he asked, are you a fae? Those words hit home, causing his face to darken, his gaze looking like he wanted to eliminate the person in front of him. Eugene thought to himself, I already told Philip that, I can't change the lie now. The reason these mercenaries are approaching us is definitely not simple. He watched the situation in silence. Whether I'm a knight or not doesn't matter, but if they keep insisting on questioning me, there's going to be trouble. His glowing red eyes looked toward the group of mercenaries as he calculated. There aren't many of them, I can finish them all off. Eugene reached his hand inside his cloak, preparing to draw his sword, his gaze cold. From behind came a voice full of anger, Laban. A powerful slap landed squarely on the boy's face, sending Laban rolling several times across the ground before he hit a tree trunk. Podek bowed a full 90 degrees and said, Forgive me, Sir Eugene, please forgive the insolence of this new recruit. Glancing slightly at Laban, he replied softly, no need to apologize, feel free to set up your camp. Looking relieved, the man replied quickly, thank you for your generosity. Eugene thought to himself, from now on there will be many things that raise suspicion. To avoid useless doubts, I must quickly become a knight. Afterward, he sat back down with Philip to study. From a distance, Laban, having been hit, still lay motionless on the spot. A moment later, he regained his senses but had not yet let go of his shock. Laban sat up, stammering, oh, why am I? Podek, sitting beside him, remarked, Tusk tusk, Laban, you idiot. He frowned and added, don't you know what fear is, charging at a knight like that? He looked at him with shocked confusion. Captain Podek. Seeing that the boy still didn't understand, he hit him again and said, Man, you're only alive because of me. We almost all bit the dust just now because of you. Laban rubbed the bump on his head and grumbled. No, what's so scary about that ordinary guy? He only has a single old short sword. Podek scolded. Are you really judging just by appearances? You're blind. He added, how much do you think that knight's cloak is worth? That is a high-grade cloak made from lycanthrope hide. Even the cheapest silk lining would cost more than 10 silver coins. He was shocked and blurted out, that expensive? Podek replied, yeah, at least 3 times your monthly salary. Eugene was still intently focused on each character, but the man didn't know that. He assumed, seeing him read letters, he must be literate. That's no ordinary person. Podek glared at Laban and added, and he was actually about to draw his sword. We all nearly died. At most, only I and one other might have survived. He asked naively, how do you know? He began to recall, while you were talking nonsense. That knight had already placed his right hand inside his cloak. Podek noted keenly, his left foot was pulled back slightly. He's someone skilled at shifting his center of gravity according to his blade. That's how it was. An image of coldly swinging a chilly blade across Laban's neck appeared. He ran a hand across his own neck and said, if I hadn't been a second faster, your head would be gone by now. Hearing this, Laban stammered, well, then you could have just blocked it for me. Podek frowned, asking skeptically, do you really not know how terrifying a knight is? Knowing the boy was slow, he explained right away. A knight. From the moment they're born into an ancient house, they hold a wooden sword. Their whole life is spent learning the art of killing. They charge into unexplored dungeons, defying the fear of death to defeat monsters. They go to the battlefield and finish off their own kind to earn merit. Only those with hands stained with blood catch the eye of the nobility, and are finally granted knighthood. He added seriously, and impersonating a knight is a capital offense. Whether he's real or fake, it spells trouble. Someone who dares to impersonate a knight certainly wouldn't be a pushover either. Unless someone is extremely confident in their swordsmanship, no one would dare do that. Among those who spend their lives holding a sword, how many actually become knights? A man who looks barely 20 years old and declares himself a knight means he has already reached a formidable level. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Laban's face as he stammered. So he's stronger than the captain, Podek replied indifferently, likely so. With mysterious red eyes glowing behind his mask, he added, furthermore, he's also heading to Lord Tian's castle. Word is a new dungeon was recently discovered nearby. He's probably planning to join the raid. Since we have the same destination, we'll surely meet again. Meanwhile, on Eugene's side, he wondered to himself, fortunately, I stayed alert. Does the title of knight carry that much weight? If this method continues to work, that's good, but I need more preparation. He looked at the group on the other side and thought, except for the one who was knocked unconscious, the rest are genuine mercenaries. Why did the Tian family hire that trash back then instead of professionals like these? Or they could have just sent their own soldiers. It's very strange. Suddenly he stood up and walked toward them. Laban's voice trembled slightly. Why is he coming this way? Eugene took off his mask and said, I heard you're also heading to Lord Tian's castle. His overwhelming handsomeness revealed under the moonlight, he added, since we have the same destination, why don't we travel together? His entire being seemed to sparkle, momentarily blinding them. Laban stammered in reply, yes, sir. The night passed and they had all moved to Martella, the twin village of the territory. Eugene followed, thinking, it's a good thing the mercenaries believe I'm a knight. By traveling to the destination with them, I'll be able to gather a lot of useful information. The problem is from now on, Miriam interrupted his thoughts, appearing and calling out excitedly, Sir Eugene. Floating in the air, Miriam added, as you instructed, I overheard the mercenaries chatting. Hearing this, he asked, any noteworthy information? Here is what Miriam recounted. Lord Tian's health is very poor. It wouldn't be strange for him to kick the bucket at any moment. And a new dungeon was recently discovered in the territory. Conquering a dungeon brings in a lot of money, but the Tian house lacks both money and military force, so they haven't been able to open it yet. After hearing the story, Eugene thought, opening a new dungeon, Suddenly it spoke up again, but hey. Miriam wondered, if Lord Tian is about to pass away, what's going to happen to that boy? He'll arrive just to become an orphan. He replied curtly, that's not my concern. It asked in surprise, then what should we do? Miriam speculated anxiously, could he end up getting picked on by his relatives? Eugene looked back at him thinking, the reason Lord Tian summoned Philip is likely to see his child one last time before he passes away. His face showed no emotion. He thought further, from now on his fate and mine will change in some way. The horse's hooves stepped over the stone ground as a loud shout rang out, we've arrived. The warm sunlight peeked through the city gates. Lord Tian's castle, the City of Roses. The mercenaries and his group stepped inside the vast area. He looked slightly surprised, thinking, it's larger than I imagined. Miriam said excitedly, whoa, Sir Eugene, you must move up in the world and live in a castle like this. He grabbed it and said coldly, shut your mouth and follow me. As they were passing through, a voice suddenly called out, hey, state your business. Podek smiled and said, greetings, we are the mercenary squad from the Felon Merchant Guild, and who might you be, my lord? The eldest son of the Tian house, Chimera Tian. A blond, blue-eyed man dressed luxuriously replied, I am the heir Chimera Tian. He added, are those goods in the back hours? He replied respectfully, yes, as you can see we have delivered the goods safely. Chimera replied, fine, don't dawdle, start unloading. He looked toward their group and asked, and who are those people, why aren't they moving? He replied, pleasure to meet you, I am Knight Yan Eugene and this child is… He suddenly interrupted him. A knight. From behind came another loud sound. Brother Chimera, what are you doing? His eyes shifted as he recognized the familiar voice. That voice belongs to. He led the knights following behind and added, brother, how many times have I told you? Checking outsiders is my responsibility. A rose-shaped badge was pinned to his cloak. His red eyes sharpened as he thought, how could I forget that voice? The leader of the vampire hunt squad, the first one to discover my hiding place. He and Durhet tortured me mercilessly. Knight Bertel Tian. Bertel Tian, a knight and the second son of the Tian family. Brother, what are you doing here? Chimera Tian was slightly displeased and said with a smirk, HMPH, do I need to report every little thing to you? If outsiders saw this, they'd think you were the heir. Hearing this, he quickly denied it. I didn't mean it like that. Suddenly, someone walked up and called out, catching both of their attention. Hey, this is a letter sent by the village chief of Broadwin. Bertel reached out, intending to take the letter. The other person unexpectedly jerked it back, leaving him confused. The letter was handed directly to Kamara. The man on the other side stared at him with a strange look. Oh, so you're that village chief. He opened the letter to read it and then exclaimed, impossible. The mercenaries were attacked by wolves and are all dead. And the child you brought back is just a bastard. Philip, standing behind them, felt a bit anxious upon being mentioned. He quickly bowed in greeting. Hello everyone, I am Philip, Kamara said with a smile. Oh, so it turns out you're our new little brother. He continued to welcome him with a bright smile, while Bertel's face had already darkened. Just in time, father is looking forward to meeting you. He spoke irritably, barking out an order. Someone take him to get washed up and put some decent clothes on him. The soldiers received the order and quickly dragged Philip away in his confusion. Yes, sir. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to stop them. Wait a minute. Bertel, who was already angry, tilted his head slightly to look toward the source of the voice. Eugene then voiced his opinion. I want to discuss the reward first, let me see the lord. Bertel, his face turning red with rage, shouted, you can't. He questioned again, is it not possible to meet for just a moment? Bertel quickly replied, father's health is currently unstable, so speaking is very difficult. I will pay the fee in gold, so please leave now. Eugene's eyes became sharp and glowed red. I went through a lot of trouble to bring your precious brother back to you. He didn't bother to listen and grew even more furious. For the second time, don't make me repeat myself. Kamara then chimed in saying, what's the harm in it? Bertel turned toward him with a flushed face and snapped, brother. He folded his arms with a beaming face. We have to introduce the new brother anyway, what's the problem with a quick meeting? Bertel immediately countered, "Brother, father is not lucid for more than an hour a day. We cannot let a vagrant of unknown origin meet him." Kamara smirked and asked, "Oh, so now you're taking it upon yourself to arrange father's schedule?" Bertel leaned close to his face and barked, "Brother, why do you keep twisting my words?" He remained completely unfazed by the other's anger. Kamara suddenly turned to look at Eugene and spoke, "Oh, I'm truly sorry, Knight Eugene, perhaps because my brother is playing the role of heir, things are a bit difficult for you." He placed a hand on Eugene's shoulder with a sneaky grin. "Well then, please be careful on your way back." Kamara walked over and cheerfully led Philip away. "Let's go, my new little brother, let me show you around. We'll tour the estate first." He replied hesitantly, "Ah, okay." Eugene stole a glance at him through the mask. So from the start, he had no intention of letting me meet him. Suddenly someone walked up and shouted, "Hey, Tion's second son." Galfredic walked closer, carrying a man over his shoulder. "There you are, I've been looking for you all day." Bertel saw this and hurriedly asked, What is this?" He dropped the man from his shoulder and replied, "Ah, it's those mercenaries who were robbing villagers and slacking off instead of training, so I caught them immediately." Galfredic's expression darkened slightly as he brushed off his hands. "How about we execute one as an example?" He grew a bit anxious, glancing over at Eugene. "Even though they're just temporary mercenaries to clear the dungeon." Bertel stepped in and pushed him away toward another direction. "That's for later, I'll discipline them. There are too many eyes and ears here, let's go inside to talk." Galfredic followed despite finding it strange. Yeah, all right." Poddick appeared out of nowhere and asked, "That person is the knight Galfredic, right?" Hearing this, Eugene asked back, "You know him?" He quickly replied, "Yes, at the recent tournament hosted by the Evergrow family, he took third place. He's an extremely promising knight with terrifying power like a monster, and his technique is also outstanding. That day at the arena, rumor has it he wiped out over 1,000 opponents." Eugene wondered, why would someone like that come to this remote border region? Poddick thought for a moment. Perhaps because the newly discovered dungeon is opening for the first time. Even in a border region, the knight who first successfully opens a dungeon will gain great fame. Since opening a dungeon is so dangerous, many have lost their lives. Perhaps Sir Galfredic wants to use this place as a stepping stone to get appointed by a larger family. He mused for a bit. Appointed, huh? Eugene suddenly called out, making him look back in confusion. "Hey Poddick, your contract ends today, doesn't it?" He replied and was about to ask more hesitantly. "Yes, that's right." But Eugene looked at Poddick and asked with a smile, "So, can I set a new contract this time?" At night, the full moon lit up the entire sky. Bertel and Galfredic were training the soldiers. "I must be the one to open the dungeon door this time." Kamara sat above, glancing down through the glass window. "My younger brother has been openly eyeing the succession ever since father's health declined, not to mention he even dragged Sir Galfredic here. He's definitely planning to successfully open the dungeon himself this time. If that happens, the people's hearts will turn to him in an instant." While he was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. "What should I do? It's too late to hire more trash. No one can help me anymore. How am I going to handle this?" A voice called out from outside. "Master, Knight Eugene requests an audience." Kamara thought for a moment and gave the order. "Eugene is the knight who just brought Philip back. Let him in." The servant obeyed and opened the door for him to enter. "Ah, please come in, Knight Eugene." He stood up and walked toward Eugene with a smile. "Don't worry about Philip. I've taken special care to ensure his safety. When father wakes up, he will reward you for bringing my brother back safely. Anyway, I'm very grateful that you gave that letter to me instead of my younger brother. I can finally breathe a little now." Eugene suddenly spoke, making him tilt his head in confusion. "Well, that's good then." He smiled, his red eyes glowing in the dark. "I only have business with the master of this estate, but having a third party interfere makes me a bit flustered." Kamara raised an eyebrow at that. "Oh." He sat down opposite him. "So what do you want? To meet my father personally, perhaps to verify your identity," he replied partially. "But I'm here to suggest to you, Lord Kamara, that you let me join the dungeon-clearing team this time." He raised an eyebrow and let out a loud laugh. Kamara's laughter echoed throughout the large room. He rested his face on his hand, glancing at Eugene. "You're more interesting than I thought, that title of knight." Kamara looked down at Eugene's seemingly old clothes. He then smirked and asked, "Did you give it to yourself? I heard you killed about 5 bandits. Are you looking to join to raise your reputation as a knight? Do I have any reason to agree to that proposal?" Eugene calmly crossed his legs and replied that it wasn't a bad proposal for Lord Kamara at this moment. He asked back, "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Eugene pointed out the benefits. "By the way, if the opening is successful, I only want 100 silver coins and half of the secondary items, excluding mana stones for myself and my mercenaries." Kamara looked at him skeptically. "That's an excellent offer, to the point where it's suspicious. You know that's much lower than the market rate, don't you?" Eugene replied without denying it. "So are you okay with it or not?" He smirked and raised his hand. "After all, you're the one in a hurry, not me." Kamara looked at Eugene with a cautious gaze. "A knight lives and dies for honor. Looking at his clothes, he seems like a wandering knight without a family backing him. Someone not greedy for money. It seems he puts honor above all else. Furthermore, according to what I heard earlier." Eugene suddenly cut off his train of thought. "Besides, you're the one in a rush, not me." Kamara's eyes suddenly widened at that. He immediately thought of Bertel and Galfredic. Kamara gave a sinister smile. He knows how to choose his cards. He's completely different from those knights who only know how to use their muscles. He pushed himself up from his chair and stood. Fine then, I have no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. I'm counting on you, Knight Eugene. Having said that, Kamara unhurriedly raised his hand. He extended his hand toward Eugene. Mana stones are hard to refine and cost a lot to process, whereas secondary items can be sold immediately at their actual value. Looking at Kamara reminded Eugene of Podek. I'll introduce you to a reputable merchant guild, as long as Sir Eugene says he only wants secondary items. Then Lord Kamara will surely agree immediately. Galfredik held a knife in his hand and snorted, that's funny. Bertel glanced out the window and continued, he's adding more people to the monster-clearing team, it's too late for him to be struggling now. Galfredik twirled the knife in his hand and said to him, a dungeon is no playground for children. Just one step too slow and you're left behind. It's a place of life and death. If an incompetent person comes to hinder our progress, I will definitely object. Bertel shrugged and sighed. Ah, and what about the knight my brother found? He placed his hand on the back of Galfredik's chair. I don't expect much either. My brother isn't close with the neighboring nobles, his connections are limited. If possible, I hope you'll tell him that yourself. Galfredik turned to ask Bertel, why are you pushing this responsibility onto me? Suddenly a voice spoke up, catching both of their attention. Ah, sorry for making you wait, I was just chatting with my new knight. So let me introduce the newest member of the clearing team. Eugene and his team entered the room. Not Yan Eugene and his mercenary group. Bertel saw him and thought, it's the guy from earlier, and he even brought a whole group of mercenaries. He spoke up, brother is being a bit excessive, but we can't let someone of unknown background and ability participate. Kamara crossed his arms and spoke slowly, background, but as for strength, I'll guarantee it. He smiled and gestured toward Eugene. Actually, I heard about it from our new little brother earlier. Bandits were harassing the border of the estate. They were quite a headache, weren't they? I heard Knight Eugene used a single short sword to wipe them out on his way here. The knife in Galfredik's hand suddenly gleamed. With that kind of skill, I suppose his ability is sufficient then. He threw the knife hard, sending it flying toward Eugene. Sensing danger, Eugene's eyes widened. Eugene quickly drew the sword hanging at his hip. A flash of fire erupted, and he swerved the knife in a different direction. The wall where the knife struck cracked with a large hole, and the blade smoked as if it were burning. Galfredik sat in his chair, hand on his chin, laughing with pure interest. He suddenly stood up. Well now. He slowly walked toward Eugene. I'm truly sorry for being rude upon our first meeting. Your skin has not a single callus, no sign of sun exposure. It seems you've been pampered since childhood. Little friend, can you show me a bit of your actual strength? That evening, everyone went out to the arena, the dim torchlight illuminating the field. The villagers outside spread the word. Sir Galfredik wants to duel right now. They crowded around the arena to watch the excitement. Come on, I have to see the strength of the knight who once took third place for tearing monsters apart with his bare hands. Good God, is he even human? People stood packed on both sides of the entrance, even though they didn't know who the opponent was. Ignoring their words, Eugene calmly put on his gloves. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for that guy though. Galfredik wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited. The tip of his sword striking the floor hard enough to send out small sparks. He raised his sword, beginning to focus seriously, his smiling face suddenly turning solemn. Eugene tilted his head to look at him expressionlessly, and then he turned his face to look down at the ground. He flicked his sword powerfully enough that the ground sparked as well. Galfredik was done for. The referee standing in the middle adjusted his voice and shouted, well then. As soon as the words were out, the person above quickly rang the bell for preparation. A foot stomped hard on the ground, making it crack into many small fragments. The sound of metal rang out as the two swords collided, sending sparks flying. Both pushed their swords down toward each other's hilts, and then suddenly struck hard. Galfredik and Eugene backed away, leaving bright sparks in the middle of the field. Galfredik looked thrilled, gesturing provocatively. Eugene's eyes widened as he watched Galfredik provoke him. Eugene lunged from a distance, attacking continuously to pin him into a corner. Laban shouted excitedly, as expected of Knight Eugene, Sir Galfredik is being completely overwhelmed. Podek crossed his arms and explained, no, he's just testing him. His eyes never left the arena. Sir Galfredik is holding back. He blocked Eugene's attacks without showing any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he was grinning broadly. Galfredik watched and thought, his swordsmanship is still quite crude with no clear habits. I can't tell which sword style he's used to. It's not a formally trained technique, but it radiates a wildness, as if he were raised in the wilderness itself. Eugene pulled his sword back, letting out a heavy breath, making the other man excited. Just as I expected. Sir, your title of knight is just a fake, isn't it? Galfredik pointed it out with a laugh. Your swordsmanship has no foundation, your stance is loose. You've never been formally trained and only rely on your physical build. Eugene listened in silence. While one couldn't say swordsmanship was everything for a knight, just a few moves were enough to fully understand an opponent. Galfredik used the momentum to spring up again, unleashing a strike at him, but Eugene parried it just in time. You sure talk a lot for someone in a fight. He looked at him with a grin and laid out a condition. If you can take me down, I'll keep my mouth shut about that matter. Then he struck again, this time putting significantly more power into the blow, forcing Eugene to frantically redirect the blade to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Galfredik knocked his sword upward and pinned it to the ground, leaving him no time to react. He quickly gathered his momentum once more. Galfredik charged in and performed a full spin, catching Eugene completely off guard. He aimed a strike directly at Eugene's head, but the boy managed to block it at the very last second. However, the sheer pressure from the blow was still too overwhelming, sending Eugene flying straight into a nearby wall. Bertel let out a contemptuous laugh while the others gasped in shock. He's out cold. But the boy's grip on his sword remained ironclad. Eugene glared. He quickly pulled himself back up as debris from the shattered wall rained down around him, and launched a swift counterstrike that grazed Galfredik's side. The two engaged in a tense exchange of blades. Galfredik thought to himself, that speed is definitely something to learn from, as Eugene redirected Galfredik's blade into the ground while the man still looked thoroughly entertained. Then Eugene used his feet to gain leverage, circling around to deliver a finishing blow. But Galfredik was just as sharp, bringing his blade up to intercept. The two swords collided with a deafening crash, but the force was so immense that the blades shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. Despite this, they continued to trade blows even as their weapons crumbled to dust, eventually transitioning into a hand-to-hand brawl. They tossed their broken hilts aside and locked hands in a test of raw strength. During the struggle, Galfredik looked at his gripped hand and mused, "Ha, you're smaller than me, but your strength is." He saw the boy's burning determination to defeat him. "Fine, I admit your physical strength is absolutely overwhelming." He flexed his arm muscles, but then suddenly yanked one hand away, pulling Eugene off balance and toward him. "But I have far more combat experience." Eugene realized the trap of the stance too late. Following the laws of gravity, Eugene fell forward as the spectators behind them watched with their mouths agape. Galfredik grinned and quickly threw a punch. For a split second, everything seemed to move in slow motion for Eugene. He planted one hand firmly on the ground. Galfredik leaped up and grabbed the other man's hand. Yet Galfredik didn't abandon his intent to land a direct punch. But Eugene nimbly yanked Galfredik's other arm, causing him to lose his balance instead. Galfredik watched as the boy's fist swung toward him, thinking, none of his movements are formal. Either his ability to adapt is incredible, as the boy threw the punch without hesitation, or he has an insane survival instinct for handling danger. Facing the fist flying toward his face, Galfredik laughed with delight. Just what kind of den did this kid crawl out of? Eugene put every ounce of his strength into a precision strike. The impact sent Galfredik tumbling backward, forcing those standing in his path to scramble out of the way. He slammed into the rear wall, causing bricks to shatter and fly everywhere. Galfredik lay sprawled on his back, eyes rolled back and one cheek swollen. "I lost." The announcer below shouted in disbelief, "The winner is Eugene." Eugene let out a long breath as the victory announcement rang out. "Knight Yan Eugene." The crowd buzzed with excitement, rushing toward him. "What was that? That knight is terrifyingly strong." Yan Eugene never heard of the name. Laban shouted boastfully, "Haha, see that, you lot, that's our knight right there." Podek glanced at him from the side. "This kid is already calling him ours." On the other side, Galfredik was still dazed from the impact, but suddenly his pupils focused again, and he regained consciousness. He stood up and walked toward Eugene, moving toward the boy like some kind of relentless beast. Just as Eugene was about to be eclipsed by his shadow before he could even react, the man grabbed his arm. "Let's have a round of applause." Galfredik excitedly raised the boy's hand and yelled, "How about a cheer for tonight's winner?" While Eugene stood there dazed, the surrounding crowd chanted in unison, "Eugene, Yan Eugene." Seeing this scene play out, Kamira grit his teeth in pure frustration. A while later, a lavish feast was laid out. Servants and the butler stood to the side, smiling kindly. Eugene looked at the table before him with a dark, troubled expression. The butler told him, "This is Lord Kamira's order for the dungeon gate opening. You need to eat and rest well. I will personally oversee your meals, Sir Eugene." Other servants asked warmly, "How is the lighting? I've drawn the curtains tight because I know you're sensitive to light, sir." Another held up a bottle. "If you tell me your preference, I can recommend a few wines." Miriam sat on Eugene's head watching the scene, teasing him playfully. He being a vampire means you don't need to eat, but you can't say that out. See letter 1E9U. Sir, if you eat all this, won't you get a stomachache? Eugene ignored the spirit and said, "I appreciate the gesture, but from now on I will take care of my own meals. Everyone please leave." The butler started to object, but Eugene cut him off and told him to relay a message to Lord Kamira. His eyes narrowing dangerously, "I prefer to be alone, do you hear me?" He had lived in seclusion for over a decade. After that night, the way everyone looked at him changed 180 degrees. As Eugene was walking, Kamira came up to strike up a conversation. "Well, if it isn't our talented knight Yan Eugene, did you sleep well last night?" He replied, "Yeah, it was all right." The man wondered, "But why did you refuse all the amenities I arranged?" Podek smirked as he saw Laban bowing respectfully. "Sir Eugene, did you just cough?" Seeing this, Eugene thought to himself, "HMPH, this suits me quite well." Galfredik suddenly appeared, shoving Kamira aside and grabbing Eugene's shoulder, shouting, "Oh, if it isn't my dear comrade and friend Yan Eugene." Eugene replied indifferently, "Sir Galfredik, please don't cling to me so much." The man asked after him, "Sleep well, my face is still burning, I was tossing and turning all night." Galfredik pointed to his bruised cheek. "See this pale face," Eugene thought, "are you saying you want another match?" He asked, "Free today, the weather's great, let's have a spar." Laban added excitedly, "Oh, can I watch?" Eugene thought, Galfredik doesn't care if I'm a knight or not. The attitudes of those who doubted me are slowly changing. Even though I reached my goal, being surrounded by a crowd still makes me uneasy. He said to Galfredic, want another beating? The man laughed. Well, you don't know until you fight. Then a pair of feet approached. Philip appeared, his body covered in wounds. He called out, making the crowd freeze in their tracks. Sir. Philip asked, have you been well lately, sir? In the quiet moonlit night, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Ag, I'm sorry, master, please spare my life. Bertle's shadow, holding a cane, was cast against the wall along with the screams. Aye, aye. He looked down at the person on the floor. Phew, if you had just finished the job cleanly, this wouldn't have happened. Bertle said coldly, if that bastard Philip had been dealt with in the village from the start, that red-eyed knight would never have shown up at the Rose Castle. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as he barked, my entire plan has been ruined. Philip knelt and pleaded, I am truly sorry, master, those mercenaries were famous for being thorough. Bertle turned away and clicked his tongue. Just a bunch of useless trash eaten by black wolves. They couldn't even handle a few wolves, and yet they dared to take my commission. He then lunged forward and grabbed the boy's chin. Are your eyes just for decoration? Bertle brought a knife close, then there's no reason to keep them. He terrified the boy, I'll remove them right now. Everyone there turned pale with fear upon hearing the frantic scream. Once Bertle was finished, he asked himself, HMPH, now what should I do? He calculated, I can't just openly get rid of him now that he's entered the city. As if a thought had just struck him, Bertle said, oh, I've got it. He looked out at the light streaming through the window above where Philip lay. That's right, this is the only way left. It's also quite a convenient way to handle things. The boy glanced up, and back in the present, Eugene crossed his arms and asked, I heard Sir Bertle requested you to join the expedition into the dungeon. He leaned against the wall and said, I have a bad feeling about this, and you? Philip sat on a chair and replied, I came here to be a sacrifice. A sacrifice in the dungeon, I presume. He went silent as Eugene said, do you remember the mercenaries who were ambushed by black wolves on their way to the village? Those shady mercenaries were definitely sent by one of your older brothers. Eugene looked over, Philip, he doesn't want you arriving safely at the castle. Then he said something that surprised Philip, you still have a way out. Then Eugene said, Philip Tian, become my slave. He turned his head in shock. You're 16 now, you've had your coming-of-age ceremony. You no longer need a guardian's consent. You have the right to choose your own path. He continued, do you want to just hide and wait for someone to finish you off, or do you want to struggle until your very last breath? On the day the dungeon opened, everyone stood before the massive gate. Of course, no one knew what kind of monsters would emerge. Galfredic addressed the crowd. Preliminary estimates, low-tier are goblins, mid-tier are giant spider dogs, high-tier are unpredictable. Our goal is to clear the path to the mid-tier monster area. If a high-tier appears, retreat immediately. Got it. The whole team yelled, yes sir. He directed, first, scout the surrounding area for any dungeon burrows. A soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's just goblins, no blood spilled this time, right? Another soldier crossed his arms and said, but I plan to feign an injury and slip away after we finish the low tiers. The other man asked in surprise, huh, you can do that, he continued. Look, friend, the initial dungeon raid is brutal, no one cares about the rear. Who knows if we'll be sacrificed while everyone's busy scrounging for scraps. While talking, he bumped into someone else. If things get dicey, let's get out of here first. He was about to bark an insult, but before he could get the words out, Bertle glared and asked, is Philip here? He immediately changed his tune and bowed politely. Huh, Sir Bertle, Philip, what's the meaning of this? He looked around. I asked where that bastard Philip is. I clearly remember placing him here. The man pointed. Perhaps you're referring to that boy over there. In the distance, Philip was talking happily with Eugene. Sir Eugene, here is some dried meat. I wish you a safe return. He replied, yeah. Bertle angrily pushed the soldier aside and walked toward the two of them. These lowlifes without families sneak in as fast as rats. He approached and called out, Philip, what's taking you so long, startling the boy. Bertle looked down coldly. Have you forgotten my orders? Put your pack on and get back to your position. Philip jumped at the sound of his voice. Then he hid behind Eugene's back, making Bertle even angrier. Is this kid deaf or something? Eugene watched as Bertle lunged forward, grabbing Philip's arm to drag him away. I told you to get back to your position right now. But Eugene grabbed his arm, forcing him to let Philip go. Back off. Veins popped on Bertle's forehead as he heard, you've got quite a sense of humor. Eugene said, taking someone who only knows how to hold a kitchen knife into a dungeon raid. Are you even sane? He shoved Eugene's hand away. How insolent. I only wish to train my brother to be stronger. Then Bertle growled, know your place, you have no right to touch him. He froze when he heard, you're the one who doesn't know your status. Eugene continued. Before Philip was dragged here, this boy became my slave as of yesterday. He said everyone here has witnessed it, leaving Bertle stunned. Galfredic looked at him. This is a blood bond relationship. If you dare lay a finger on him, it's as good as challenging me. Eugene closed in on Bertle, half unsheathing his blade. Hey, want to warm up a bit before we head into the dungeon? Bertle barked, you dare take such liberties. He shouted louder, do you think adopting another family's bastard is easy? This act is nothing but blocking his path to advancement. Then he overheard other soldiers talking. But rest easy this time, they aren't those fake knights from before, they're the real deal. Did you see the match between Sir Eugene and Sir Galfredic last week? Peak performance. Bertle glared in anger. I wonder how long one has to train to reach that level. Well, you'd need to live a second lifetime to get there, he thought to himself. Suddenly Kamara appeared and patted his shoulder. If it's Sir Eugene, I can rest easy in trusting my brother to him. He smiled and added, besides at 16 he's an adult, he should choose his own path. Bertel was so angry he couldn't even speak. Eugene glanced over, Philip is the prey. When the weak become the targets of predators, survival is difficult. Even if they hold their breath, they'll be hunted down. He darkened his expression and grit his teeth. If you can't get stronger, then find a pack. Kamara smiled and approached, patting Philip on the shoulder. Come, let me show you the library. By the way, do you know how to read? That is the survival method of the weak. A soldier came to report. Reporting no trace of the roamer, it seems no monsters have escaped from the dungeon burrows. We can proceed with opening the dungeon gate now, sir. Galfredic excitedly flanked Eugene. Good, let's get started. The gate opened before the soldiers. Open the dungeon doors. Galfredic glanced back and warned, focus on staying alive. Behind him were the soldiers, fully equipped with weapons and armor. Galfredic led the entire team as they set off forward. Behind them, Philip and Kamara stood waving their hands. See you in 4 days, take care, Sir Eugene. The gate slowly closed, may the gods watch over them. In the following darkness, inside a dark and damp cave, blood-curdling screams rang out. A person collapsed with blood splattering everywhere. The monsters lunged in to tear the soldiers apart. Their numbers and strength were overwhelming. Many people fell. Someone screamed in terror, help, help me. A flash of light streaked through from nowhere, a blade slicing a monster in half, saving the person who had just screamed. The survivor gasped in fear. I'm alive, Galfredic snapped angrily. You stupid fool, you nearly died. His face was covered in monster blood. Hold the formation tight. He waved his hand toward the troops and ordered, back to your positions now. Everyone scrambled in a panic. Galfredic ordered the archer squad, center archers guard the entrance. Arrows were fired in perfect unison. The arrows struck the monsters. They continued to lunge forward relentlessly. Galfredic shouted, don't let them break the formation. Under Galfredic's leadership, the group gradually regained the advantage, with goblin corpses scattered everywhere. One guy looked down in fear. I knew it. He felt nauseous at the sight of the goblin corpses. I knew from the start that volunteering to hunt in a dungeon was a crazy move. He fled in a panic. I have to get out of here. He ran while looking back. I have to try to reach the entrance. Without noticing a group of goblins blocking the way ahead, I have to try to reach the entrance. He tripped in fear, but the monsters were instantly crushed by a sword flying toward them. Galfredic grew furious from behind. You idiot, did you think going back the same way would mean no monsters? The young soldier was terrified. Galfredic grabbed him by the collar and yelled in his face. Wake up, hiding here is actually the safest option. Galfredic tossed the soldier aside and ordered, draw your sword and hold your position. The young soldier obeyed in a panic. Up ahead, Galfredic's team continued to battle the goblins. Watching the fierce skirmish on both sides, Galfredic wiped away sweat. He thought, these mercenaries were recruited in such a hurry that their skill level is this pathetic. Bringing this lot into a dungeon is no different from suicide. Before he could catch his breath, another person announced, Sir Galfredic, more of them are swarming in. Then another reported, Sir Galfredic, the rear is also surrounded. Galfredic quickly ordered, damn it, switch to a two-sided formation immediately. Eugene, step back, I'll handle the rear. Galfredic hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, Sir Eugene, it's too dangerous alone. But he had already rushed off. In the blink of an eye, Eugene vanished. Galfredic stared down in surprise as something suddenly occurred to him. Eugene transformed into small, lightning-fast vortexes and charged in. His mask fell to the ground. Galfredic hurried to follow. Podek, follow me, cover the rear. The group moved deeper into the cave. Galfredic led the way. Damn it, how did he get that far in just a split second? Suddenly, Galfredic's eyes widened, reflected in the blue light radiating from the flower in his hand. I've wiped out all the monsters at the crossroads, but is this thing I found in the corner worth anything? Galfredic was panting. Podek thought to himself, it's just an ordinary glowing weed, yet he doesn't even recognize it. Galfredic was stunned by Eugene's power. How can he possess such terrifying skills? Eugene was only focused on the flower in his hand. It's already withered. After the battle, the soldiers were taken for medical treatment, the scene busy and chaotic. God, I'm dying. I need help here. I've lost too much blood. A soldier reported, we've finished gathering the remaining mana stones, sir. Eugene replied, gather them all here for me. A few glowing mana stones were kept, carefully wrapped in a piece of cloth. I defeated that many of them, and this is all I get. Eugene ordered in disappointment, take a break. Looking at the mana stone, he mused. Unlike the stones from the roamers, this one emits a blue light. Just then, Miriam appeared. Too bad, these are so tiny compared to high-level ones. The quality of a mana stone is proportional to the monster's power. Eugene wondered, are wild mana stones bigger? The water spirit explained. Dungeon monsters that go into the wild become roamers, but that doesn't mean their mana stones are larger. That crocodile you absorbed before was both huge and powerful, right? Special roamers like that are very rare. That was a strong one that occupied Sir Miriam's territory. Eugene frowned, remembering the previous battle. Eugene realized, so absorbing that Roamer's red mana stone was truly lucky. The water spirit put its hands to its head and sighed. Well, then it wasn't a waste of effort entering the dungeon just to please those nobles. Suddenly it wondered, I wonder if there are high-level monsters here. A loud noise suddenly made Eugene stop. Galfredic turned back and announced, damn it, just when I was about to catch my breath. Break time is over, straighten up the formation immediately. His formation was falling apart and Galfredic shouted angrily, "Hey you weak useless bunch, Sir Eugene and I will lead, the rest of you follow behind. Anyone who deserts will pay the price later." While listening to Galfredic, Eugene thought, "It's my first time in a dungeon too and he wants me to lead." Galfredic, unaware, made a suggestion to Eugene. "These mercenaries aren't helping much. Sir Eugene, you should redistribute the formation a bit." Galfredic familiarly put his arm around Eugene's shoulder. "Up ahead, we'll surely encounter monsters on a completely different level than the ones we just saw," he said excitedly. "Goblins are just guards for the monsters that have dominated the dungeon for a long time, meaning we'll encounter mid-level ones at the very least. Once we defeat them, there will surely be high-level monsters waiting further back in the center of the dungeon." Galfredic's words caused panic among the soldiers. Eugene listened seriously to every word Galfredic said. He recalled, "That day, after absorbing the red mana stone of the Swamp Lord the Roamer, I gained an extremely meaningful ability." Eugene clenched his fist. "I'm really curious to see if I'll gain another ability if I absorb one more stone." After a moment of silence, he spoke. "There are more than 50 similar footsteps about 100 meters away, and behind them are 3 much heavier targets." Galfredic immediately broke into a smile, looking incredibly interested in what Eugene said. "Oh, is that so?" Galfredic made a proposal. "Want to try your hand at it yourself?" Eugene didn't say much, his eyes snapped wide open. Eugene exerted his strength and unleashed a strike with terrifying power that leveled the surrounding earth and stone. His attack aimed directly at a giant goblin to open the engagement. Galfredic and the army advanced to take the advantage. "All units charge." Galfredic ordered Podek, "Stay close and protect him." The soldier replied, "Understood." Up ahead, Eugene was battling 2 giant goblins alone. He cut off the arm of one. The soldiers behind him shouted, "Sir, we will support you." Eugene didn't stop. He leaped up to eye level with a goblin. He struck the eye with all his might. A stream of blood gushed out messily. The goblin screamed in pain, its hand clutching the wound as blood continued to pour out. Seizing the moment, Eugene jumped up and sliced off several of the goblin's fingers. He lunged again, stabbing down with full force, blood erupting from the goblin like a waterfall. Eugene satisfiedly licked his lips, the red blood making him look incredibly terrifying. That day, the soldiers below were stunned by the scene they had just witnessed. They had etched into their hearts the image of a knight they would always admire. Once again, Eugene swung his arm powerfully, his knuckles burying deep into the goblin's head, causing a deep dent. Eugene ripped the goblin's head off. It was high-level swordsmanship, straightforward, unyielding in spirit, and dignified in manner. The goblin's head was torn away, the scene drenched in red blood. Eugene appeared like a fierce demon. What they were witnessing was far removed from the idealized concept of a knight, a complete contrast to the ideal image. Eugene satisfiedly savored his own handiwork. It was the appearance of a terrifyingly savage beast. 3 giant goblins were destroyed. The soldiers rested after a fierce battle. Galfredic stood observing the surrounding. An old soldier groaned in pain from his wound, gritting his teeth to endure it. As goblin and human corpses lay strewn about, Galfredic mused, "Most of everyone's strength has been depleted after this battle. There's no way our bodies could be this tired so soon." Galfredic deduced. Could it be that the scene we just witnessed exhausted everyone's spirits? The horrific image of Eugene ripping the goblin's head off flashed momentarily. It was an incredibly bloody and terrifying sight. Galfredic contemplated giving up. "Perhaps we should stop here." He looked up at Eugene, who was resting, and asked, "Sir, we've met the target quota. Maybe we should head back." Eugene looked disappointed. "I still have my full vitality, and I don't know when I'll get another chance to come in here. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Anyone who wants to go back can head out first." Hearing this, Galfredic immediately became enthusiastic. "Then I must follow you. We will accompany you." Eugene jumped down from above and made a proposal. "Galfredic, you lead the soldiers out of the dungeon first." Galfredic was startled and asserted again, "I only need my mercenaries and myself to continue the path ahead." A voice rang out as Laban ran up. Please let me go with you." Galfredic grimaced. Could it be that he recognized the soldier's fatigue and is showing such kind concern? Behind him, Galfredic's mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I'd be forced to go." "Exactly," Galfredic marveled. Hidden behind that cold exterior is a warm heart that always thinks of those weaker than himself. He admired Yan Eugene. "This young man truly makes me reconsider what a real knight is." Eugene, Laban, and Podek ventured deeper into the cave, where spiderwebs covered the ceiling. Laban huddled closely, gripping the torch. "Damn it, I didn't want to go, so why am I still being dragged along? I'm scared to death." He reassured himself, remembering the goblin massacre. "No, Sir Eugene once took down a beast alone. If things get desperate, he will surely turn the tide." Laban's foot suddenly stepped on something. He froze. Eugene looked down at his foot and told him to lift it up. Underneath was the crushed corpse of a spider. Green slime stuck to Laban's boot. Countless spiders appeared from the ceiling of the dungeon. They lowered themselves on threads toward the ground. The spiders looked terrifying with giant fangs and claws. Huge, blood-red eyes took up more than half of their heads. Their shells were hideously bumpy. These spider-like monsters lived in swarms in caves and used powerful acid to liquefy their prey. Laban screamed uncontrollably as he saw the spiders crawling closer. Podek requested, "There are too many of them. Please, let's retreat for now, sir." Eugene repeated doubtfully, "Retreat." Without saying a word, he lunged forward, slicing through a large number of spiders to clear a path. He said arrogantly, "It's nothing." Podek ordered Laban, "Support him now." Laban was still struggling with a few venomous spiders. He shouted helplessly, "He's already charged into the fray." Podek continued to fight without stopping. The three of them quickly dealt with the venomous spiders one by one. Laban fell, surrounded by countless spiders that made it hard for him to move. One opened its venomous fangs, and Laban backed away in terror. He couldn't even manage a scream, thinking it was the end, but right then, Eugene lunged in just in time. Laban squeezed his eyes shut and only then dared to peek, whispering, "Help me." Eugene continued to charge forward tirelessly. Laban gasped for air, looking around in a daze after having just escaped death's door. Spider corpses were strewn everywhere, even piled up into a mountain. Eugene had just killed another one. Laban scrambled up. "Sir, are you really a monster?" he marveled. "As expected, you're invincible. You've killed enough already. Can we go back now, sir?" Laban turned to Podek looking for agreement. "The captain thinks so too, right?" Seeing the captain didn't answer, Laban grew worried. "Captain." Laban looked down. Podek's legs had been shaking uncontrollably for some time. His face was pale. How can something like this exist in a place like this? Roamers have different ranks even within the same species, but it's rare to encounter high-level monsters, so exploration teams usually don't account for such situations. Podek thought to himself, that irrational size is clearly the highest level of cave spider. Above them, a giant claw revealed itself, the spider overlord. A hideous giant spider appeared with razor-sharp fangs. Its mouth split in two, revealing a long tongue. The spider moved angrily, preparing to attack. Podek screamed, "Retreat, Sir Eugene, we can't help you against a high-level overlord. At least wait for Sir Galfredic to arrive with backup, sir." Eugene spoke sternly. "Podek, Laban." He glared with a warning. "You two back off, this is my prey." Podek bowed his head. Yes, understood. He was in a panic. What this feeling? It's like being completely losing control. Every nerve seems to be screaming at me to run immediately. He and Laban fled. Behind him, Eugene was fighting the monster single-handedly. The water spirit appeared and mocked. "Listen up, kids, your instincts have already surrendered to the massive level gap between you and the master, haven't they?" Eugene asked Miriam, "Is that lord over there as strong as the swamp master?" Miriam asserted confidently. "No, he's probably even stronger than the swamp master, wouldn't you say?" Eugene remarked casually. "In that case, his mana stone must be even larger." On the opposite side, the giant spider, unaware of its impending fate, was still screeching with its mouth wide open. As for the protagonist himself, he only said coldly, "Struggle all you want, roamer. The harder a treasure chest is to open, the more rewarding the contents inside will be." The scene shifted to a small spider spinning a silk thread to crawl downward. Suddenly, something slashed through, severing several of its leg segments and sending it flying far away. Eugene, his face cold and expressionless, snapped his fingers as he looked at the dead spider. The author did not illustrate the actual scene of the protagonist battling the spider monster. Eugene recalled the second ability he gained after swallowing the Lord's magic stone, the power of camouflage. "With the physical enhancement I've gained, the primary function is to protect my body. Combined with the camouflage power that recreates a human appearance, I am finally able to stand beneath the sun's light. Thanks to this, I can avoid the hassle of having to dodge sunlight." A girl's voice rang out. "Sir, are you no longer wearing your mask?" As the girls continuously swarmed around him, they gossiped. "So you were wearing that mask all this time just to hide this handsome face? Hiding looks like this is truly an injustice." They chattered incessantly. "Sir Knight, please tell us about the recent dungeon opening." All the young ladies drew closer at once. "Is it true that you defeated that giant spider all by yourself?" Eugene stood there dazed and awkward while the water spirit appeared on his head and laughed loudly. "Haha, boss, I'm really playing it cool, aren't I?" it teased. "Go on, tell them about your heroic deeds." One young lady blushed shyly and asked, "Your appearance is so magnificent, do you perhaps have elf blood in your veins?" Eugene felt a surge of annoyance. Elf blood, contrary to the expectation of enjoying the status of a nobleman, I find this to be nothing but a nuisance. Behind him, Galfredic, who had been joking around with everyone, suddenly stopped. And shouted, "Oh ho, now it all makes sense." Everyone startled and looked toward him. He recounted, "I knew it from the moment we entered the dungeon. Your eyes were as bright as searchlights and your ears were as sharp as a dog's. Your movements are incredibly nimble and your spear-throwing strength is terrifying. I knew you weren't some ordinary fellow." Galfredic, in high spirits, tucked Laban under one arm while raising a beer mug in the other as he approached the ladies. "Who would have guessed you carried elf blood?" Galfredic stared intently and said, "With looks like those, it's hard not to stand out. How on earth did you manage to stay hidden for so long?" Eugene thought irritably. "He's sharp to the point of being annoying." Eugene rested his chin on one hand and said leisurely, "Well, I was never actually trying to hide on purpose." Eugene's sheer handsomeness made everyone at the table freeze for a beat. Even Laban blushed with embarrassment. The young ladies couldn't stop praising him. "Oh my," Galfredic covered his mouth thinking, he can actually lie with such a straight face. Eugene let out a soft sigh. "I suppose people just see what they want to see. From now on, if I'm questioned, I'll just blame it on an elf ancestor." So during the battle with the spider leader, Eugene was victorious and claimed the magic stone. This time, swallowing the magic stone didn't just grant him power, a tattoo also disappeared. The tattoo on Eugene's eye vanished abruptly, causing him to recall things he'd never seen before as new memories flooded his mind. "I see an image of myself in an unfamiliar place with my current appearance. as a soft hand takes hold of mine. In that strange space, the sound of a bell echoes and everyone is looking toward me. Eugene wondered who exactly is the woman in that memory, but first, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Are these truly my own memories? Eugene slowly closed his eyes. My past is something I cannot remember. This is the only thing I have left. Someone called his name. Sir Eugene, please save me. The shout jolted Eugene, snapping him out of the strange memory. He looked to his side to see Galfredic talking nonstop. Sir, please save me. Galfredic had Laban in a headlock, nearly suffocating him. You useless brat, I heard everything. You said this would only be a burden to him. Laban huddled up, clutching Galfredic's arm and explaining frantically. That's because Sir Eugene isn't human. An ordinary person would have run away long ago. Galfredic continued to badger him without mercy. So you're saying Sir Eugene is a monster. For now, I'll let you have a little taste of hell. Eugene remained pensive. The only thing I remember is the name Eugene, but after this incident I'm starting to have a hunch. If I keep erasing these tattoos one by one, perhaps I'll finally uncover the truth. Not some fake identity like a knight or elf blood, but who I truly am. Eugene's eyes wavered slightly as he thought about it. Inside the room, everyone was gathered around a sickbed. Galfredic and Eugene were also present. Galfredic bowed respectfully. Yes, it is an honor to meet you. Lord Tian, I am Crema, the third son of Galfredic. Eugene mimicked Galfredic's mannerisms and bowed. I am Yan, the eldest son of Eugene. The Lord praised them. I see you must have gone through a lot of trouble. He gestured for someone to bring out a tray, presented to him. On the tray was a neatly rolled piece of parchment. I heard Sir Eugene requires identification papers. I'm not sure if this is enough, but this will serve as perfect proof of your status. Yan of the House of Eugene. Eugene carefully took the parchment and said, Thank you, my lord. The old man coughed violently, and Chimera rushed to Tian's side in worry. He opened his tired eyes and said, Chimera, because of my second son's ambition, I cannot close my eyes in peace. Chimera spoke softly to soothe him. Please do not worry, father. I will take over the lands you worked so hard to build. He placed his hand over Tian's, and the old man looked at him and continued. My dear son, that land is nothing but a pile of black dust. Remember well that a true lord must know how to lead people, not just lands. Philip and the others listened sadly to the Lord's final words. As he finished speaking, Tian's hands went limp. He had passed away. The people mourned the loss of their lord, Eugene thought. Though I don't know what kind of Lord Tian was, quite a few people are grieving his death. But in the face of someone's death, not everyone shares the same feelings. Bertel stood outside, biting his lip, his face flushed with rage. The sky gradually darkened as black clouds gathered, as if to signal an ill omen about to occur. Galfredic prepared to depart. Forgive me for leaving in the middle of the Lord's funeral. Chimera was understanding. It's quite all right. I understand you have your own schedule. Galfredic looked over at Eugene and asked, Will Sir Eugene really be staying here? Eugene had already made his decision. I intend to enter the dungeon once more. It would be a waste of the effort we spent opening it. Galfredic scratched his head and gave a faint smile. That's a pity. Earl Evergrow would have truly appreciated someone like you. He extended his hand toward Eugene. Galfredic expressed grandly, It has been an honor to spar with a knight as powerful as you. I hope the next time we meet we aren't enemies. Eugene looked at Galfredic's outstretched hand. He slowly raised his own hand forward. Eugene gripped Galfredic's hand firmly. They looked straight at each other like friends. Laban was still waving a lingering goodbye. Please take care, Sir Galfredic. Eugene ordered Podek to prepare for the journey and he obeyed. Yes, sir. Philip asked in confusion. Wait, didn't you just say you were staying? Podek didn't answer but asked back. By the way, how did Sir Galfredic travel? Philip recalled, by horse. Podek agreed. Exactly, a knight must naturally ride a horse. So we plan to find a horse for Sir Eugene while heading to the Merchant Guild to process the monster materials. Hearing this, Philip was excited. I see. I will also work hard as an attendant to serve you, sir. Eugene suddenly asked, Serve me? His face was intimidating. I have no need for your service in the near future. Philip was dazed. What do you mean by that, sir? The scene shifted to Philip at a construction site. Carrying a crate in his hands, someone shouted at him. Hey, aren't you going to take your work seriously? In the largest commercial city of the kingdom, Kaler Marin, a ship had just docked, and everyone was staring at the piles of cargo being unloaded. Everyone was surprised. Was all of this really brought back from a monster den by that one night? Laban crossed his arms and laughed loudly. That's right, all of this is the loot collected by Knight Yan Eugene. People's eyes widened. Isn't Yan Eugene that knight who became famous for snapping the necks of the hounds in the Tian territory? What? The young knight who killed those dogs with his bare hands. Laban pointed and shouted, Hey, you merchant over there, don't you dare touch that without permission. Philip looked up at the sky, his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, Knight Eugene, this story seems to be getting a bit long. At that moment, a voice called out from inside. Please don't worry, Sir Eugene. I, Billmore, representing the top commercial group in Marin, would like to take responsibility for processing all of this loot. Eugene stared intently at Billmore. I was skeptical when I first heard Podek mention this guild, but I didn't expect them to be such a massive corporation. It's quite useful for an outsider like me. The merchant's voice continued. With my experience, I will drive the price of raw materials down to the absolute minimum. If you sign an exclusive contract with me, I promise I will. Suddenly, the sound of slow footsteps approached the door. Grail abruptly opened the door and asked sternly, Who is this knight Eugene? Eugene remained nonchalant, leaning his chin on his hand. Podek leaned into his ear and whispered, Sir Eugene, the situation seems to have become complicated. He tilted his head, how so? Podek continued, this man is only a secretary under the vice chairman of the Paling Guild. Eugene interrupted, what's the bottom line? Explain it simply. Podek went on, I mean he represents a power even stronger than Billmore, whom we are negotiating with. It seems he wants to seize your spoils at a dirt cheap price. To ensure a stable income, you should be cautious right now. His eyes turned sharp and cautious, you say. Billmore laughed awkwardly and spoke up. Now see here, Master Grail, Knight Eugene is currently in private negotiations with me. He cut Billmore off. Don't bother competing with an opponent you can't beat. Besides, I don't see any signed contract here. Sir Eugene, rumors about you have spread everywhere. People say the knight from Tian is stacking up loot like a mountain. Of course, those are just groundless rumors meant to inflate the value of the goods. Truly a transparent trick from a green novice. Our vice chairman at Paline specifically wishes to sign a contract with you. Please leave this shanty and come with me. A rookie knight who only knows brute force. I'll peel every cent off you. Suddenly, Grail's expression froze as he was startled. Eugene stared at him. What is this imposing presence? Oh, forgive my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Grail, secretary to the vice chairman of Paline. This is surely a wonderful opportunity for you, Sir Eugene. His voice was stern and cold as he asked, an opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Grail replied slowly, better terms for your spoils, of course. Eugene's sharp, cold gaze locked onto Grail. Better, you say. Sweat began to bead on the man's face. Yes, our vice chairman will personally. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes widened in a terrifying manner. The vice chairman personally. Grail was now dazed and stammering. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. I had no intention of being disrespectful. Eugene's tone became chilling as he repeated, disrespectful. Terrified, Grail hurriedly turned and ran out. Forgive me, I will return later. Billmore was practically in tears. I am so moved. Did you really turn down the vice chairman's offer just for me? I, Billmore, swear to support you with everything I have. As long as you need me, I am at your service. Eugene was surprised. Really, I like that attitude. His eyes lit up. Then when shall we begin? He stood up and said coldly, what do you mean you leave right now? Billmore gasped. What? Fricella asked. Was your proposal rejected, sir? Billmore was stunned. Fricella asked again. Was your proposal rejected? Grail bowed and replied. It's embarrassing. Madam Vice Chairman, just as the rumors said, he is no ordinary man. She looked out the window. It's fine. Hold your head up, Grail. Knights often cause trouble for merchants for the sake of their honor and pride. In that case, we'll just use our own methods to give him a hard time. For us merchants, money and goods are our power, especially when the opponent is just a dirt-poor knight who can't even afford a decent horse. Go and give a gift to Knight Eugene, a gift that no impoverished knight could ever refuse. Philip's eyes widened. What? You're telling me to stay here and sell this pile of loot? Eugene's voice was stern as he continued. Exactly as you heard, keep selling the monster materials I bring back to the guild. He was flustered, but why? Why do I have to be left behind again? Is it because I'm not strong enough to follow you? If that's the case, I'll start practicing my swordsmanship right now. Suddenly he interrupted and asked Philip, what is the duty of a slave? Philip bowed his head and answered slowly, to assist in combat and support the daily life of the knight one serves. Eugene replied nonchalantly, yes, you understand perfectly. Your job is to support me as a slave by selling the loot from my battles to earn money. That is the mission I, as a knight, assign to my slave. Discuss the details with Billmore. He will teach you much about business. Philip lowered his head sadly, thinking, that's right, if not for Sir Eugene, I would have died long ago. It's shameful of me to complain about such a small matter. Eugene continued, once we earn enough money, I will consider teaching you swordsmanship. Sooner or later, you will have to assist me in battle as a slave. Philip's cheeks flushed with a touch of emotion at Eugene's words. He smiled gently and placed a hand over his heart. Philip's voice was soft. I, Philip, shall obey the orders of Knight Eugene. At this time, Eugene was walking through the town with Podek. I'll see you later, sir. He held up an empty cloth bag. Does money always disappear this fast? Even with minimum spending, there isn't a single coin left. Miriam wailed pathetically while hugging the cloth bag. Your shriveled wallet makes my heart shrivel too. Sir, will we be able to earn more money soon? Suddenly, Eugene's gaze froze as he looked to the side. In front of Eugene was a set of armor crafted from heavy, sturdy material. Podek spoke up, oh, that is plate armor, the dream of every knight. Eugene asked in surprise, a dream? Do you mean it's very expensive? He continued to explain. Not just expensive, it is a treasure that even wealthy knights only dare to use by passing it down from one generation to the next, rather than discarding it. Suddenly Laban appeared, running toward them in a hurry and shouting loudly, Sir Eugene, there are reports that a massive herd of roamers has appeared on the outskirts of Marin. Roamers from the eastern forest are entering the city. The people of Marin are trying to stop them. Podek followed up, Sir, perhaps we should participate in the suppression this time. Yuri wondered why. Both of them were looking at Laban at that moment, because unlike raiding an occupied lair, there are no fees deducted for exterminating roamers. This was Marin, a commercial city overflowing with money, the best place to sell trophies and achievements at high prices without incurring transportation costs. In other words, a chance to make millions was right here. Eugene's face darkened as he turned around. Let's go, there is no reason to hesitate any longer. Suddenly a foot stepped forward from behind. Wait. Podek's eyes widened. You are. Grail kept bowing and gasping for breath. No, wait. Laban asked in surprise. Why can't anyone catch their breath? Grail began to speak. I Grail was sent by the Vice President to present you with a warhorse, sir. Its coat is as smooth as black velvet. Its muscles are rippling as if molded by the gods. This is a purebred stallion with a pedigree, sir. Eugene's gaze became sharp with disbelief. The Vice President sent this to me. The man backed away in fear. That look again. It's not that we want anything from you, sir. Yuri's face turned angry as he glared at Grail. Sweat poured down the man's face. This is just a small gesture of our sincerity. Eugene quickly jumped onto the horse back. Give my thanks to that person. Miriam began to fly after him. Get ready to rake in the money, master. Laban pointed with a dazed expression. He's already gone. What should we do? He's too fast. We can't catch up. Podek shouted angrily, what else? He quickly ran off. Hurry up and follow him, you idiot. Laban obeyed, yes sir. Grail stood firm, watching them gradually depart. Right now, danger was looming in the eastern forest on the outskirts of Marin. The goblins suddenly froze, looking back behind them. The horses' hooves galloped hurriedly through the forest. Eugene quickly used his blade to take them down one by one. Miriam laughed excitedly and said, Master, look at that huge herd of roamers. It's definitely large scale. I wonder if the ones up ahead have been wiped out yet. His gaze was full of confidence at that moment. Good. I don't have a habit of sharing my spoils. Inside the deep forest, there was nothing but a thick cloud of dust. The horses' hooves continued to gallop tirelessly. Sunlight began to filter through the canopy from the sky. Only then did Eugene show signs of stopping as he saw the light. Before his eyes, a completely chaotic battle was unfolding. Madrica was currently surrounded. Unless you bastards can kill me, you won't take another step forward. The giant goblins with blood-red eyes lunged forward frantically. Madrica and his horse lost their balance and fell to the ground. The horse ran off in fear, leaving him behind. He groaned in pain. I, Madrica, Knight of Justice, swear upon the honor of Marin. Suddenly, a weapon plunged straight into the ground. Madrica trembled with fear, turning his head to look at the goblins surrounding him. Madrica wailed loudly at the sight before him. Please spare me. Unexpectedly, a weapon was thrown from a distance by a figure running toward them. Eugene's face was dark, his gaze sharp and ready for battle. His blade continuously took down every giant goblin. Madrica sat on the ground with wide eyes, witnessing it all. Eugene rode his horse skillfully around the goblin corpses. Madrica smiled. I am deeply indebted to you. May I ask your name? Eugene didn't answer, only coldly swinging his blade. He quickly finished off the goblin trying to attack Madrica from behind. The man's body trembled as he backed away. My name. Is that important right now? If we die here, knowing a name is meaningless anyway. Countless monsters are approaching. You have a point, sir. If we are lucky enough to survive this hell, I will ask your name again. When we advanced toward the great merchant city of Marin, hundreds of goblins lunged at us like ants, but we fought to the end. In that life or death moment, that knight coldly cut down all those goblins. And of course, I contributed as well. In the end, we were victorious and protected Marin. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Wait, so who exactly was that knight? Madrica smiled. Quite curious, aren't you? He spoke sternly and pointed. His name is Yan Eugene. Everyone began to buzz. Isn't Yan Eugene the knight who cleared the dungeon in the Tian territory? I heard he once ripped the spine out of a dog while it was still alive. That legendary knight protected our city of Marin. Knight Yan Eugene is the hero of Marin. Everyone began to cheer his name excitedly. Yan Eugene, Yan Eugene. Palin looked through the window and spoke. The whole city is buzzing with that knight's name. The higher his reputation climbs, the harder it becomes to control. Louis Palin, former head of the Palin Merchant Guild and current mayor of Marin. Is it all right to just leave it like this? Fricella, my beautiful niece. She bowed. Of course, everything is under control. I actually expect Sir Eugene to become even more famous. The greater a knight's reputation, the fear of losing it increases tenfold. By the way, do you know anything about the disciple Yan Eugene is traveling with? Palin followed up. The child who provides the merchant guild with spoils from him. She replied, correct. According to my investigation, that child is the secret illegitimate son of the Tian family. Palin turned his head in surprise. Oh, you mean? Fricella continued to explain. Although Sir Eugene's goal is unclear, it seems he is earning money here to support the Tian family's illegitimate son. If we cleverly hold onto both of them, we can establish a relationship with that person, the one who has the potential to become the new head of the Tian family in the future. Palin followed up, truly my niece, I understand your plan, bribing a knight who's supporting an illegitimate son, huh? Then I should also send a gift to Sir Eugene, shouldn't I? As the mayor of Marin, I must reciprocate the hero who solved the city's trouble. I will nominate you as the one to introduce him. Make good use of it. Fricella bowed and replied slowly, yes, thank you, uncle. At that moment, night had fallen over the magnificent castle. Slender fingers gently lifted a teacup. A thirsty person will surely find their way to the riverbank. Therefore, a merchant has only one task. Suddenly, Fricella smirked with a dark scheme. Dig the well and wait. Steps are slowly approaching without resistance, without suspicion. Finally, the door shows signs of someone entering. Eugene appeared before Fricella. I will wait until they drink every drop of the water I sell. Fricella's face was dark and somewhat sinister as she said, please come in. He was wearing his sturdy set of armor, the hero who saved Marin, Sir Yan Eugene. Yuri spoke, I have come to express my gratitude. You are Fricella, the vice president of the Palin Merchant Guild's Marin branch, correct? She replied. Yes, I am Fricella, the vice president here. Please have a seat. Yan Eugene, so someone with your appearance is truly the terrifying knight who once snapped the necks of those dogs. His face was cold as he looked at Fricella, who was quite different from the knights he had met before. The armor gifted by the mayor suits you well. It was custom made by the finest forge in Marin. It is made from a special steel blended with ELC iron and ogre bone. It is so hard that even a dragon's teeth would struggle to pierce it. Fricella asked Eugene, "What do you think?" He replied slowly. "It's all right. Thanks to this, I'll be more at ease during the next dungeon raid. Thank you for the lodging and the good food. It has boosted my mercenaries' morale. I hope for good results soon. I wasn't expecting these gifts, but I appreciate your kindness." Fricella smiled. "Well then." Suddenly, Eugene stood up. "Now about my proposal," he interrupted. "Actually, I'm busy, so I'll be going." Fricella was surprised. "Oh, you're leaving already?" Eugene replied coldly. "Once I finish clearing the Tian family's dungeon, I'll stop by again. It's no big deal." "Ah, that's not it. My contract is only regarding the spoils from this raid. This might be our final goodbye. Next time, I'll be focusing on collecting mana stones." Eugene turned to leave coldly. "Take care." Fricella shouted angrily, "Wait." His sharp gaze froze as he turned his head to look at her. Fricella continued, "We still have much to discuss." His eyes glared as he asked her sternly, "What do you mean?" Fricella followed up, "Sir, your pretending not to know must have a limit. The most expensive armor in Marin, a prized horse with a pedigree, a luxury hotel, and a lavish meal for the entire mercenary squad. The spoils you sold to the guild wouldn't even cover half of that cost." Bilmore and Grail continued to listen intently to their conversation. She continued, "Don't tell me you don't know that everything in this world has a price. Or did you not learn that when you were in school? If not, then you are just a brazen knight who knows nothing of honor. Do you really want the people of Marin who are praising you to know this truth?" Eugene's cold eyes stared at her. "The hero of Marin, Sir Eugene." Fricella said with a laugh, "You've enjoyed all those favors and now you plan to just leave. Sir Eugene, please let me hear your reasoning." His lips twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly Eugene smirked and replied, "That's quite funny. Demanding things at our very first meeting. You voluntarily gave me gifts I never asked for and now you demand a return. Does a small-time trader like you really have the nerve to threaten me?" His words carried quite a sting. Eugene continued, "Perhaps you are mistaken about something, so let me be clear. I have a contract with your Paline Guild through Bilmore. As long as you buy my goods fairly, I will leave you be. As for what the people of Marin say about me, I couldn't care less. But as you said, everything has a price. Go ahead and run your mouth everywhere if you want. Then you will learn what the real price is." Vice President of the Paline Guild. "From my perspective, your guild is conspiring with the city of Marin to mistreat the knight who saved this city. Keep living like that. Next time danger strikes, there won't be a single knight willing to stand up and protect Marin. My business is done, I'm leaving." Podek turned back and added, "Apologies for the rudeness, Vice President, it's truly a shame. If things had been done differently, perhaps we could have been good partners." Bilmore looked flustered at Fricella's expression. Suddenly she spoke up, "Sir Eugene, please stop for a moment. I have been truly rude. I, Fricella, Vice President of the Marin branch of the Paline Merchant Guild, sincerely offer my apologies to Sir Eugene. I let greed overstep its bounds, wanting to gain the upper hand in our relationship. To make up for this rudeness, I hope to start over from the beginning with you, Sir Eugene. We will maintain the current contract with Bilmore while adding new terms. I guarantee you won't have to worry about anything else. I'm sick and tired of knights who soften at the sight of expensive bribes. Most of them are just fools chasing fame and fortune, but this man is different." Eugene's eyes were incredibly sharp. "This man is too dangerous to play with. Perhaps that's why a merchant's intuition won't let me lose him." Suddenly Fricella paused and looked up. Eugene followed up, "Fine, I'll listen to your offer." His face was dark, but it had better be an attractive one. Fricella placed her hand on her chest and smiled. "Thank you for being generous regarding my mistake." Miriam laughed excitedly. "These luxury items are actually pretty nice. A knight really needs armor and a horse to look the part. Hear that, sweeties? This country truly is the most beautiful in the world." Podek followed up, "The contract is quite solid." Yuri looked down and asked, "You think so too?" Podek nodded. "Yes, the Paline Guild scale is too large to be underestimated. They have Marin as their headquarters and hundreds of branches across the Roman Empire. They primarily deal with high-ranking local noble families like the Tian family. The fact that they are offering to arrange unlimited dungeons and labyrinths linked to their branches is an incredibly groundbreaking proposal. These terms are better than being knighted by a noble." He was excited. "A wonderful negotiation, Sir Eugene," he grimaced. "I just said whatever to get it over with." Suddenly a voice interrupted. "Did you think putting on flashy armor would make you a knight instantly? Look at that baby face, can he even hold a sword hilt?" Miriam spoke up, "Oh, what did that rotten potato face just say?" Kamara waved and smiled. "You're right on time." Eugene was surprised. "Ah, Lord Kamara. Or rather, I should call you Lord Tian now," he replied. "Just call me whatever you like, you've changed so much." Eugene asked further, "How is your situation generally?" Kamara replied, "Well, the thing is, my younger brother hasn't given up, he's even hired new mercenaries, but something is very suspicious this time." Eugene was surprised, suspicious. He continued, "Hey, remember the mercenaries my brother once hired to catch Philip? The ones ripped apart by wolves? As I recall, they were all scum. This time, the new batch feels the same." Eugene's sharp eyes carefully observed them one by one. Kamara continued, "That's why for this dungeon raid, I need to ask you to take charge, Sir Eugene." Suddenly someone cut in, "Hey, Lord Tian. If that kid dies in the dungeon, will I become the captain then?" Kamara asked in shock, what the hell are you talking about? Kalar followed up, no, I just wanted to be clear beforehand. This isn't a group picnic. A dungeon is a place where human life is as cheap as grass. One must be prepared for every situation. He looked at him coldly, I hope you'll be thorough. Kalar's face was full of confidence as he slowly emphasized, Captain. Eugene turned and remarked that it was a good idea, for if he died, that bald guy would become the squad leader. Kamara was taken down in surprise, that bald guy. As Eugene continued, the backup plan is ready, let's set out immediately. Miriam suddenly pointed and shouted, sir, that man. But Eugene replied coldly, I know. It's definitely Bertel's scheme. He intends to use mercenaries to finish me off inside the dungeon. But if things don't go exactly as those people hope, it might actually turn out to be quite interesting. Right then, Eugene's sharp blade began taking them down one by one. And before long, the cave was littered with corpses. His arm showed no signs of stopping. As the tip of his blade struck with ruthless and powerful force, Kalar watched intently, nodding that his reputation certainly wasn't an exaggeration. Standing at the front line and taking on 100 men alone, he made the mercenaries they brought along look like they were just sitting around doing nothing. It felt as if a giant shield were standing right in front of them. Kalar grit his teeth in anger at Eugene's prowess, thinking, I have to wait for the right moment. Waiting for that single opportunity for this poisoned blade to sweep across that hateful face. Eugene suddenly raised his voice. Ahead is an area where only mid-tier monsters appear. From here on, I cannot guarantee your lives. Whoever wants to follow, come. Fearing some might not understand, he repeated himself. Only those who are confident should follow me. Kalar spoke up, if the leader is going, how can we stand still? The opportunity has arrived. Laban grinned and said, then we're going too, but Podek stopped him, wait, we're stopping here. Laban asked in surprise, what? And he continued, it seems Sir Eugene has other intentions. They began a venture deep into the dark, gloomy cave. Eugene thought to himself, the last time I was here I was with Galfredic. Without him, everything is quite boring. The image of the man appeared in his mind, Galfredic. Even after observing him for only a short time, he could see Galfredic was an outstanding commander. He knew exactly how to raise morale at the right time and chose the most dangerous positions for himself to lead the way. If it were him, he could probably easily clear this dungeon even with this ragtag bunch. Eugene's footsteps moved slowly as he thought, at this point I'm actually curious. If it were Galfredic, how would he handle this situation? So you've thrown away that clumsy acting now, have you? Fine, if you crave death that much. I shall oblige you. They were all shocked, wondering what the hell was going on. Why is there fire? Miriam smiled confidently with a surge of power in her palm. They were quickly consumed by the flames as they yelled, run. It's fire magic, that guy can use magic too. I can't see anything, Kalar tried to reassure them. Stay calm and relight the torches. A shroud of darkness enveloped them. Why aren't you being careful? I can't see a thing. Eugene silently struck from the shadows, lighted up. What was that sound? We're under attack. We're being attacked. Fight back. Countless painful screams echoed. Wait, this person over here is an ally. Glowing red threads were winding around their bodies. My leg. Now the night was filled with nothing but desperate screams. Kalar grit his teeth in fear, realizing he hadn't expected this. Help. Without light, the situation is even more favorable for him to run wild. He kept striking stones together, light, damn it, light up. But suddenly, Kalar's body froze at a sound coming from behind him. He turned his head slowly in terror, wondering why he hadn't heard a single thing. The sound of Eugene's footsteps drew closer. As he whispered into his ear, do you need some light? It seems things are too difficult. Let me give you a hand. Human eyes are so inconvenient since they are at such a disadvantage in the dark. Now how about it, can you see more clearly now? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Kalar was drained of all emotion, only able to stammer out, bastard. He spoke slowly through a mouth full of fangs, you monster. The scene shifted to the outside of the villa, where torrential rain and thunder crashed through the sky. Someone's feet were trying to walk as fast as possible. At that moment, Kamara called out in a panic, sir. He was still standing pensive, looking out the window. A moment later, Eugene slowly glanced back. Bertel was equally bewildered as Kamara asked, fumbling, do you really believe that's true? He frowned at the person in front of him and barked, what is all this commotion? But Eugene only let out an "oh" and said, why don't you just ask the person involved directly? After that, a burly figure was thrown straight onto the floor. Bertel's eyes widened in confusion. Rujets clutched his face, his voice trembling. We were going to kill him. I was going to kill Yan Eugene. Hearing Bertel Tian's name mentioned, he laughed awkwardly and denied it. This bastard always talks nonsense. Now he's actually gone insane. Kamara heard this and couldn't help but snap, brother, do you really want to take it this far? Bertel glanced over and denied it. You're the one who needs to snap out of it. Do you really believe the ramblings of a madman? What did you say? Rujets, stop talking trash, say it clearly. Eugene stood behind the man, using his blood-red pupils to force Rujets to speak. What have I done? How could I dare touch the master? A useless thing like me deserves to die. Kamara saw him rush past and yelled, wait, what are you doing? But he couldn't stop him in time. Rujets smashed through the glass window with his own body and flew straight out. He gripped the windowsill tightly and shouted, Rujets. A few seconds later, his body hit the sword of the statue below, sending everyone into a panic. Bertel quickly spoke up, see, brother. He clearly lost his mind after seeing people torn apart by monsters like paper. To believe those meaningless words is just bizarre, isn't it? Kamara frowned and warned him. I find the fact that you're happy about his death even more suspicious. Bertel was silenced instantly as his brother's words hit home. Suddenly, Bertel turned his focus elsewhere. And you, Yan Eugene, do you have no knightly self-respect left? How dare you slander me with such vague and irrational words? His face darkened as he questioned him. Bertel, speak on your honor as a knight, are you truly innocent? Although he was terrified, he still managed to blurt out 2 words. Of course. Eugene suddenly raised his arm and called out, then Bertel Tian. I stake my honor as a knight and in the name of truth. He pointed his blade forward provocatively. I challenge you to prove it in a duel. Hearing that, he could only grit his teeth, not knowing how to react. The scene shifted outside where voices echoed in the twilight. The second son is holding a duel in the front courtyard. Good grief, what has he done this time? I heard he hired assassins. Hired assassins, HMPH, he's always causing trouble, but this is too much. Who is he trying to kill? They watched as he and Bertel stood opposite each other and gossiped. I heard it's the knight the Lord once hired, Sir Yan Eugene. He solemnly held his sword up in front of him, while Kamara stood to the side, unable to hide his worry. He closed his eyes, thinking, both sides are in a fierce disagreement, so this time brute force will decide the truth. The truth will be guided by the true will of the gods. Eugene's cold face appeared with the thought to the winner. Bertel swung his sword down with a desperate scream. He gripped the hilt tightly and lunged toward him. Eugene only held his sword out in front of his body, and immediately after, the 2 swords clashed with a loud clink. Bertel quickly pulled back for a powerful upward strike. He used all his strength to attack him, but he still couldn't win the exchange. Suddenly, something caused Eugene to lose focus for a moment. He remembered Bertel reporting, I found the vampire, report to him immediately. Jung Durhit. Back in the present, he spoke up. I've been hunted for over a decade by someone like you. Those words caused him to freeze, filled with both fear and worry. And taking the opportunity, he delivered a downward slash, pushing Bertel back. He grit his teeth, glancing down at his own sword. After swinging his sword back, his weapon was also knocked up into the air. It quickly plunged into the ground as Bertel fell with a heavy thud. His pupils turned bright red, his voice filled with murderous intent. Now take this. He could only stare in horror at what was coming. Meanwhile, Kamara was thinking, Bertel's swordsmanship isn't bad at all. It's just that this time, even an outsider can clearly see. He stood frozen the moment his brother fell. At that very moment, Kamara realized Yan Eugene was much stronger than his brother. Kamara observed the overwhelming aura coming from Eugene and asserted, by far. Without hesitation, one of Bertel's arms was sent flying. Only then did he hurry over and shout, stop. He glanced over and simply repeated one word, stop. Step aside, the duel isn't over yet, Lord Tian. Kamara held out his arm to stop him. I cannot stand by and watch my brother die at your hands, Sir Eugene. Bertel Tian is injured and no longer has the ability to prove his claim. Victory belongs to Sir Yan Eugene. Bertel shouted urgently, no, I can still fight, let me personally send him to heaven. He yelled in a rage, Bertel. He looked down at his brother and advised, that's enough. The outcome is decided. Accept your guilt gracefully and repent in prison. He snapped irritably, shut up, what crime have I committed? Kamara pulled him back, Bertel. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted, Yan Eugene. Bertel lunged forward in a boiling rage, if only you didn't exist. You should never have appeared in my life, then I wouldn't have to suffer like this. A second later, a brilliant slash swept past his face. Suddenly, Eugene looked down at Bertel in confusion, wondering what? Why isn't my body listening to me? His legs were still standing firm, but Bertel had collapsed onto his own armor. His brother stared wide-eyed, listening as he said, you should have taken the final chance your brother gave you. Eugene withdrew his sword with a long trail of blood and called his name. Bertel Tian. The people standing around could only watch in silence. Once finished, he turned and left, leaving behind an incredibly tense atmosphere. Kamara's face darkened as he let Eugene and his people leave, thinking to himself, my foolish little brother. The scene shifted to a harbor where seagulls soared high in the sky. Eugene walked along the corridor as a voice echoed in his ear, don't you have any regrets? He asked indifferently, what's there to regret? Miriam, flying ahead, replied, well, the very first demon soldier you created, was he really just meant to take the fall and then be tossed aside? Eugene thought back to that moment and said, it was nothing. Something so weak that it couldn't even handle becoming my demon soldier would only end up exposing my vampire identity if I kept it around. It served its purpose well enough as a decoy for the duel. Did you think I'd show mercy to someone who dared to bare their fangs at me? Hearing this, Miriam marveled, spoken like a true vampire, cold and heartless. But hey, shouldn't a vampire have a whole swarm of slaves? Slaves are a vampire's symbol of power, you know, he answered bluntly, I don't need them. It let out a sigh, you really don't understand anything about the bloodlines. Eugene reached for the doorknob, thinking to himself, creating demon soldiers out of weaklings just creates a mess that's a pain to clean up later. If I had to choose someone who actually fits my taste. Just as he opened the door, a frantic voice called out, Sir Galfredic. He watched them talk to each other in a daze. Yeah, I heard things are a total mess over there, but when exactly did he go in? It's already been 2 weeks. Billmore suddenly turned around and called out, Sir. Fricella also froze for a few seconds. He quickly ran over to greet him. Greetings, sir. I heard you successfully cleared another dungeon this time. He nodded. Yeah, I'm glad to see you again too. So did something happen to Sir Galfredic? Fricella remained lost in thought for a moment, not quite knowing how to bring it up. Then she recounted. Actually, 2 weeks ago, Sir Galfredic took part in clearing the labyrinth in Earl Evergrow's territory. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves rang out, but then he vanished inside all alone. Despite searching all the way to the intermediate monster zone, no trace of him was found. Perhaps. He frowned tensely as he reflected on her words. He's trapped in the high-level monster zone. Just like that, he galloped his horse straight ahead through the desolate forest. The door was flung open, and someone stepped in from the outside. On the floor above, a figure stood there and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Yan Eugene. Your reputation precedes you. You're much younger and more handsome than I imagined." Eugene gave him a formal bow. "A pleasure to meet you." Young Master Jevon, seeing such a warm welcome, he suddenly cut him off. Right, we need to discuss this in more detail." Jevon Evergrow, the eldest son of the Evergrow family, invited him inside. They both went into the room and sat down. He spoke first. "It seems Sir Galfredic was a bit too ambitious. If this dungeon clear had been a success, we intended to grant him a formal title, but we never expected him to enter the upper floors on his own." Eugene tilted his head in confusion and asked, "On his own? What do you mean by that?" He maintained his composure as he replied, "That's right. Unfortunately, that upper floor is a place the Evergrow family hasn't been able to touch for over 100 years. That place is known as the Dungeon Lord's domain." He was a bit surprised by what was said. The Dungeon Lord. Rujate, sitting to one side, spoke up lazily. "It's a being that doesn't just live there but rules over the entire dungeon." He rested his chin on his hand and smirked. Sir Galfredic was so desperate for glory that he recklessly caused trouble for a lot of people. He stood up and walked toward the two of them. Let me introduce you. This is the knight guarding our territory, Sir Rujates." At the time, he was commanding the army alongside Sir Galfredic to clear the dungeon. Rujates finally gave his greetings. "Glad to meet you. I heard the news that you beat Galfredic in a match. You know what? We actually have an interesting commonality. I'm the Evergrow tournament champion, meaning I've also beaten Galfredic in a fight, so we both share that in common. Beating Galfredic is pretty fun, isn't it?" Eugene, whose expression was the polar opposite of his cheerfulness, replied, "Does that even matter right now?" To cool down the atmosphere, Jevon quickly stepped forward. I just mean Galfredic was a talented individual whose loss we regret. Regarding this incident, I sincerely offer my apologies to Mr. Eugene." He pointed toward him and asked with a hesitant voice, "I heard that between Mr. Eugene and Galfredic there was a very deep friendship, wasn't there?" An image of Galfredic winking and speaking flashed in his mind. "Sir Eugene and I are soulmates," he replied dejectedly and thought to himself, Yeah, you could say that little rascal." Jevon sat in the chair opposite Eugene. "Since you're close friends, Mr. Eugene must have been a huge help, right? Now listen closely. For the past 100 years, our family has tried to conquer the upper floors many times, but the result has always been everyone going missing. Therefore, we have a rule. If someone isn't found within a month, the search stops and they are declared dead. Understand, Sir Galfredic has been missing for 3 weeks. If he isn't found within the next week." Hearing his final words, he froze, his eyes widening. "Then it'll be considered hopeless." Feeling the urgency, Eugene abruptly stood up. "Then I'll take my leave and head out right now." Seeing this, Jevon quickly raised a hand to stop him. "Wait a moment. I understand you're anxious, but the dungeon isn't a place you can just walk in and out of whenever you want." He held up 3 fingers as a declaration. 3 days. In 3 days, Sir Rujates and I will prepare an elite unit." He turned around and listened silently as Jevon said, "In the meantime, you should rest and recover your strength." Eugene's face darkened as he spoke. "Thank you." He continued, adding one more thing. "We just hired a mage. I'll send that person to assist you. They're quite useful." Miriam appeared, rubbing its chin as it asked, "A mage outside?" It immediately complained to Eugene, that pointy-head guy is seriously useless." Miriam's angry shouting caught his attention. He might look scrawny, but his strength was nothing to scoff at. "Do you believe those words?" I really want to dump a bucket of water down his nose to wake him up. Eugene didn't reply but looked down and thought, "There's more than just 1 or 2 suspicious points. Before I parted ways with Galfredic," he said. Images from the past suddenly flashed by. "I'm going to be granted a title by Earl Evergrow thanks to my achievements this time. Why don't you come with me and enjoy those great benefits?" Back in the present, he focused his thoughts. He was promised a title, which is why he worked so hard back then to clear the monsters in the dungeon. Why did they suddenly change their tune like that? Besides, as far as I know, he isn't the type of person to act recklessly out of a momentary urge to hunt monsters. A citizen suddenly screamed, "Hey, over there, look over there." Eugene didn't hear it, still lost in his thoughts. No matter how much of a hurry he was in, he would have prepared an elite team and advanced safely. The citizen continued shouting a name that snapped him back to reality. "The Messiah is coming." Before his eyes was an old man standing on a podium. "On the day the red shadow covers the moon, the goddess of victory will descend in rage to destroy this world." The citizens pushed and shoved each other in a panic, and one bumped into him. "Eugene, the disaster has already begun. The earthquakes near the dungeon are causing the forest animals to die in droves. Just recently, even a talented knight went missing in that dungeon." Miriam pointed ahead inquisitively. "Wait, isn't he talking about the pointy-head guy?" The old man on the podium shouted at the top of his lungs. "Pour the blood of young bulls before the gates and offer the remaining meat as a sacrifice. Only then will the Messiah descend to save this blood-soaked land." The crowd below erupted in chatter again. "Oh my God, what are we going to do? What the hell is this? Some kind of heretic cult?" It also asked Eugene in a bit of shock, "What kind of crazy language is that?" He spoke with a grim face. "The atmosphere in this village isn't normal at all." A young man walked up to pass a flyer to Eugene while shouting loudly, "The gods are angry, so place your faith in me right now." He took the paper and tried to read it. "The animals dying from earthquakes near the dungeon. Is it because part of the dungeon collapsed and monsters are crawling out from there? If that's the case, then why did Galfredic?" Eugene hurried to turn around. "Miriam, we have to get to the dungeon immediately." Seeing this, it asked in confusion, "Huh, why master?" Someone stepped up from behind and overheard the conversation, their mouth curling into a smile. 3 days is still too long, we'll go find him ourselves first. Oh, okay, let's go wipe them all out. That person walked past, a grin stretching nearly from ear to ear. Oh, I didn't expect to run into a vampire here. Eugene, feeling like his secret had been exposed, whipped his head around to look. The person, whose face was half covered by a hood, continued. I heard the vampires on this continent were nearly wiped out by the paladins, didn't I? Upon hearing the next sentence, his entire body stiffened as if frozen solid. And yet you dare to walk around so boldly in broad daylight. Eugene quickly grabbed the person by the collar. He then dragged her into a secluded corner. The citizens were still spreading rumors. The Messiah is coming, believe in me from now on. He slammed the person hard against the wall, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Eugene's eyes glowed red in the darkness, his voice sharp. Spit it out, who are you and how did you recognize me? If you don't answer quickly, I'll break your neck. Being lifted off the ground, she struggled. Wait, hold on, you have to let go for me to speak. Her face was drenched in sweat as she said with difficulty, I am. As soon as he heard the answer, the murderous look in his eyes faded slightly. A Pigrimja. Miriam sat with its arms crossed, head tilted slightly to the side. Pigrimja sounds familiar. It suddenly gasped and let out a loud shout. Miriam quickly flew over and reached out a hand. Master, stop, killing her now will ruin everything. It screamed loudly in a hurry, making Eugene tilt his head to look. She was a mage. Miriam waved its hands around and shouted. The Pigrimja sect is a lineage of mages who have served vampires for generations. He turned his face toward it, his hand unconsciously squeezing tighter. Served who? After a piercing scream, she fainted. Seeing this, it stayed silent for a moment before saying, she's passed out. The scene shifted, she was sitting inside the room, clutching her throat and coughing violently as she yelled. Why do you attack first and then ask questions? Who would dare to answer like this? Eugene looked away to avoid her gaze. Oh, I'm sorry. Miriam jumped up in anger. She sure has a sharp tongue. She put a hand to her mouth and coughed. HMPH, let me introduce myself. I am Cyranoa Romari, a member of the Pigrimja sect specializing in serving vampires. Our sect has the ability to identify vampires instantly. It is an honor to meet one of the Night Kin such as yourself. I was also looking for Mr. Eugene at the request of young Master Jevin. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so the mage Jevin mentioned was her. Cyranoa Romari stammered as she asked, according to the young master, you and Galfredic have a very close friendship, is that correct? Eugene could only remain silent in response. That guy's mouth, when I find him, I'm going to shut him up for good. She lowered her head slightly and glanced to the side. I was also part of the Dungeon Clear army back then when he disappeared. Both Miriam and Eugene were stunned, then he spoke up. Can you give me the details of the situation at that time? Cyranoa Romari bowed her head, her eyes downcast as she replied, yes. At that time I needed items from the monsters. I volunteered to join Earl Evergrow's campaign. The Evergrow dungeon is famous for being treacherous, but since it's been explored for 100 years, every floor has been fully mapped except for the upper floors. So everyone moved in quite comfortably. Of course, there were still casualties. While we were heading deeper, the ground suddenly cracked. The soldiers shouted, wait, stop, there's an earthquake. Suddenly there was a loud explosion and the entire dungeon shook. Finally, the ground beneath my feet gave way, just as I was about to fall. A hand reached out and grabbed Cyranoa Romari's arm. It was Sir Galfredic who was guarding the rear. He saved me and fell into the abyss in my place. Thanks to that, I was lucky enough to escape and wake up. The soldiers started complaining. Who dares to open such a dangerous door? Everyone believed that Sir Galfredic had opened the gate to the upper floor, which caused the earthquake. Sir Galfredic saved my life, so I felt I had to at least inform Mr. Eugene. Eugene is also his best friend after all. I just didn't expect you to be a vampire. He raised his head slightly and thought, what Jevin said is far from the truth. Eugene looked away. Did Jevin lie to me or did someone pass on the wrong information? Cyranoa Romari suddenly spoke again, but at that time I saw something. In the depths of the abyss where Sir Galfredic fell, there was a drawing of a giant eye. Eugene found it strange and asked, an eye? She quickly replied, yes, Mr. Eugene. Do you still have that paper those cultists were handing out? His face turned grim as he remembered the eye on the flyer. The drawing on it was identical to what I saw. Down inside a cave, a group of people were shouting loudly, worship him, adore him, the Messiah is about to descend. Offer your flesh and blood and all your sincere devotion to welcome him. He will lead us to salvation. A cultist covered in a hooded cloak revealed a sinister and cruel smile. He is about to awaken. The people busily reported. The food supply is complete. The mercenaries and knights have all gathered. The voices grew louder. We can deploy the army right now. Mr. Eugene, what do you think? Are you excited to face the dungeon? The mocking became more frequent. I just hope we don't have to carry anyone's corpse back. Yeah, he isn't the type of person to kick the bucket easily. He laughed loudly as if satisfied. Sir Galfredic really is trusted, isn't he? Eugene watched silently, thinking to himself, even though I want to enter the labyrinth sooner. Since I know Galfredic's disappearance wasn't a normal accident, I need to keep a close eye on this guy's movements. You've waited for me for 3 weeks. Surely you can wait another 3 days, right, Galfredic? At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared and approached. Greetings, Mr. Eugene. Eugene, we are the paladins from the Evergrow Sanctuary. It is an honor to accompany a knight of true faith like yourself. We are deeply moved by your determination to risk your life for others. In the name of God, let us fight together, Mr. Eugene. Miriam teased, a vampire with true faith. Meanwhile, Eugene was stunned. Yeah, I'll do my best. Who would have thought his teammate standing nearby would burst out laughing? Paladins are usually those who only follow God's orders. It's rare to see them pay attention to a knight. Mr. Eugene, you could even switch to being a holy knight later on. His face darkened, a vampire holy knight. Rujit smirked with an unfriendly vibe, hiding something mysterious deep down. Eugene glared at him silently with glowing red eyes. The doors swung wide open as if welcoming everyone. Eugene spoke up, Podek, come here, let's talk for a bit. He replied, yes sir. Warnings rang out all around. Everyone take a break here, but don't get careless. Just get some water and return to your positions immediately. Miriam was still looking around with sparkling eyes. Master, this place is magical. Eugene observed and thought, it really is completely different from the dungeons I've seen before. This place was artificially created, so it has the minimum survival conditions for life, and the monsters are distributed moderately. If the worst-case scenario happens, one could even hide in this labyrinth and survive day by day. Then Rujit spoke loudly. This really is the ideal place for evil scum to hide, don't you think, don't you agree? As expected of outstanding talent, not a single person died on the way here. Eugene asked, how much further to where Sir Galfredic went missing? He laughed mockingly, don't be so impatient, you said you trusted Galfredic, didn't you? Eugene countered Rujits with a sharp gaze, as if stabbing him straight in the throat. Rujits continued arrogantly, but right now the person you should trust most is me. Didn't I tell you, we Evergrows know every trap in this labyrinth? He asked curiously, then why does someone die every time you go in? He chuckled, that's a small matter. You could consider them as sacrifices to ensure a safe return. Eugene seemed horrified upon hearing this shocking news. As they entered the labyrinth, the groups of paladins from the sanctuary were busy observing the surrounding terrain. At that moment, the ground began to show unusual signs, and he spoke, earthquake. Rujits shouted a warning, everyone watch out, the labyrinth structure is changing. Eugene gave him a murderous look and he raised his voice. This is it. Rujits pointed toward where the wall was collapsing. The wall area is constantly shifting. He quickly began rambling about his long-term plan and the shortcut to the upper floor. Amidst the chaotic space, there was a loud shout. Mr. Eugene, the earthquake. Rujit stood in the center of the earthen cave with an arrogant aura, looking as if he feared absolutely nothing. He looked up at him in shock, his voice laced with curiosity. What do you mean, a shortcut? A wide, wicked grin spread across his face just as the seismic tremors began to seal the exit. It means right before the door closes. Rujits announced, pointing toward the spot where Lord Eugene was standing. And just like that, the rotating mechanism of the system began to emit a series of gruesome, echoing sound. At that moment, Eugene was surrounded by a sudden onslaught of cyclones that made the very air around him feel thick and suffocating. Someone wondered aloud, wait, this is... He frowned, his mind racing. This definitely isn't a natural earthquake. I've fallen into a trap that guy discovered beforehand. But what in the world is he actually aiming for? Cyranoa Ramari screamed in a panic. My lord, over there. It seemed she had witnessed something that caused her eyes to widen in pure shock. Eugene stared stunned at the bloody body bound to a wooden beam. Galfredic immediately flew into a rage, launching himself through the air toward Galfredic. Eugene's heart ached at the sight of the pale, battered body on the beam, and he quickly reached out to check the nose for any sign of breath. His red eyes narrowing, he's still alive. We just need to get him medical treatment in time. Miriam whispered, Master, there's something very strange about this place. I've felt something unusual coming from deep down there for a while now. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew in from nowhere, knocking them off balance. Cyranoa Ramari looked up in surprise. Where is this wind even coming from? A sphere of murky red energy appeared in the vast open air, glowing brightly, its luminous eyes standing out vividly amidst the chaotic space. Right then, the dragon spat out a disgusting blast of blood-red energy, filling the surrounding area with a pungent stench. Its tail thrashed violently against the ground, causing the entire battlefield to shake. The two of them stood there, witnessing the creature's full, unleashed fury. She screamed, her face turning pale, that's a Minotaurus. Eugene urged Cyranoa Ramari to protect Galfredic. Its massive strength easily sent chunks of earth and rock flying into the sky. He charged forward at a terrifying speed, his feet making a piercing grinding sound against the ground. He successfully dodged its attack with a display of raw, brutal speed. Eugene's sharp eyes keenly observed the Minotaurus's every movement and stance. Driven to madness, it exhaled a horrifying blast of fire energy, forcing him to slide backward. Eugene's entire body was thrown into the air. He let out a soft groan of pain, and even Cyranoa Ramari was swept up into the air by the chaotic turbulence it created. The Minotaurus drew a greatsword that pulsed with glowing fuel. Its massive frame combined with the way it gripped the sword radiated pure, aggressive brutality. Now clinging desperately to the wall, Eugene shouted, Wait, what are you planning to do? Its glowing, murky red eyes seemed to lock right onto him. With a single strike, the Minotaurus slammed its sword into the ground, making the earth tremble. To their shock, the wooden beam holding Galfredic's body was also shattered to pieces. Witnessing the scene right in front of him, Eugene frowned and grit his teeth in anger. Eugene gathered all his strength against the wall to launch himself forward with an explosive burst. He reached his hand out toward Galfredic, as if trying to catch hold of him. His eyes showed a fierce determination, wanting to end this quickly. However, an energy barrier suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. His face contorted as he yelled, What do you think you're doing? Cyranoa Ramari explained softly, Lord Eugene, that is a Minotaurus, one of the highest-ranking elite monsters. She spoke the blunt truth, even a vampire would be finished. In that instant, Eugene bared his fangs and claws, his eyes filled with a murderous, godlike rage. He aimed his sword directly at her face, before suddenly sheathing it. "You are truly insolent, Cyrano Aramari." She replied tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Lord Eugene, but I couldn't just stand by and watch a vampire rush to his death. The win rate for a head-on fight against a Minotaurus like this is just too low. If you really want to save Lord Galfredic, you need to keep a cooler head. But still, why is a Minotaurus appearing right from the start? Is this labyrinth really that large? I thought there were only Cyclopes here." While they were discussing this, the door behind them slowly began to creak open. Light shone directly on them, accompanied by his provocative voice. Well, I didn't expect that mage to be capable of earth magic. You survived thanks to Galfredic. I thought you were just some eccentric mage who could only create illusions." His eyes were sharp and his mouth curled into a taunting smirk. Rujates laughed loudly. "Oh boy, I never expected that mage to be able to use earth magic. Honestly, you don't actually want to save Galfredic, do you?" Cyrano Aramari interjected. "It was because everything happened so fast back then." Suddenly, Eugene's muscular hand grabbed Rujates by the collar. "So it was you all along." His gaze was piercing, the one who turned Galfredic into such a pathetic mess. He chuckled, "Oh please, I just saw how much you missed your friend Lord Eugene, so I simply helped the two of you reunite. You're quite rude, unlike the rest of that mediocre crowd. Lord Eugene." Rujet slowly reached for Eugene's trembling arm, but suddenly, Eugene's eyes locked onto something else to the side, and he quickly yanked his hand away from Rujet's grip. Cyrano Aramari's eyes widened in shock as she cried out, "That's," Eugene continued, "that power just now. The back of Rujet's hand is glowing purple. Isn't that yours?" Cyrano Aramari added, "That pattern is clearly power transfer magic. It was originally used to transfer energy between humans, but it was strictly banned once people started trying to transfer the power of non-human creatures." Rujates interrupted, "Forbidden magic, that's just a cowardly play on words by the masses. They just want to monopolize power for themselves. Do you still not get it? We are the chosen ones. When despair floods the world, we will survive through the will of the gods." Rujates' expression stiffened as he cut him off. "I see. So you borrowed someone else's power to defeat Galfredic, and then acted like it was your own ability in front of me. Fine, let me teach you your place first." Suddenly, a brilliant red aura of power erupted from his entire body. Two massive surges of energy collided with one another. Cyrano Aramari thought to herself, "This energy is terrifying. How can an ordinary vampire emit something like this?" Rujates maintained an incredibly confident attitude, well hiding one's true strength. He said as his elbow quickly struck Eugene, "Isn't necessarily a bad thing." Rujates slammed his hand directly against his chest. The mark on the back of Rujates' hand glowed. "But unfortunately for you, I have no intention of backing down." Both Eugene and Cyrano Aramari were now hovering in midair. He continued to shout, "I told you I've already mastered every trap in this labyrinth." Rujates' eyes glowed as he smirked, "Now sink into the darkness." Eugene suddenly grimaced and let out a loud cry in the face of the danger ahead. Cyrano Aramari noted, a powerful magic circle has appeared beneath her feet. Eugene's body quickly shifted direction, flying up toward Rujates. His eyes were sharp, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He showed absolutely no sign of fear, and his sharp blade quickly grazed Rujates' cheek. His gaze slowly moved down to the streak of blood on his cheek, but in a split second the blade shattered in half. He thought to himself, "I've heard you were strong, but that just now far exceeded my expectations. In a head-on fight, I wouldn't be sure of the outcome. Keeping Galfredic as bait instead of killing him was definitely the right call." Finally, the last sacrifice is about to be offered. As the magic circles began to break apart, "I'm sorry, Lord Eugene, I can't draw the magic circle anymore." Cyrano Aramari asked hurriedly, "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Her face was filled with pure panic given the current situation. Cyrano Aramari quickly tried to escape. "What kind of mess is this? I should have just pretended I didn't know anything. Why did I get involved only for things to end up like this?" Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and looked forward, seeing a shadowed face carrying Galfredic in his arms. He spoke up, "Hey, can you save him?" Cyrano Aramari stammered. Healing magic isn't exactly my specialty." Eugene's voice was cold. "That is not the answer I want to hear." She was too terrified to even respond to him. Suddenly, a glowing red vortex appeared below. I'll do my best." Miriam hurriedly called out, Master, I've checked everywhere. There's absolutely no way out." Eugene said sternly, "There isn't a single wall that can be broken." It added, "Yeah, this place is like an isolated boss room at the very end of the labyrinth." Miriam sounded solemn. "Master, there is something I need to report. Even though this place is overflowing with water energy, as a water spirit, I can't control anything here at all." Its eyes shifted forward, "Especially that pool of water over there." Eugene paused, his face tensed as he carefully observed his surroundings. Those glowing eyes on the walls. Are these eyes what Cyrano Aramari saw underground? He asked Miriam, "Why can't you control this?" It replied, "In principle, you can only control the blood of the dead. This means the owner of this blood is still alive." Suddenly, a dangerous presence emerged from beneath the water, as a pitch-black monster attempted to pull itself up from below. Eugene stood his ground without a hint of fear, watching the monster rise. Cyrano Aramari, who was busy channeling energy into Galfredic, was equally stunned. Eugene shouted, "Miriam, find any way you can to create an opening so we can escape." It took the order, yes, master. Standing before him was an absolutely massive demon king. His gaze darkened as he turned back to look at Galfredic, who was still unable to move. Eugene's eyes suddenly shifted. I have to neutralize that guy first. Cutting off his train of thought, he quickly lunged forward. The Demon King's massive hand also began to rise. Facing the absolute chaos before him, he showed no mercy, gritting his teeth as he leaped high into the air, his body moving across the glowing red water. Right now, his blade swiftly struck out at the Demon King's body. Suddenly, Eugene froze as he saw his blade shatter into pieces. The Demon King then began to open its massive maw, a light glowing from within. Its arm swung out, directly sending Eugene flying. Streaks of blood began to mix into the glowing red water. Eugene suddenly paused and looked back behind him. With a sharp look in his eyes, he grit his teeth and used his momentum to spring high into the air. Eugene's body seemed to harmonize with the water, moving with expert skill as he continuously changed directions. The massive Demon King continued its relentless, merciless assault. Eugene looked down at his blade. A normal blade can't even leave a scratch. When suddenly, a surge of power slowly began to emanate from within his armor. Red streaks began to slowly envelop the blade. Eugene's face was shadowed in a determined stance. I'll have to make do with this for now. He continued to glare intensely at the Demon King, his feet quickly springing away from his position. With a dark expression and sharp eyes scanning the area, he moved fluidly, shifting his angle of attack. Suddenly, his body seized up in a significant amount of pain. The Demon King before him remained a threat that seemed nearly impossible to defeat. It continued to attack Eugene without a moment's hesitation. His body was sent crashing into the stone wall, as a purple aura of power began to wrap around the Demon King's entire body. Cyranoa Ramari, still focused on channeling energy to Galfredic, looked up. With a terrified face, she stammered out, "Hey Lord Galfredic, wake up. Your friend is in danger." Eugene struggled to get back on his feet. What Cyranoa Ramari said was true. With blood on his face, he muttered, "This high-level monster is unusually strong." Its eyes glowed with fury as it stared him down. And suddenly, the Demon King reached out its massive arm to do something. His gaze froze at the Demon King's actions. Its eyes were still glowing, making it impossible to predict what would happen next. A flaming arrow amidst the crimson haze was hurtling toward them at an incredibly high speed. Eugene threw his entire body in front of Cyranoa Ramari to take the hit. She stared in shock at what was unfolding, gasping, "Lord Eugene." His face darkened as he struggled to look up, gasping for breath incessantly. Eugene's body trembled helplessly as he muttered, "This familiar feeling, it's haunted me for decades." That massive palm continued its assault. It was clear as day. Eugene looked up, his eyes showing no hint of fear. But why? Why does it hurt so much more this time than it did back then? His entire body was being submerged in the water. The streaks of blood on his face continued to flow downward with no sign of stopping. Before him stood a terrified Cyranoa Ramari and an unconscious Galfredic. Why hasn't Galfredic shown any sign of waking up yet? Suddenly, his eyes began to slowly flicker open. Galfredic's eyes widened in surprise as he looked toward Eugene. Ramari's gaze couldn't hide the absolute horror she felt. Right in front of him, Eugene collapsed into a pool of blood. "I warned you, Lord Eugene." His body had been pierced through by the power of that ancient monster. Ramari was filled with dread. Even for a vampire, there was no way to win against a thing like this. He was in despair, there was no way out anymore. The monster before them kept its maw wide open, gathering power in its throat. Was this really how it was going to end? Ramari squeezed his eyes shut as the tears he'd been holding back finally fell. "I'm sorry, master, your talentless disciple is going on ahead." But then a sudden voice called out, "Lord Eugene." He looked down in shock as Galfredic, who had woken up unnoticed, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breathing was labored as he cursed, "Damn it. In the end, you got dragged into this because of me." Ramari urged him, "Hey, we're next, we have to run." But Galfredic struggled to sit up and refused, "I can't." He gnashed his teeth in self-reproach. "That bastard Lujits, he used me as bait to lure Lord Eugene. His target was Lord Eugene from the very start. I'm the one who held him back, all because I kept bragging about being his best friend." At that, Galfredic coughed again, "It's all because I'm too weak." In this moment, he recalled everything that had happened. Their relationship could have ended as just a brief encounter. But back then, the moment Eugene stood in front of Galfredic, his strength and resilient heart had completely captivated him. Because of that, he had silently resolved that he didn't want to let this bond go, and wanted to become someone strong enough to stand by his side. Right then, as the monster raised a hand charged with a bolt of power, Galfredic became eerily calm. "Forget it. It's all over anyway." Ramari panicked, "Hey, wait, Lord Galfredic." But before he could say another word, Galfredic grabbed him and threw him backward. "Please forgive me, Lord Eugene." A rain of sharp spikes fired out, while Eugene remained motionless and unresponsive. As they closed in on Galfredic, he managed a smile. "If there's a next life, I'll be the knight who serves you then, my friend." In that split second, Eugene's eyes snapped open, his bloodshot pupils reflecting the final image of Galfredic. His eyes were wide, staring and lifeless, fixed on the scene before him as his whole body went numb. Galfredic's death acted like a trigger. Eugene ground his jaw shut as his fangs instantly grew long, sharp, and cold. A terrifying surge of power exploded from his body, sweeping everything nearby away. The sheer pressure made Ramari swallow hard in fear. Eugene slowly forced himself up. His hand reached out and effortlessly crushed the spikes that had impaled him. Blood flowed out but was quickly swallowed by the roiling power. as dark red energy wrapped around his body like a suit of living armor. Eugene's pupils were completely consumed by crimson. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and shot toward the monster at a terrifying speed, swinging his arm in a decisive strike. One of its massive arms was instantly severed from its body. A hint of shock flickered in the monster's eyes. After a few fundamental strikes, Eugene landed on a stone pillar. At the base of the pillar, blood swirled violently like a crimson tide. Eugene's entire being seemed completely transformed. His eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, as a sense of madness took over his body. Romary was horrified. What is this? Lord Eugene's body is changing. The monster then raised its axe high with its remaining hand. But Eugene didn't flinch. He charged straight ahead, his gaze frighteningly cold. Romary couldn't believe it. The pool of blood is moving with Lord Eugene. He really is nothing like a normal vampire. He let out a soft chuckle. Master, I think I've just witnessed a moment of history. Eugene reached out as blood and energy fused together, gathering in his palm into a terrifying sphere of pressure. He struck the monster with a dark red force compressed into a point, tearing through its body and piercing straight from front to back. The eye on its body snapped wide open after the blow. The blood beneath their feet began to fluctuate strangely, and Romary quickly realized the pool was suddenly being drained. Streams of dark red blood began to fly back toward the monster, wrapping around its form. He slowly approached to observe. Even for a high-level monster, that regeneration is too fast. It's as if it's receiving actual healing magic. Romary's eyes widened. Once that eye opened and the blood was absorbed, the fatal wound healed in an instant. Watching it reconstruct itself, he suddenly speculated, is this labyrinth using blood as raw material to treat the monster? Contrary to Romary's fear, Eugene lunged forward without a moment's hesitation. He spun in midair and kicked the eye growing on the monster's body, causing red fluid to gush out immediately. He gasped in surprise, is blood coming out of its eye? After that single strike, Eugene landed to build up momentum. A moment later, he launched himself again, crushing the eye that had just barely begun to retract. Without stopping there, Eugene continued to circle the monster's body, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire attacks to deny it any chance of recovery. During the assault, he also realized that the master of this labyrinth was definitely not a Minotaurus. The environment of the labyrinth was designed for humans to survive long-term. The hundreds of missing people had clearly all been swallowed by this place. Eugene could practically confirm that this entire labyrinth was, in fact, the god they sacrificed to and worshipped. As the monster struggled, the sound of prayers echoed from somewhere. The god was enraged and sought to destroy this land. Only a savior could stop it. The people clasped their hands and prostrated themselves in prayer. Eugene attacked with a frantic, relentless intensity, showing absolutely no mercy. The doors were slowly closing. "Oh Savior, please come, please show mercy and bring rain to this land." Lugates chuckled wickedly. "Yes, oh God, go even more insane and lose control. I woke you up, now it's your turn to hear my prayers." After the series of attacks, the blood on the ground was almost gone, leaving Romary stunned. The pool of blood has been sucked completely dry. The iron sphere in the air suddenly shifted, emitting purple light and constant flashes of lightning. An eye suddenly appeared in the center, and with it, the smaller eyes surrounding the sphere also began to glow. Long wings suddenly sprouted from the monster's back. Right on its chest, another pair of giant eyes began to open. A surge of eerie, roiling power radiated from the monster's body, making the surrounding air feel heavy. It flapped its wings powerfully, its massive frame instantly soaring upward, causing Romary to shout, "Wait, where do you think you're going?" But the monster didn't hesitate for a second. It shot straight up, passing through the sphere and piercing the roof of the labyrinth to escape outside. Romary turned pale, a high-level monster escaping its dungeon. I've never heard of such a thing, what do we do now? He suddenly remembered there was a civilian village right nearby. Miriam flew over joyfully, "Eugene, I found the exit." But when it looked up, its eyes went wide and its jaw dropped. "Wow, what is this? It's been completely destroyed." Rocks continued to tumble down and Miriam dodged them in a panic. "It's collapsing." It hurried to warn him, "Eugene, we have to get out of here." However, as it got closer, Miriam was silenced by the power radiating from him. He was currently standing frozen. Before Eugene, Galfredic's body still stood there, impaled by the sharp spikes. Miriam called out softly, "Eugene," but he didn't respond. A second later, he slowly approached the body. Romary watched, wondering if a vampire could actually feel grief over the death of a mere human. Eugene's eyes remained fixed on the person in front of him. He raised his hand to touch the blood still lingering on Galfredic's face. Romary still couldn't believe what he was seeing, posing as a knight and hiding his identity. I've never seen a vampire build a relationship with a human before, especially someone possessing such noble blood. Then a shocking sight occurred as Eugene tilted his head slightly, opening his mouth to reveal sharp fangs and leaning toward Galfredic's neck. He didn't hesitate and bit down hard, his movements decisive and precise. A ferocious monster soared high into the air. Immediately afterward, it quickly landed on both feet. It instantly emitted a brilliant, blinding spark of fire. A pair of savage red eyes opened on the lower chest of the monster. A deep crimson moon hung in the sky, while everyone below continued their lives as if nothing had changed. A voice rang out asking, "Jan Eugene, have you ever heard of a progenitor vampire?" Cyrano then explained, "The progenitor bloodline consists of the noble royalty and holds the highest rank within the vampire race. I didn't recognize it when we first met, but seeing Lord Jan Eugene after awakening like this, I finally understand. Lord Jan Eugene is an existence carrying the blood of a progenitor." He looked grave and hesitant, adding, "And there is one more thing I want to say." Cyrano stared intently at Eugene and said, A progenitor vampire can save the lives of those who have just died and turn them into subordinates. He turned to look at Galfredic, who was bowing his head, and heard Cyrano ask, "You already know how to create a subordinate, don't you?" Eugene didn't answer but thought to himself, "Of course I know, bite the opponent's neck, and transfer my blood into them through my fangs. However, if I do that." Shortly after, he spoke up in response, "I tried to create one once before, but because his spirit couldn't endure it, I could only use him as a disposable tool." Cyrano added, "With ordinary people that is indeed the case." He continued confidently, "But if it's Sir Galfredic, it might be different. This is something I heard from my master." Cyrano visualized Eugene's image, explaining that if someone with an exceptionally strong spirit receives the blood of a progenitor vampire, their sense of self won't collapse and they can even retain the abilities they had as a human. "I think this is well worth a try." He turned to look at Galfredic and said worriedly, "The problem is that since he is such a prideful knight, he might view this forced vampire life as a disgrace. If so, there's a high chance he will attack us." Eugene stood silently staring at Galfredic, ignoring Cyrano's words. "What do you think, Lord Jan Eugene?" Galfredic was seriously injured, his head hanging low as Eugene reflected. "I've never even revealed my true identity, so there's no way for me to know what this guy thinks about the existence of vampires." He suddenly remembered fond memories with Galfredic and fell silent. Then he turned his back to leave. Was there any other way? Eugene approached Galfredic and opened his mouth, preparing to bite his neck, thinking, the only way is to ask him directly. Instantly, both of them were enveloped in a bright red glow. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes widened in surprise as if he had discovered something. His fangs had sunk deep into Galfredic's neck. "What is this? The blood transfer speed is too fast. I can't pull my fangs out." Eugene stared in worry. The ritual of succession was beginning. His body was contracting violently. A subordinate is the property of the monarch. Under the blood right, the subordinate's soul belongs to the monarch, and all of the subordinate's power also belongs to the monarch. Only then is the succession officially complete. From a distance, Eugene and Galfredic were both glowing. Suddenly he looked up, and several streams of light from his body began to shine brightly at the same time. A powerful beam of light formed a circle and shot straight up into the sky. That light continued to illuminate the entire mountain range. On this side, everything was burning fiercely. People were running in chaos, shouting, "Get out of the way, hurry." Two men looked up in fear. "Isn't that Romary?" Everyone was terrified and quickly fled the area. "The dungeon is collapsing, run fast." A massive dragon suddenly appeared and began to slaughter the local people. The monster with the eye on its chest also appeared, reaching out its hands to snatch them up. Lugates observed from a distance and said, "The time has finally come." He laughed sinisterly. It was the moment to receive his reward for offering sacrifices to the dungeon. Lugates stood on high, casually watching everyone being destroyed. "The people here will never know that this is a play staged by me in the dungeon." He thought wickedly, "At the moment the village's despair reaches its peak due to the Minotaurus attack, I will appear and defeat the Minotaurus." A hand with a purple mark appeared, the price of the contract he gained after offering sacrifices to the dungeon. "By exploiting human nature, the more desperate they are, the more they need salvation. I will become everyone's savior." Thinking of the sight of the people kneeling and begging, Lugates laughed cruelly. "So die more and despair even more, because then I will be worshipped even more as a savior." At this time, ferocious monsters appeared in increasing numbers, slaughtering everything in their path. A young boy tripped and fell. His mother cried out in panic, "Yujugo." The kid lay in pain on the ground but still weakly called out, "Mommy." But a wolf from behind had spotted them and opened its mouth to swallow the choice prey. The mother and son just clung to each other in terror. Suddenly, a strike aimed at the monster sent it flying far away. Eugene flew in from nowhere, destroyed the wolf, and sat triumphantly upon its mouth. His claws quickly snatched directly at the wolf's maw. Then Eugene kicked the wolf's lower jaw with immense force. And just like that, he used his hands and feet to block its mouth wide open. The mother and son were speechless with surprise, because Eugene had appeared like a god to save them. Lugates was completely stunned. "Jan Eugene, why is that guy here?" He looked at Eugene casually taking down the wolf and thought, didn't the Minotaurus absorb Jan Eugene's blood and awaken already? Lugates was so shocked he covered his mouth to keep from shouting. "No, I definitely offered Jan Eugene as the final sacrifice, so he should definitely be dead. But how could he return and still be so unscathed? Did he awaken right at death's door?" Lugates narrowed his eyes, calculating. If that's true, then what exactly is his background? Eugene stood on the corpse of the wolf he had just defeated, casually looked up and said, "You have a pretty interesting expression there, Lugates. Does Duke Jevon know you caused this chaos?" He smiled slightly and said, "Well, it doesn't matter anymore, because I will make you pay for your sins right here." Suddenly, the tower was attacked and split in half unexpectedly. Lugates was dazed. "No way." Galfredic appeared at the same time and smiled. "Hey, weren't you just dying to see me?" Then he raised his clawed hand. "Now it's time for me to return the humiliation from the tournament. Are you ready to pay the price for daring to play me?" Galfredic emphasized, "You fake high priest, Lugates." A monster swept through everything with one hand. The crowd fled in panic, shouting, "Run fast." In the midst of the crisis, a figure appeared to face it. Eugene rushed forward, his hand condensing a powerful magical strike. He launched the attack straight at the monster without any hesitation. Those who were running suddenly stopped and shouted, "Wait, someone is fighting the monster." A knight in black armor with red eyes. After getting a good look at the figure, someone cheered, "Isn't that the knight Jan Eugene?" They couldn't help but cheer joyfully. "This time he's come to protect our village. We're saved. That knight is risking his life for us." A young man with hair covering his eyes suddenly expressed, "That's not it, everyone." He exclaimed, "That man is our savior." The young man asserted, "He is definitely the one sent by the heavens to save us. The rumors of the prophecy are true." At that moment, Eugene channeled all his strength into a decisive attack, aiming straight for the eye in the center of the monster's body. His hand snatched that eye in an instant, his 5 fingers tightening without hesitation. The flesh around the eye swelled abnormally as if pushed to its absolute limit. Finally, Eugene pierced straight through the monster's body, completely destroying its life. As if pushed to its absolute limit, finally, Eugene pierced straight through the monster's body. Amidst the sea of fire, blood from the monster's body erupted violently, splashing everywhere like a gruesome red rain. He stood silently amidst that scene, his red pupils glowing, his tall figure standing firm under the cheers and admiration of the witnessing villagers. On the other side, the monster was destroyed, and the mark on Lugates's hand gradually faded away. He collapsed in pain. The superstitious crowd was stunned at the sight. The god has been defeated. They turned and fled in terror. Disaster is about to strike, run fast. Lugates coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke with difficulty. My followers, I have inherited the power of the god. He stabbed his sword forward while screaming in refusal. I will become the god of the new era. Galfredik didn't hesitate and gripped the sword blade with just one hand. He applied a little pressure and the sword snapped in half. What the hell? Galfredik let go, the sword fragments falling. He glared at Lugates and mocked, where did that monster power go just now? He was so shocked he couldn't speak. This guy, was he always this strong? Right then, someone landed near the two of them. Galfredik glanced toward them and expressed, Master, please give the order. Eugene's lips moved as he gave the command, don't leave a single person. Kill them all for me. Lugates was finally panicking, dead, damn it. He hurriedly fled, but Galfredik was chasing him very closely. Lugates still couldn't believe what had happened. It can't be, this can't be happening. The destination was clearly right in front of my eyes. Galfredik very quickly blocked his escape route. He cracked his knuckles, a questioning smile on his face. Where are you going in such a hurry, Lord Lugates? You have to pay the price for daring to prank me. Lugates gave a forced laugh. Ha ha ha, as expected from Jan Eugene to you, none of you are human. In the village engulfed in flames, a desperate scream rang out, you damn monsters. Finally, the nightmare of the night ended, and Lugates's crimes spread throughout the Evergrow territory. The village was heavily ruined after the battle, but the sea of fire had been extinguished. The next day, amidst the cheers of the residents, Jan became the hero who saved the territory. Fresh flowers were scattered along the paths he walked. Galfredik couldn't contain his joy, but to Jan, those things didn't matter. He looked toward him. As long as Galfredik returned alive, that alone was more than enough for him. In the room, brilliant sunlight shone through the window frame. Miriam held Galfredik's head and sobbed loudly. You onion-rooted head, do you know how much I was worried those orcs would grill you into sausages. He pointed at it confused. Wait, what is this? Who are you to dare? Eugene acted surprised. Oh, you're just seeing it now. He casually said, that's just something following me. Miriam was furious hearing that. Is that all you have to say to introduce me? Lord Jan, that's just too much. Then it flew up a bit and introduced itself solemnly. This lady isn't just something. I'm the great water spirit Miriam. Cyrano exclaimed. Wow, it's a bit blurry, but I see it now. Miriam was so excited it wouldn't stop talking. By the way, as Lord Jan's first contract holder, you latecomers better get ready to be my juniors. Before it could finish, Eugene suddenly grabbed it tight. He explained, though the talking is a bit annoying, it's somewhat useful. Humans normally can't see it, but perhaps because you've been around me so much, you can see it now. Eugene looked toward Galfredik and emphasized, especially since you've become my subordinate. He instructed Galfredik, from now on you must only drink animal blood. I only need to drink monster blood a few times a month. I don't know how it will be for you. He looked down at his hands, pensive. A vampire's life, huh? Galfredik suddenly wondered, so now I have to avoid sunlight too. Miriam pointed a finger in warning. Duh, if you're a vampire, of course you do. Do you want to be burned to ashes? But he ignored the words and suddenly ran straight outside. Let me try it out for a bit. It screamed in fear. Ah, you idiot. Do you know how hard Lord Jan had to work to avoid the sun? Miriam was paralyzed with fear, but Eugene's jaw dropped in shock. Under the sunlight, Galfredik seemed completely unharmed. He shrugged casually. Hey, what's the big deal? It's fine. He also found it hard to believe. What exactly is going on? Cyrano, on the other hand, seemed calm. Lord Jan is a progenitor vampire after all. He explained, being burned by the sun only happens to common vampires. Progenitors are a noble species above all others, so walking around during the day isn't a problem at all. Sir Galfredik is a kinsman of a progenitor, so of course he'll be fine too. Hearing that, Eugene also tried stepping outside. Under the sunlight, he opened his protection. His skin was exposed, but nothing happened. Eugene couldn't help but be amazed. It's true, nothing is happening. He mocked himself, then why have I been suffering like this all this time? Galfredik suddenly put an arm around Eugene's shoulders, smiling and asking, what did you tell me before, an elf race? He teased, now I know the real reason. The reason you always wore a hood in the sun and turned down all my sparring invitations. He explained that was the best I could do at the time. Galfredik remarked, well, now you've run out of excuses to turn me down. I look forward to your guidance from here on, yeah. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say Eugene's name completely. Galfredik tried again, yeah. Cyrano cut in to remind him, you aren't allowed to call Lord Jan by his name directly anymore. From now on, you must address him as master. He looked stunned. What? No, why? The other emphasized. Because you're Lord Jan's familiar now. Galfredik grumbled in dissatisfaction. There's no such rule. We were best friends long before I became a familiar. Cyrano just shrugged, complaining to me won't do you any good. Flashing back to the night of the battle, after Eugene bit Galfredic's neck to revive him, he had stated bluntly, "You are no longer human." Eugene confirmed it, saying, "This was the only way to save your life." He also cautioned him, "But your life will be full of restrictions and dangers from here on. Sometimes staying dead is less of a burden." Unable to meet Galfredic's eyes, Eugene turned away. "If you feel betrayed, you don't have to follow me. Saving you was just a momentary whim of mine." Galfredic stood dazed for a few seconds, trying to process everything that had just happened. Just as Eugene started to walk away, he finally spoke up. "That's a bit harsh, don't you think, old friend?" Galfredic struggled to his feet and spoke from the heart. "Whether I'm human or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I've taken a liking to you, and the fact remains that a person like you saved my life." Eugene stopped in his tracks and glanced back at him. Galfredic smiled brightly as if accepting his fate. "Do you really think I'm such an ungrateful prick that I'd be saved and not know how to repay the favor? A familiar, fine by me," he declared with absolute conviction. "I will follow you for the rest of my life." Back in the present, Galfredic and Cyrano were still bickering back and forth, "But not being able to call my friend by his name is just ridiculous." The other replied helplessly, "Like I said, why are you telling me this?" Eugene curled his lip and thought to himself, "Geez, do I need to sew that mouth shut to keep him quiet?" He suddenly remembered something and dropped the argument with Cyrano. "Oh, right." Galfredic looked toward him and asked, "Master, where are that yellow mushroom-head kid and Pardek?" Eugene looked off in a mysterious direction and replied, "I gave them a secret mission. I wonder if they've finished yet." Jevin briefly summarized the contents of a letter for Eugene, noting that St. Ragran Monastery had sent a thank-you note to Lord Eugene. Apparently, thanks to him, they were able to purge the cultist influence within the monastery. At the same time, he added that the Holy Knights had used forbidden anti-magic crystals to assault the labyrinth, and were expanding the cult's power. Upon arriving, he had shouted, "Freeze!" At that moment, Lord Eugene had uncovered the truth and sent mercenaries to apprehend them. Eugene didn't want to hear any more empty words. "From what I know, Holy Knights act according to the God's will. The fact that they volunteered to join the labyrinth conquest is highly suspicious." He further analyzed, "In a situation where rumors of the apocalypse are spreading throughout the territory, I wonder whose gods will drove them to volunteer for the expedition." He looked helpless as he continued. "St. Ragran Monastery is under the protection of the Evergrove family and was supposed to be run on devout faith. If this sacrilegious force hadn't been discovered in time, my family's honor would have been severely tarnished." Jevin then expressed, "On behalf of the Evergrove family, I offer my thanks to Lord Eugene. The respect the people of this territory have for you is reaching the heavens." He also added his hope, "I hope you will accept their praise and hospitality." Eugene immediately declined, "Helping everyone was my honor. Now if you'll excuse us." Seeing them prepare to leave, Jevin called out, "Oh right, one more thing." He sent his regards. "Congratulations on your safe return, Lord Galfredic. It's truly good to see your friend is unharmed." Immediately after his team had disappeared from sight, Jevin's expression turned somber, making it unclear what he was plotting. At the tavern, the men were in high spirits, shouting, "Congratulations on your return, Lord Galfredic." They chatted excitedly. "The rumors about your fate were looking pretty grim. We thought you were gone for good," he replied enthusiastically. "It's thanks to all of you that I was able to make it back safely." Galfredic didn't forget to mention, "Being able to return in one piece like this is mostly thanks to my master." They became even more eager. "So you've really decided to take Lord Eugene as your master? Lord Eugene, please let us serve you as our master too." However, Eugene was blunt, "I refuse." They were heartbroken. "You're so cold." While he thought to himself, "This beer has no taste at all, a vampire's tongue really is different." At that moment, Rabin noticed something. "By the way, Lord Galfredic, your eye color is completely different than before, isn't it? Did something happen in the labyrinth?" The question made Galfredic freeze for a second. Then he suddenly grabbed Rabin. "Hey, Mushroomhead, I heard you followed Pardek and did a real number on that monastery, huh? Or did Pardek just talk you up too much?" Rabin fired back. "Don't underestimate me, I'm a proper mercenary now," he teased. "Oh, a proper mercenary, is that right?" Brownhair joined the conversation. "But seriously, the way Lord Eugene exposed the monastery's true face was amazing. I saw Lord Jevin looking pretty shocked during the report too." He asked with a faint smile, "Is that so? I wonder what Lord Jevin was so surprised about. Do you really think the monastery was being sincere with that thank you letter?" Brownhair was startled. "Wait, are you saying Lujitz was turned into a scapegoat?" Eugene revealed, "To be exact, it's because I let things play out that way. I only ordered you guys to deal with the Holy Knights. I never told you to touch the High Priest." He further explained, "If we had wiped out the whole monastery and damaged Evergrove's honor, they would have used my interference as an excuse to make life difficult for us. But by leaving them a way out from their family's perspective, they only needed to sacrifice Lujitz alone to settle the matter." Brownhair was even more stunned. "If that's the case," he finished the thought, "then the only one left to act will be Lord Jevin himself." Having said his piece, Eugene called out Pardek. He replied instantly, "Sir." He gave the order, "We need to leave Evergrove territory immediately tonight." He further instructed them, "And we must be discreet." In a certain forest, a group of people were riding horses as fast as the wind. The mercenary band looked like they were in a massive hurry. Rabin screamed in terror. "Big Brother Glad, we're surrounded." "What do we do?" Glad snapped back. "Rabin, get a grip." The assassin observed them. A man on a black horse wearing a black leather cloak, that was Jan Eugene. Hatred seethed in his heart. Even if Lujitz was a sinner, he was still a territorial knight favored by Lord Jevin. Lord Jevon was agonized by the fact that he couldn't punish him personally since he died at Galfredic's hands. He internally judged that this was not just a deception toward Lord Jevon, but no different from dragging his honor through the mud. With vengeful intent, he resolved, to hold you accountable, I'm going to carve up that pretty face of yours. When he got a clear look at his opponent Jan Eugene, he froze, the word pretty flashing through his mind. While he was dazed, Eugene struck and killed him from behind. He immediately barked out an order, right now stop. The horses were halted abruptly, nearly throwing the riders forward. The opposition realized they'd been ambushed and cursed furiously, damn it. Macaulay immediately directed, regroup in the rear. However, he was already blocked by Eugene, and where do you think you're going? Right then, a loud laugh echoed, the ones being surrounded are you lot. They had the assassins cornered, stay right where you are. Galfredic was full of admiration, excellent strategy, master. Your swordsmanship has gotten even cleaner too. He added curiously, sure enough, when using a real sword on horseback, a saber makes the most sense. When did you learn that? He replied nonchalantly, I learned it from you. The other was stunned, huh? Then he said shyly, is that so? I don't remember teaching you that. Eugene thought to himself, well, it's not exactly wrong. He recalled that moment when he had transferred his own blood into his body. All of the skills and combat experience Galfredic had accumulated had been transmitted directly into his mind. Something strange had happened. At the same time, a voice whispered in his ear, a familiar is the property of the monarch. To this day, Eugene didn't know whose voice that actually was. He often wondered if it was an auditory hallucination or a divine message from above. Just then, the old man spoke up, Lord Galfredic, you have some nerve standing there after insulting Lord Jevon. Macaulay criticized him indignantly. How ungrateful to the man who intended to nominate you as a territorial knight. You were too weak and nearly died in the dungeon, and now you're pinning all the blame on Lord Lujitz. Eugene lost his patience. Chirp, chirp, you're way too noisy. Galfredic pretended to just recognize a familiar face. Oh, Lord Macaulay, I see you're still doing well. He pulled his sword in annoyance. I assume you're all prepared to die. I'll only let one survivor leave. He quickly advised, hold on, master, don't do that. Why don't we treat them as prisoners of war? Eugene asked suspiciously, prisoners of war, Galfredic explained. Respecting the honor of an enemy who fought bravely is an old custom after all. But the real point he wanted to make was more about the fact that if they demanded a ransom. Galfredic's eyes gleamed with joy, we could make a fortune. Even so, he wouldn't let them off easy. So as long as their limbs are intact, it's fine, right? He blinked, huh. So Eugene compromised, fine, I won't touch their joints. Following that, pleas for mercy echoed through the air, I was wrong. Later, despite being covered in injuries, a happy smile was on the man's face as he cheered, hooray. Pricella welcomed them warmly. Lord Eugene, can we really stay here? It's the first time I've seen prisoners treated so well. Don't worry, Lord Eugene, we can cover room and board of this level. He nodded, good. Simultaneously, Eugene suggested, as for the rest, just collect the ransom from Lord Jevon. Despite how they look, they're territorial knights, so they should be quite valuable. She was surprised, Lord Jevon, the eldest son of the Evergrove family. Additionally, he requested, also, I'd like to ask you to repair this armor. Pricella marveled, they say dragon teeth can't pierce it, yet it was skewered easily by a piece of iron. She immediately accepted, I will reinforce it and make it incredibly sturdy for you. Eugene then proposed, while you're at it, make a new set of armor for Galfredic too. Galfredic was overjoyed, master, there's a set for me too. He replied coldly, of course, you're my man now, so you have to maintain some dignity. He became even happier, truly, master, following you was the best decision I ever made. Pricella silently confirmed to herself, my eye for people really was right. I can't believe he even recruited the legendary knight Galfredic. In her mind, she began to calculate. Well, he brings back a mountain of items every time, so it's a few sets of armor. I can't be stingy with a VIP customer. Pricella thought to herself that with this level of strength, it was a sure thing. Based on that, she probed further, Lord Eugene, if you don't mind me asking, have you decided where you're headed next? Eugene didn't hide it. For now, I plan to continue conquering the high-level areas of the dungeon. Waiting for that exact moment, Pricella proposed, anyone who wants to do big things needs more money. I know of a very interesting playground. What do you think, Lord Eugene? He seemed quite interested in the idea. Jevon slammed his hand onto the table in rage. Damn it. He flew into a frenzy of insults. One after another, none of you are useful. You call yourselves knights of the Evergrove family, yet you couldn't handle one night and even got yourselves captured as prisoners. Jevon remembered Eugene and glared, Eugene. I knew he was stronger than Lujitz, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. He gazed into the distance, plotting, are we just going to let this slide? Forgive someone who dared to kill a knight on my territory. Then Jevon looked down at the floor as if realizing something. He looked at the map lying on the ground and thought, wait a minute. Jevon hurriedly picked up the map to examine it. Now that I think about it, he came here through the introduction of the Palin Merchant Guild, so his next destination must be a magical site contracted with them. He focused intensely. The magical site still under contract with that guild is. Suddenly Jevon smirked triumphantly. It's obvious where he's going. He had spotted a location on the map, the Filia Ruins on the Karlsbjörn Peninsula. Outside, as the boat glided across the water, a voice spoke up. Master, did you hear? They say the influence of the Kaler's Central Church on the Karlsbjörn Peninsula is practically zero. Galfredic turned to ask, Marquis Archibald, the one who united that peninsula, was a religious fanatic. I heard he was ousted for his tyrannical rule. Things must be pretty chaotic there. but Eugene asked back in surprise, is that so? Galfredic continued enthusiastically, as soon as the Marquis' territory collapsed, the Bishop of Karlsbegen also fled and lost the people's trust. Eugene replied coolly, that's good news. Galfredic laughed triumphantly, hee hee, right. Miriam flew over frantically, pointing and shouting, sir, sir. It screamed in panic, the mage here is about to die. Cyrano was kneeling on the floor, repeatedly gagging and vomiting. Galfredic remarked in surprise, well, well. He walked over and frowned, if you get seasick this badly, why didn't you stay on land instead of insisting on coming along? Cyrano propped himself up, trembling as he struggled to stand, that's because. His face was pale, but he still tried to explain, I thought the magic of our blood shadow faction would be of great help to the noble progenitor. Galfredic barked irritably, tell me your real reason, you shady guy. Cyrano replied, fine, I need more monster byproducts from mid to high levels to create chimeras. He raised his hands and proclaimed, researching and creating my own chimera is the ultimate mission and goal of our school. But immediately after, he played the humble card, beating his chest and saying, however, my desire to help Lord Eugene is not fake. I swear it on the honor of my school and my magic. Eugene sighed, sounds pretty suspicious. Galfredic then reported, Master, this guy is begging you not to abandon him. Cyrano asked worriedly, and if we're talking about goals, look at that spirit over there. A spirit making a contract with a vampire. Eugene didn't care much, his mind on gold coins. Huh, I get to travel and earn gold coins, why wouldn't I do it? He turned to Miriam and asked, do spirits love money too? It didn't back down and snapped back immediately. If you want to insult me, hand over a gold coin first. Galfredic chatted with Eugene. Well, I guess everyone has their own reasons for being together. Isn't it because everyone recognizes Master's greatness? He looked at the people in front of him and said, those mercenaries are probably along for the ride because they've seen what Master can do. The men were competing with each other, shouting, come on, use your strength. The onlookers were excited, shouting, push hard, kid. The brown-haired man laughed confidently, haha, I still have time to switch to using just my fingers. While the blonde guy was struggling to resist with all his might, Galfredic asked curiously, now that I think about it, what is Master's goal? I don't think I've ever heard you talk about it seriously. Hearing the question, Eugene reflected to himself, a goal, I only have two goals. His crimson eyes suddenly became pensive, memory and revenge. Eugene recalled terrifying memories. I must recover all my memories to know what kind of existence I was, and I must use red magic stones to become stronger so I don't die as pathetically as I did in my previous life. His other persona emerged, especially that holy knight who killed me in the central church of the Kaler kingdom. They never stop purging vampires, so I can't let my guard down for even a second. Galfredic saw Eugene's moody expression and suddenly turned somber as well. But then he laughed and spoke up to break the silence. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. It doesn't really matter what Master's goal is. After all, I have a new life thanks to you. Galfredic laughed excitedly. There'll probably be lots of interesting things ahead, hee hee, I'm really looking forward to it. Eugene turned to him in surprise and asked, don't you want fame and fortune? Then he spoke in one breath, this is fame, a knight should seek honor in battle. Plus I get to enjoy the sunlight and travel like this, what's not to love? If I were dead I wouldn't have this brilliant voyage, I'd probably be drifting down the dark river of the underworld. Finally, Galfredic concluded, thank you once again, Master. He smiled broadly, Master's goal is my goal, so just give the order. No matter where we go or what we do, I will always be by your side. Eugene didn't say anything, only glancing at Galfredic, who was laughing carefree beside him. Miriam flew in from somewhere and said happily, Eugene, Lord Eugene, I do love gold coins, but being by your side is much better. It said excitedly, but we're still going to keep gathering gold to build a gold castle, right? Right. Cyrano raised his hand and said, I will also help to the extent of my abilities. The people behind them also joined in enthusiastically, us too, loyalty is something that can't be bought with money. Cyrano immediately bowed his head in a fit of sadness and began to plead, asking instead for a few more monster byproducts, to which Eugene replied that it would depend on the level of his contribution. The boy then spoke with a lifeless, dejected air, muttering that he would try his absolute best. Eugene let out a heavy sigh, thinking that although it was a hassle, the number of people he needed to protect seemed to be growing. But then his troubled eyes narrowed, sensing that something was quite strange. In spite of himself, Eugene offered a faint, gentle smile, realizing that the added trouble didn't actually feel too bad at all. It was a beautiful morning at the port city of Mofern on the Karlsbegen Peninsula. Veron and a few soldiers approached to introduce themselves, saying, Greetings, Lord Eugene. I was referred by the Mofern branch manager of the Palin Merchant Guild to pick you all up. I am Veron, the mercenary captain in charge of guiding you to the territory of Baron Beagalan. He then inquired if it would be all right to set off immediately since their schedule wasn't exactly flexible, and Eugene gave a decisive nod to go ahead with it. And so they set out together. Baron Beagalan's territory was one of the few places on the Karlsbegen Peninsula that managed to properly operate a magic zone. Veron laid out the situation, explaining that things had been so difficult lately they couldn't even hunt a mid-tier monster, leading Eugene to ask tensely if it was because of the wyverns, which the captain confirmed was exactly the case. Terrifying monsters emerged through Veron's story, as he described them being so clever they attacked at all hours to disrupt any subjugation efforts. even commanding harpies to weaken the forces before launching a direct assault themselves. Eugene listened and thought to himself that they truly lived up to their reputation as high-tier monsters, realizing this might be his chance to obtain a red mana stone. Veron cautiously advised that if they encountered bandits, it would be best to just pay a small toll to keep the peace, which made Eugene wonder what on earth wyverns had to do with bandits. The captain made a grim face and stammered, remembering the old man's warning that this night was sent directly by Vice Branch Manager Prychella, and that he must absolutely not be disrespectful. Veron then grew wary and anxious, thinking he couldn't just use the excuse that the guy looked like some pampered silver spoon noble. It would be a huge mess if he died at the hands of bandits before even arriving. He glanced toward Galfredic, thinking the knight looked strong enough, but that Eugene guy was surely a typical aristocrat just riding on others' coattails to earn a reputation. Veron then spoke up again, pointing out that since Lord Eugene's goal was the magic zone and not bandit slaying, this master of his didn't seem particularly reliable. Eugene immediately ordered his horse to turn around, and then he quietly and slowly began to advance deep into the forest. Eugene turned back and issued a command. "Galfredic, spear," he said, and Galfredic quickly responded, "Here, master," leaving Veron to gasp out in shock. Instantly, Eugene raised the spear high in his hand, preparing to strike at something. He forcefully hurled the spear straight toward the people positioned ahead of him. Those people stood there in a daze, completely panicked, shouting, "What the hell?" A man in a black cloak grit his teeth in anger, shouting that they'd been spotted and to go on the attack. Immediately afterward, those strangers quickly surrounded them from the front. Veron grit his teeth in a rage, wondering how on earth Lord Eugene could have detected an ambush when there wasn't even a hint of a presence. Eugene rode forward and signaled for Veron and his men not to leave their posts protecting the carriage, while Veron yelled out in a panic trying to stop him. Wait a second, Lord Eugene." He said worriedly that they should just pay the toll, as picking a fight would only put him in danger for nothing. Hearing those words, Eugene gave a look of annoyance and simply ignored him. "You're being overanxious," he muttered. He immediately called out, "Let's go, Galfredic," and Galfredic nimbly spurred his horse to follow, shouting, "Right." Veron then drew his sword, cursing that he'd had a bad feeling about this from the very start. He watched Eugene's retreating back and cursed under his breath at the irresponsible and arrogant noble. Eugene gripped the sword tightly and noted with displeasure that one could tell just by the material that it was a high-grade weapon. He looked over at the lowly thugs and demanded to know how on earth they had gotten their hands on such a thing. Those men fell to their knees, and the leader confessed truthfully that they'd stolen it from some braggart who claimed to have robbed the Fairchild family, begging him to just take it all and spare his life. The whole group pleaded desperately for their lives, saying they'd even serve as slaves if they were just spared. While Eugene's group scoffed in disgust, and Eugene looked at the bald man, remarking that if he counted the ones outside too, there were so many it would cost a fortune just to feed them. The man immediately promised in a panic that it was fine. He wasn't hungry and could go without food as long as he had water, while Veron looked at Eugene's cold face and thought to himself that it was unbelievable. Veron recalled everything in disbelief, realizing that someone who could wipe out a bandit gang, once the village's greatest threat, in just 2 days was truly on another level, just as expected of someone sent by the Palin Merchant Guild. He watched the tough-looking bald man now sobbing and begging for his life, frowning as he sighed, wondering how someone so arrogant in the village could be brought to his knees so easily. Eugene finally spoke up, saying they should get moving since their schedule had already been delayed, and his companion gave a quiet hum of agreement. At that moment, another man ran up in a panic and called out respectfully, "Wait, Lord Eugene, how do you plan to handle the remaining bandits?" To which Eugene asked in confusion what he meant by that. He and the villagers spoke up in a fluster, saying they had assumed he came to protect them and that they thought it was only natural. Eugene looked at the crowd, feeling a bit helpless as he pursed his lips. Just as the space fell silent, Galfredic ran over and put an arm around Eugene's shoulder, laughing out loud that it was clear they wanted to crown his master as the lord of the village, leaving Eugene to ask, "What?" Then all the villagers present began to shout that their village desperately needed someone as righteous as Lord Eugene, pleading for him to stay. Veron, standing behind and looking at Eugene's back, suddenly realized with a jolt that the man had already taken out all the bandits on the way here. He suddenly realized that this was a rare opportunity to serve under such an outstanding knight. Veron then ran over and called out to him, "Lord Eugene." And when Eugene reacted, asking what it was, the man asked if he could have a word. Veron looked at the crowd of bandits kneeling below and said that the gang he'd just destroyed was a notorious force in the region, but now most were dead or enslaved. Eugene, wanting to hear more, asked, "And?" He explained further that this village and the surrounding area were like a cave without trolls or a mountain without tigers, meaning he could become the lord right this second if he wished. At that moment, the spirit Mirian, perched on Eugene's shoulder, was also quite startled. It leaned into his ear and urged him to become the lord, while Eugene glanced over with a thoughtful hum. Eugene seriously considered the matter, thinking that having power and status wasn't a bad thing at all. It was a form of invisible strength that could help in keeping the central church in check. But for him, the red mana stone was the most important thing, and he wondered if being a lord was worth diverting his resources away from finding it. Then he suddenly glanced toward the source of a loud noise. Outside, someone burst through the door in a frenzy, crying out, "Lord Eugene, this is bad." The man ran inside and reported that the bandits taken as slaves had stolen horses and escaped. He gave a brief summary of the situation, saying it seemed a few of them had hidden metal shards in their mouths to cut their ropes. The man recounted breathlessly that because they'd attacked all at once, Rabin had been injured while delivering food, crying out for him to go and get revenge. Everyone immediately turned their expectant gazes toward Eugene, asking if they should pursue, and he quietly replied that he was thinking about it. Eugene turned to ask the man, "Pardek, were you injured too?" And Pardek replied with a start that he was fine, having only a slight scratch on the back of his hand. Pardek said it was mostly Rabin's blood, and Eugene roared in a fury. "How dare they? Just mere bandits daring to injure one of my mercenaries." Eugene stormed off in a rage, yelling at the top of his lungs, which left the other young men in disbelief. He swore he wouldn't let them survive, and they wondered if the sudden change in temperature was just an illusion. Galfredik chased after Eugene, calling out that he was all ready to go. Eugene just gave a slight smile and instructed him to stay behind to protect the village and tell the village head that he accepted the offer to be lord, so they should treat the wounded. Galfredik followed him with interest, replying, "Oh, I see, master, or should I call you lord now?" Eugene left Galfredik behind and went on alone, determined that weeds must be pulled out by the roots. In another town, the scene was pure chaos, with villagers screaming to one another that there was a fire and to bring water immediately. A group of men stood outside the blaze calmly chatting, mentioning that when they were captured, they'd heard they were headed to the Philia ruins to hunt wyverns. They sat leisurely on their horses, tossing torches down to make the small town burn even more, nodding that since they were from Marin, they'd likely leave as soon as the hunt was done, or die at the hands of a wyvern. The man laughed cruelly and declared that once the Black Knight left, Perrin would retake the place, and then he yelled, "Stop!" when he saw a group of people. The thuggish man spurred his horse toward the group and shouted, "Who are you? You're the ones who torched the church, aren't you?" One of the villagers carrying water to douse the fire yelled back angrily that things had been easier since the Black Knight killed off the bandits here, to which the thug asked, "What?" The thug drew his sword and declared that from now on they were the masters, letting out a grunt. He hacked away wildly, slaughtering the villagers and laughing like a madman, declaring he'd take the heads of anyone who annoyed him while the people screamed in agony. The villains shouted with glee that if they could also seize the silver mine on the mountain, it would be all over. Right at that moment, Eugene appeared and spoke in a rage, realizing that with a silver mine involved, it was no wonder things in Karlsbadgen were so chaotic and banditry was so rampant. The thuggish man's group was attacked and began to scream in a panic. "Ah, it's the Black Knight." Eugene walked through the puddles of rank blood, growling that they'd fled after leaving behind the scent of blood only to make it this far, and he asked if this was really the extent of their ability. Eugene looked down slightly and muttered that they were hopelessly foolish. The whole lot of them fell into a panic and scattered, yelling, "Why did you follow us all the way here? Get away from me, you dog." A bandit who had been so arrogant moments ago now knelt in pain, wailing for forgiveness just one more time and claiming he'd truly surrender this time. But immediately after, a slash came through, leaving him with only a gasp. Eugene flicked past, and the life of that beast of a man was gone. He didn't spare a single one, and the sound of miserable wailing echoed everywhere as they screamed about him being a monster. Eugene continued to ruthlessly slaughter the rogue bandits without a shred of mercy. One man, beaten until he spat blood, stared up with wide, horrific eyes. Blades were driven into the bodies of the wretched bandits without any hesitation. Eugene then walked over and pulled his sword out of those filthy corpses. He then let out a soft breath and glanced off in one direction. In the distance, that town was still burning fiercely. The pitiful villagers were still trying their hardest to extinguish the cruel flames. Eugene walked up and spoke, "Do not be afraid." He approached and introduced himself to everyone, saying, "I am the Knight Jan Eugene. The trash that intended to seize Minton no longer exists." Eugene stood there, a towering and heroic figure bringing peace of mind to the whole town, telling them not to be afraid anymore and to rest easy. Eugene continued, saying he would protect the village, but suddenly he felt something. He dodged to the side to keep the hidden weapon from harming him. Eugene caught the hidden weapon and grit his teeth, realizing it was an arrow. He looked toward where the arrow had come from and thought to himself, "From the forest, master, the feeling is a bit strange." Eugene stepped forward and told himself that he could sense the intense presence of a high-tier monster from the magic zone in that direction, telling himself to be careful. After that, Eugene headed straight into the fork of that dark forest. In the forest, Delmondo walked a bit and looked around in disgust, clicking his tongue and saying this was the hunting ground he'd already claimed. Delmondo found the weapon the assassin had left behind and mocked that stupid outsider for having no professional ethics. He cursed irritably at the man for having no roots. Right at that moment, Eugene also arrived at the same spot. Delmondo looked Eugene over, nodding the blood-sucking fangs in the red eyes. Eugene swung his sword, attacking directly toward him. After dodging, Delmondo said arrogantly, "HMPH, you're a vampire too, why look so surprised?" He covered his face and cried out, "Ah, I guess it makes sense you'd be surprised since you're a rootless outsider, that's why you look so pathetic." Delmondo arrogantly brushed his hair back and challenged Eugene, saying, "Now the cold blue blood of the Naperos family flows within me. I, Delmondo, command you." Delmondo fixed his gaze intensely on Eugene and ordered, "Now kneel, you half-breed outsider." A long moment passed before the silver-haired man collapsed to his knees, begging for his life. "My lord, please forgive me for failing to recognize you. My crime is worthy of execution." The stranger with bone-white hair prostrated himself on the ground. His entire body was drenched in blood, trembling in a state of absolute contrition. He realized with horror that he had made a fatal mistake by daring to attack a terrifying entity like Eugene. His eyes were filled with dread as he concluded that Eugene was undoubtedly a progenitor. He knew he had to stop an impending genocide of his kind at any cost. Eugene looked down coldly at the man groveling at his feet, his voice deep and solemn. I know you are not Lord Noferos, but did your father tell you to attack your own kind the moment you meet them? The sharp question sent the silver-haired vampire into a panic, and he hurriedly denied it. No, not at all. I acted on my own. I was a fool. I failed to follow my orders. A single slip has led to disaster. I've truly messed up. He wept piteously, begging Eugene to show mercy and take only his life to atone for the sin. Witnessing the sight of a man who was so aggressive just moments ago breaking down so easily, the spirit couldn't help but remark, good grief, he crumbled so fast. Talk about being fragile. Eugene stood in silence, recalling the words Romary had once said about vampire society, a place where parents were the ones who turned them into the race of darkness, and where hierarchy and lineage were always placed above all else. Eugene's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. He questioned himself whether he should threaten this man a bit more. With an overwhelming aura, he growled, why should I listen to someone who caused such a mess? Eugene's wrath terrified the silver-haired man so deeply that it felt as if his soul had left his body. He slammed his head against the ground repeatedly, the dull thuds echoing through the silent space. In utter desperation, he shrieked, I swear upon the blood of Noferos in the name of my father, Duke Violence, I will do anything, please forgive me. Hearing the phrase anything, Eugene's eyes flashed with a calculated glint. That was the only sentence I was waiting for. After leaving the scene, Eugene and his group continued their journey, crossing small streams. Miriam fluttered around and asked curiously, do you plan to use that vampire to spread rumors about your arrival? Announcing a new master for the village would be a good move. However, Miriam couldn't help but worry about the loyalty of the man who had just sworn his oath, for she knew all too well that the race of darkness was notorious for being cunning and despicable. Eugene curled his lips slightly, looking straight ahead as he dropped a cold, hard truth. Well, I am one of them after all. Eugene's answer left Miriam with nothing to do but bitterly admit he was right. Still, she sighed with unease, unable to feel completely at peace. Meanwhile, Eugene watched the backs of his companions. A quirky thought suddenly popped into his head, whether he should just punch that vampire once to snap him out of it. So she was right, vampires are cunning. You'd better behave if you don't want to die. Eugene issued the cold warning, leaving the spirit Miriam to think to herself, the future Demon King really is heartless. After a long trek, Veron spoke up to break the silence. Lord Eugene, we're almost there. He pointed toward a massive architectural structure emerging from the mountain forests and introduced it. Do you see that castle ahead? That is the castle of Baron Beagelen. You've traveled a long way. Facing the lord who was sitting amidst a pile of messy paperwork, Eugene questioned him directly. Did you just say you won't be sending more troops for the third expedition? Baron Beagelen, please answer me. The elderly-looking baron rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly admitting he was in a complicated spot. He explained that receiving a high-priority notice on the same day was far too sudden, then spoke in a lecturing tone. You might not know this, but the duties of a lord require a high-level mind. It isn't simple, whether it's finances or military management. The baron looked at Eugene with calculating eyes and asked, on the contrary, a capable knight would understand, right? Eugene caught the man's drift immediately. He calmly concluded, so you want me to carry out the expedition with only my own forces, I see. However, I have no intention of taking a loss. Eugene looked the baron straight in the eye and made a firm demand. Then please increase the reward for completing the mission. To the lord's astonishment, Eugene sharply pointed out that he had heard the baron had already failed twice in conquering the ruins. He asserted that if this was the third time, more troops should be sent. If no troops were provided, then the reward should be increased. I don't think this request is unreasonable. Baron Beagalen was momentarily stunned by Eugene's proposal, before suddenly bursting into a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha, just like the rumors said, a brave and bold knight indeed. He immediately accepted the offer and summoned his head butler to handle the paperwork. The baron gave a loud command. Give him half of the items and mana stones obtained from the slain monsters. Does that suffice? Looking at the signed agreement in his hand, Eugene curled his lip in satisfaction. It's enough. Just like the rumors said, you are truly generous and kind. Baron Beagelen flashed an enigmatic smile and asked, the expedition can begin tomorrow, correct? Eugene calmly confirmed, that's right. Satisfied with the answer, the baron promised to send a guide tomorrow morning and prepared an annex for Eugene's group to rest comfortably. Eugene bowed slightly and said, thank you. Then he quietly left the office, under the solemn, calculating gaze of the lord. As soon as everything was ready, Eugene spurred his horse, commanding the group, let's move to the Philia ruins. The group marched out of the castle under the watchful eyes of the local laborers. They stood at a distance, whispering that the third expedition seemed to have set off, but looking at them, no one thought they would succeed. One curious soldier observed and remarked, that knight in the black armor must be from Marin. He couldn't help but think to himself, how impressive. However, he remained secretly worried because Eugene was an outsider and likely knew very little about wyverns. Seeing that the scale of this force was only equivalent to the second expedition that had failed miserably, he questioned, if they had more troops, the chance of success would be higher. So why did Eugene choose this way? Despite knowing Eugene was a strong knight, as the caravan passed through the city gates, the knight suddenly heard a shout from behind. Eugene halted his horse. The spirit Miriam, thinking he hadn't heard clearly, hurriedly reminded him, someone is calling for you. A young man ran up to him frantically, out of breath but still pleading desperately. I have something important to report. It will only take a moment, could you spare some time? Meanwhile, at Baron Beagalan's castle, the shadows of a conspiracy began to loom under the blood-red sunset. A guardian knight named Oleg threw a blood-stained sack onto the floor with a thud. Prompting the Baron to ask curiously, "What is this?" Oleg replied respectfully, "This is a byproduct obtained from a wanderer caught near the castle. I've brought back the parts I thought you'd like." Baron Beagalan nodded slightly. He wondered if there were any other knights as loyal and perceptive as Oleg. Oleg chuckled proudly, asserting that having a warrior strong enough to hunt trolls would make the Baron very proud. However, Baron Beagalan immediately cut him off. "Save that for later. I didn't summon you for some wanderer's leftovers." His face suddenly turned devious and full of murderous intent as he mentioned the one who dared to oppose him. "The one who insulted me must be punished. The knight in the black armor, Ian Eugene, dared to humiliate me. He is the leader of the expedition that just left. Today, this guy clearly isn't up to any good." The Baron coldly outlined a cruel plan. He might die in the demon abyss, but if he somehow makes it out, wait at the ruins and kill him. Hearing his master had been insulted, Oleg gnashed his teeth in rage, his hands clenching threateningly. "How dare he insult my master? I will never forgive him." Oleg will swing his hammer on behalf of his master. Seeing the loyalty of his subordinate, Baron Beagalan flashed a sinister smile. He stared at the glittering gold coins and silently calculated. "They said I'd receive another 100 gold coins if Ian Eugene dies. I can't let an opportunity like this pass." Even in the politely written letter sent by Zebin of Evergrow, the Baron could clearly sense the thick malice hidden within. But to a greedy man like him, the life of a knight from another land held no value compared to the immediate benefits. While the assassination plot was being woven, Eugene and his group continued to quietly spur their horses toward the ruins. The true lord of the Philia ruins was the Wyvern, a powerful creature that ruled the sky. The demon abyss where it resided possessed a wide-open space, giving an absolute advantage to flying creatures. Not only was it strong, but this monster was also incredibly cunning, knowing how to manipulate harpies to exhaust expeditions before stepping in itself. Eugene judged that if they attacked recklessly, all resources and lives would be wasted in vain. However, he had seen through its adaptive nature and knew there was still a way to lure the monster out of its nest. Realizing that this creature would not easily ignore any force entering its territory, Eugene began to implement his plan, preparing with extreme care. Amidst the ruins, soldiers and prisoners were busy hauling large logs to build defensive structures. Galfredik approached to report to Eugene, "Master, preparations are complete. We have about 40 men capable of fighting. Among the prisoners who swore loyalty, the strong ones have been organized into soldiers, while the weaker ones were forced to handle the baggage." Meanwhile, Pardek and Veron's mercenary groups were tasked with establishing a solid defensive line to protect Romery and the group's supplies. Galfredik pointed excitedly toward the wooden fence that had just been erected and cheered, "Ah, and the base is finished. For something put up in a hurry, this is pretty impressive, isn't it?" Eugene nodded slightly, satisfied with his teammates' speed. He coldly ordered the entire army, "Halt and set up camp to rest for the night right here. At dawn, we will enter the Philia ruins." As the first rays of the new day appeared, the entire caravan of men and horses began to march noisily toward the abyss. However, beneath the facade of obedience, dissatisfied whispers began to emerge from the prisoners following behind. One man gnashed his teeth, cursing the sharp thorns that wouldn't let go, while another expressed skepticism, claiming that building a fence only to leave it behind was a waste of effort. One among them thought to himself, "He only pretended to swear loyalty to avoid being sold as a slave. He would never truly serve a foreign knight like Eugene." Galfredik suddenly froze. His red eyes showed clear surprise as he realized something unusual was approaching. He turned and called out, "Master." Eugene maintained his cold expression. He calmly ordered the whole army, "Everyone prepare for battle." Immediately, the soldiers deployed into formation, setting up massive shields to form a sturdy defensive wall. In the middle of the gloomy forest path behind the barrier, an archer was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he looked ahead and saw no sign of an enemy. He began to feel contempt, silently cursing Eugene as a coward and a nuisance for overreacting. But just as he was mumbling, a strange sound rang out, leaving him stunned. Looking up at the sky, the entire expanse suddenly darkened as hundreds of black shapes hurtled downward. It was the ferocious harpies appearing all at once to devour the group. Facing the screaming monsters closing in, Eugene calmly ordered, "Ready to fire." The archers simultaneously drew their bowstrings tight, focusing intensely as they waited for the decisive moment to fire. The moment the command ended, a volley of arrows tore through the air, plunging into the enemy formation. The hideous harpies were hit repeatedly, shrieking in pain as they were shot down from the sky, revealing grotesque faces with long horns and sharp, threatening teeth. The battle turned chaotic as one harpy lunged down to attack Eugene's horse, causing it to bolt in terror. Faced with a surprise attack, Eugene didn't flinch. Even as the opponent closed in right in front of him, with the reflexes of a high-level vampire, he grabbed the monster's leg with his red-armored hand. Eugene's eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent. He used his extraordinary strength to swing a fatal blow, tearing the enemy's body apart right in midair. From his high position, Eugene roared the command, "Romery, ready." Responding to his master's call, Romery, with a face full of determination, gripped his staff tight and shouted, "Yes, leave it to me." He channeled all his mana, thrusting his staff hard into the ground to create a glowing magic circle. Ancient characters began to swirl around Romari as he focused intensely to cast a grand spell. Despite the ferocious harpies lunging madly to interrupt the ritual, one monster bird dove toward Romari with intent to attack. To protect the chanting mage, a mercenary dealt with it in a single swing, striking down the monster right in front of Romari and urging him, "I'll cover you, just focus on the spell." Romari only had time for a short thank you before continuing to maintain the violently exploding flow of energy. The harpies were blasted back, but they remained like hungry ghosts, constantly shrieking and lunging for an opening to attack. Galfredic stood in the middle of the encirclement, drawing his sword and roaring to boost the soldiers' morale. "Draw your swords and fight." Realizing the enemy had closed in too far, he told himself, "Now is the time for close combat." Curses rang out across the chaotic battlefield. Stupid birds. Witnessing the bravery of his comrades, Galfredic broke into an excited laugh and praised them. "Haha, you guys are fighting even better than I expected." Suddenly, the monster birds stopped their movements. The air suddenly grew thick as a soldier cried out in terror. "What?" The harpies aren't attacking individually anymore. They've started circling in a strange vortex pattern in the sky. Someone noticed the abnormality and shouted, "The harpies' movements are bizarre." From below, Eugene looked up with cold red eyes. He quietly observed the monsters forming a pitch-black tornado that covered the entire sky. They coiled like an arrow and shot downward. A world-shaking explosion followed. Galfredic screamed in panic, "Master!" Amidst the dust and rain of feathers, Eugene appeared like a true god of death. The sword in his hand swung in basic but lethal arcs, easily tearing the stubborn harpies into shreds. Not giving the opponent time to recover, Romari lunged from behind with the blood jewel glowing in his hand. He focused his entire mana and shouted, "Constriction." A surge of glowing pink energy radiated out like silk ribbons, tightly entangling all the harpies flying in the sky. The monsters screamed in despair as they were bound by the magic, falling to the ground like autumn leaves. Romari quickly reported with pride, "Lord Eugene, I've sealed all the monsters nearby." Eugene looked at the monsters lying there waiting for death and replied coldly, "Well done, Romari. Now all that's left is to finish them off." He turned and gave a loud command to the whole army. "Everyone, this is when the true conquest begins. Exterminate the harpies, only keep what is necessary." Witnessing this unbelievable display of overwhelming power, a soldier with a long scar on his face questioned in shock, "Are we really just cleaning them up after all that?" He realized that the intense battle he had always dreaded had suddenly become easy, as if Eugene had already laid out the silverware for a meticulously prepared feast. Seeing his comrades still dazed, another soldier spoke up to lecture him. "Hey you, has that constant complaining finally opened your eyes? Once you've sworn loyalty, don't question your commander so mindlessly, because that is the only way to increase your chances of survival on the battlefield." Receiving such sincere advice, the scarred soldier clicked his tongue in reflection. He realized this comrade also came from Canbegin and decided to place his full trust in the black-armored commander. He smiled and said to himself, "Fighting under Eugene is much more comfortable than stealing anyway, and who knows, this might be the start of an illustrious career." He excitedly brandished his sword and shouted, "Let's go, what even is a wyvern anyway?" However, just as the troops' morale reached its peak, Eugene suddenly dropped a cold remark, "Once the cleanup is done, we retreat." Thinking they were about to press their advantage, the soldiers collectively uttered in confusion, "Huh." Eugene continued with a gruesome directive that sent chills down everyone's spine, "The heads we've collected will be impaled on the fence. Bring them along." One soldier, unable to contain his bewilderment, ran up to question him, "Lord Eugene, why are you suddenly ordering a retreat? The men are eager to fight." Eugene glanced back at him, his blood-stained face reflecting a mysterious sharpness. "You will understand if you follow me." Eugene's sudden order to retreat caused a stir among the ranks. One soldier, unable to hide his dissatisfaction, blurted out, "What's with the sudden retreat?" He grumbled that life is about always moving forward, and that it only made sense for the team to keep charging while they had the momentum of victory. However, the comrade standing next to him had a completely different view. "To be honest, I don't really get it either, but I'm starting to think we should trust him." At this sudden change in attitude, the other soldier asked in surprise, "Could it be that your feelings have changed, my friend?" The scarred soldier explained that what truly shocked him was the unthinkable outcome of the recent battle. Not a single person had died. "Now that you mention it, we killed over 100 of them, yet no one was even injured." He realized that Eugene hadn't even used former mountain bandits like them as bait or meat shields, unlike their previous cruel leaders. Looking at the majestic silhouette of Eugene standing in the middle of the balisette base, the scarred soldier inwardly marveled that he was nothing like their old boss. That man only valued his own life and didn't care at all about the lives of his subordinates. He concluded, there are many strong and brave knights in this world, but it is extremely rare to find someone who also possesses such brilliant strategic vision. In his eyes now, the black-armored knight was a man who embodied all the qualities of an outstanding leader. Standing from a high vantage point and observing the figures approaching, Eugene narrowed his eyes and asked Galfredic, "Are those reinforcements?" Galfredic immediately raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun for a better look, then shook his head in skepticism. "Huh, no way, Baron Beagalin has never been that generous." Through observation, Galfredic determined that the approaching group was a band of mercenaries, but their background was highly suspicious. Furthermore, they didn't look friendly at all. Then he recognized a familiar figure within the ranks of the foreign soldiers and turned to tell the protagonist, "Hey, isn't that the guy who approached you at the Baron's castle earlier?" "Right, master," he asked, turning around, while the protagonist himself remained silent and said nothing, returning to the memories of that brown-haired young man. He was reading the records of a legend that anyone walking the path of a knight couldn't fail to recognize. The book told of a great hero, the first to successfully unify the island nation of Brancha and recorded in history as the Night King Eden. Even though he was just an illegitimate child, as someone born into a family of knights, he will forever be the only idol in my heart. Even knowing I could never be exactly like him, I have always yearned to become a true knight, like a small bird always looking toward the vast free sky. However, all those beautiful dreams have completely collapsed. The moment I was turned into a slave in a foreign land, my life shattered like a piece of glass falling from a great height. I've had to steel myself, struggling through days of excruciating pain and utter despair just to survive. But the most horrible thing isn't the slavery, it's the fact that I have to serve under a stupid and reckless knight. Standing before the dark cave entrance, he toweringly ordered his subordinates to wait at the entrance. When they arrive, kill the Dark Knight the moment he steps out. Witnessing that cowardly plot, I could only endure in silence. I bitterly realized that the Night King I always worshipped would never use such cowardly methods. Perhaps I went wrong from the moment I joined up. As the whole group crossed the emergency exit to head outside, everyone froze in shock at an unexpected sight. A camp with a sturdy fence suddenly appeared right outside the Demon Realm territory, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. What is that? One soldier wondered in confusion why a military base had sprung up here, and it seemed the third subjugation force had set it up beforehand. Oleg's face paled. He didn't understand why the enemy would camp in such an exposed position. More importantly, it seemed Eugene's forces had detected our presence very early on. Seeing Eugene and Galfredik standing tall and calmly waiting behind the fence, the soldiers began to tremble in fear and desperation, knowing they had fallen right into the opponent's plan. Oleg grit his teeth, drew his sword, and screamed frantically. At this point, everyone charged. Despite his subordinates' warnings that this action was too reckless and suicidal, he still glared at them threateningly. "Anyone who doesn't move forward, I'll cut you down." Watching from behind, I inwardly assessed that no matter how stupid and crazy this guy was, his combat skills were still undeniable. "Now slaves to the front lines, execute it now." Caught by a surprise attack, the slave only had time to let out a cry of pain before staggering and collapsing. Not stopping there, Oleg continued to brandish his sword threateningly. "If you don't want to get beaten, get out there now." Oleg roared, "I will pay for every enemy you kill, charge." Under his command, the entire band of soldiers and slaves shouted frantically, charging straight toward the Balisette base with murderous intent. The screams of "kill them all" echoed through the air as Oleg's troops poured down like a flood. Amidst the chaotic siege, the brown-haired slave felt lost among the heartless sword strokes. He watched the state of the battle in shock. His eyes then caught the majestic figure of Eugene standing quietly behind the wooden fence. Looking at the black-armored knight's poised and courageous demeanor, he lowered his head slightly. A sense of bitterness welled up in his heart. He thought to himself, if he were the Night King, he would never use such a cowardly method. He bitterly realized the world of difference between a true monarch and someone using slaves as meat shields like Oleg. Meanwhile, Eugene maintained an incredible calmness before the wave of enemy attacks. With a majestic air, he coldly ordered his troops, "When I give the word attack, gather the formation inside the camp and wait for my command." Galfredik and the soldiers replied in unison, understood, and quickly deployed a solid defensive formation. One soldier hiding behind a shield cursed under his breath about the black-armored commander's cunning. Without a moment's hesitation, Oleg brandished his sword and led the charge, roaring, "Kill them all." Yet just as he was at his most bloodthirsty, a world-shaking roar suddenly rang out, tearing through the sky. Oleg froze, his face contorting in terror. That sound could it be? From high above, a massive, glowing red entity appeared, spreading its wide wings and blotting out the sun. It was the Wyvern, the true lord of these ruins. It threw back its head and let out a resounding roar that made the earth tremble, radiating a terrifying pressure that weighed down on everyone present. Following behind it were hundreds of hideous harpies. They screamed frantically and swirled like a pitch-black cyclone. A soldier cried out in panic, "The Wyvern is flying through the gate." The Wyvern's throat began to swell as if it were gathering firepower. It dove down, exhaling a soul-shattering blast of fire that scorched the earth, causing the soldiers below to scream in panic. The Wyvern has broken out of the magic realm. The commander braced himself against the intense heat, gritting his teeth bitterly. Damn it, why now of all times? From high above, the Wyvern looked down at the battlefield, engulfed in flames with eyes full of murderous intent. Standing on a high rocky outcrop, observing the entire scene, Eugene stood nonchalantly, letting the wind toss his long black hair. His glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. A cold smile revealing sharp fangs appeared on his face. "So you really did show up." Eugene understood perfectly that an arrogant entity like it would never overlook a subjugation force that dared to openly intrude upon its territory. "I've been waiting for you too, Wyvern." Immediately the monster seemed to sense the pressure. Its giant eye glared threateningly, aimed right at Eugene. The Monster King opened its massive maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. A glowing aura of energy began to build up in its throat. The sky of the Philia ruins buckled under the massive wings of the glowing red wyvern, and the hundreds of hideous harpies blotting out the sun. Faced with the presence of such a powerful entity, Oleg's men began to fall into a state of utter panic. One soldier screamed tremblingly, advising Oleg to retreat immediately because this wyvern was too dangerous, far beyond the capabilities of those only hired to clean up stray monsters. However, his subordinate's cowardice only made Oleg more furious. He delivered a punch that sent the soldier tumbling, then roared, "Shut up, give me that bow." The terrified soldier hastily handed the bow to him. In a flash, Oleg snatched the bow, pulled the string taut, and released an arrow that tore through the air, heading straight for the creature above. He screamed in delusional arrogance, "Take this, die, you disgusting monster." The Monster King roared in fury at the provocation, while the harpies began to dive down in a frenzied attack. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a knight in silver armor broke into a cold sweat from the pressure, only able to mutter, "Damn it." A hideous harpy snatched a prey, causing screams of agony to echo through the air. The brown-haired young man brandished his sword in defense, shouting in horror, the harpies. Despite being in a life-or-death situation, the young man still struggled to stand up, shouting to urge his comrades, "Pick up your weapons and help me stop these monsters." However, the response to that bravery was a bizarre confession from a comrade lying flat on the ground. "I have a phobia of birds." While Oleg's men were struggling amidst those wretched harpies, Eugene and Galfredik continued to watch everything nonchalantly from behind the sturdy fence. Eugene quietly remarked that the situation was starting to unfold in a rather strange direction. Galfredik smirked, admitting that the arrival of those soldiers had unintentionally become excellent bait to lure the harpies to one side. Eugene's eyes never left the sky. He noticed the wyvern showed no sign of wanting to descend. Galfredik began to pull his bowstring with multiple arrows at once. He stated clearly, "No matter how smart it is, it's just a wyvern, it's time to show it what for." As he spoke, he aimed his target more precisely, creating a rain of arrows that struck the target head-on. The monster flapped its wings frantically, somersaulting in midair to dodge, and began to dive down at a terrifying speed. From above, its giant eye looked down at the brutal battlefield with sky-high murderous intent. Where the harpies were still attacking in a frenzy, the soldiers were crying out in despair. Their lives were in extreme danger as they were at a disadvantage. Faced with the relentless onslaught, the soldiers frantically pulled their bows in defense. They grit their teeth and cursed, "Damn it, the wyvern lured them here. A swarm of harpies is coming, don't stop firing." A soldier turned in panic and shouted to the commander, "Lord Eugene, there are too many of them. We can't hold out like this. Please order a counterattack." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Eugene remained terrifyingly calm. His glowing red eyes narrowed with murderous intent. He coldly called out, "Galfredik." Responding to his master's call, Galfredik gripped the weapon in his hand. His eyes shone with determination as he asserted, "One shot is enough." Instantly, Galfredik released a massive spear that tore through the air at a terrifying speed. The spear hit its mark, causing the monster to roar in pain as it was pulled down toward the ground. With an arrogant smile, Galfredik declared, "Got it." Witnessing the seamless coordination, Eugene held his spear firmly and gave a slight nod of approval. "Good job luring it in." Eugene channeled all his strength into his arm, unleashing a lightning-fast throw aimed straight at the giant entity. The spearhead carried a world-shaking pressure as it soared, leaving the wyvern only time to widen its eyes in terror. The direct attack pierced through its defenses, tearing one of the monster's wings to shreds. Its massive body immediately fell to the earth, creating a significant explosion. Amidst the ruins, thick dust and smoke covered the battlefield. Fits of coughing rang out in the sudden silence, and someone hesitantly asked, did we get it?" However, Eugene immediately realized that the murderous aura had not dissipated at all. He shouted a warning, "Not yet, dodge." Eugene grit his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Seeing the surrounding soldiers fleeing in panic, the monster opened its maw wide, releasing a massive pillar of fire that incinerated everything in its path. The wyvern roared frantically. Its body shook amidst the sea of fire in the ruins. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Galfredik turned and shouted, "Romary, can you bind it like you did with the harpies?" At his comrade's request, Romary nodded with determination. "All right, I'll try." But the monster seemed to sense the threat. Its fiery eye glared threateningly. Before Romary could even cast the magic, he gasped in surprise. "Huh." The monster suddenly charged with its giant maw full of razor-sharp fangs, intending to swallow him in an instant. In a panic, Romary could only scream helplessly, "Wait," I said, "wait." At the life-or-death moment, a dark figure lunged in to block the attack. Romary realized in shock that Eugene had used his own body to protect him. He was seriously injured in the shoulder. He sobbed and shouted, "Lord Eugene, your shoulder." Eugene suppressed the pain and roared an order to Galfredik. He pushed Romary toward his best friend to ensure his safety. Romary looked back in despair. "Wait, Lord Eugene, you have to dodge too." The wyvern did not miss the opportunity. It continued to unleash a devastating attack, leaving Romary only time to scream through tears, "No, Lord Eugene." Galfredik quickly grabbed Romary and used his strength to pull him out of the danger zone. Despite his screaming, Galfredik was firm. "You're coming with me and going back." Romary suddenly froze, pointing ahead. "Wait, look." The wyvern opened its maw wide to reveal its hideous teeth, intending to crush its prey. However, Eugene still stood tall, using his hands to pry its jaw open. Seeing this, the monster began to build up firepower in its mouth. Before Eugene could make any reaction, a massive pillar of fire erupted directly from its mouth. Witnessing that horrific sight, Galfredik screamed in panic, "Master, damn it." However, at this moment, a mutation occurred from within the fire as a dark energy began to spread out. The monster's eyes suddenly changed. Immediately after, its head suddenly exploded under the devastating force of that dark energy. Its body slumped to the ground, creating a violent tremor that kicked up clouds of dust. Seeing their leader had fallen, the harpies were like a headless snake, screaming in terror as they began to scatter and retreat from the battlefield. The soldiers below erupted in joy. They cheered to the heavens as they saw the sky of the ruins finally brighten once more. Standing before the massive monster's corpse, the soldiers were still in shock, wondering if it was truly dead. Just as everyone was doubting, Eugene stepped majestically out of the wreckage, causing everyone to cheer in amazement. Lord Eugene is still alive. Galfredik hurriedly ran to his side, asking worriedly if his master was all right. Eugene calmly explained that he had finished it off by throwing his sword into its throat, and it was the wyvern's own blood that had protected him from being too severely injured. Eugene stood in pensive silence, looking at the precious sword still stained with blood in his hand. He revealed that when facing the firepower, he had protected himself with a layer of black cloth before using the very sword taken from the bandits to deliver the killing blow. What amazed Eugene was that this weapon remained intact despite just being thrown into the very heart of the black flames. He realized this was an extraordinary weapon. It had helped him defeat the enemy much more easily, and he knew that if he could collect more equipment like this, his power would certainly increase significantly. Witnessing this illustrious feat, the soldiers simultaneously hailed Eugene like a god. Shouts of "Long live Lord Eugene" echoed throughout the entire area of the ruins. Galfredik watched the crowd's passionate praise and smiled slightly, nodding that even the rogues had now been completely won over by his master's prestige. Meanwhile, Baron Beagalan's knight was gritting his teeth in bitterness because the assassination plan had failed miserably. He intended to retreat quietly to find another opportunity, but he was immediately blocked. "Where are you going in such a hurry? Let's talk for a moment." The threatening question rang out, making the enemy tremble and fear to move. Eugene's soldiers surrounded him with mocking smiles, ready to punish anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions toward their master. After interrogating Oleg, he revealed that the one who actually ordered the attack was Baron Beagalan. Standing before the trembling lord, Eugene coldly declared that if he continued to deny the truth, he would make the entire matter public so that not only the Palin merchant group, but the entire nobility would know his true face. But if he were sensible enough to admit it and negotiate, Eugene would overlook the matter and not pursue it further. Finally, under immense pressure, Baron Beagalan had to confess that he was instigated by a nobleman named Zebin, and that blinded greed had caused him to make this fatal mistake. Normally, the Baron would use force to resolve issues, but facing a knight who had just taken down a wyvern, he had absolutely no choice but to bow his head. The first condition Eugene set was a certificate and a joint petition. Since he had already effectively gained control of several villages outside Beagalan's territory, the Baron was forced to write a deed recognizing Eugene as the lord of those lands, and to send a petition to neighboring nobles to formalize his power. It didn't stop there. The second condition was an extremely heavy compensation. He would receive 80% of the mana stones and byproducts obtained, along with Oleg's ransom and compensation for the absurd attack. Additionally, he recruited several mercenaries who had once guarded the Baron's castle into his own service. Looking at the back of Eugene riding ahead, the young man marveled to himself. The wyvern byproducts and mana stones alone were worth a fortune. He believed that with both martial arts and a genius for strategy, Lord Eugene would surely go even further. While lost in thought, Eugene suddenly spoke up. "Your name is Luke, isn't it?" Luke started, replying hurriedly, "Yes, my lord." Eugene went on to ask about the time he had spent as an apprentice. Luke honestly replied that it had been a little over 3 years. Immediately, Eugene made a decision that stunned him. "Then you will be in charge of maintaining armor and caring for weaponry. I will pay you half a silver coin per week, which is 2 coins per month." Hearing such a generous wage, Luke was deeply moved, bowing in thanks. "Thank you, master." However, a question still lingered in his heart. He asked hesitantly, "May a lowly person like myself ask something, with Lord Eugene's permission?" Luke mustered all his courage to ask the reason why Eugene was bringing him along. Eugene nonchalantly explained that it was because Luke had told him about the wyvern's habits back at the Baron's castle, allowing him to prepare such an effective strategy. Eugene also frankly admitted that when he saw Luke barge in with the Baron's knights, he had suspected it was a trap. Hearing this, Luke could only bow his head in apology. "I am sorry." Eugene looked deep into the young man's eyes and noted an interesting truth. "You did not draw your sword against me. You only aimed for the harpies." In the face of that silent loyalty, he coldly ordered, "From now on, follow me." Eugene knew the path ahead would hold many more fierce battles, so he affirmed he would provide full armor and weaponry for him. Facing a life-changing opportunity, Luke was overwhelmed with emotion. He swore solemnly with all respect, "Understood, I will serve Master Eugene until the day I die." Eugene's act of granting equipment to someone of low birth immediately became a hot topic of conversation among the ranks. One soldier exclaimed in disbelief, "So there really are knights who give armor to slaves? I thought that was just a legend." The others began to harbor hope, telling themselves that if they fought well, they would surely be generously rewarded by their master as well. While army morale was high, a scout galloped back frantically to report. Lord Eugene, I checked Robin village and a certain group has occupied it. Hearing this, Eugene's eyes hardened with killing intent. He coldly ordered the entire army, prepare for battle, protect the villagers and eliminate the bandits. Galfredic and the soldiers replied in unison, yes, understood. Everyone was burning with spirit, ready for a bloody sweep. We'll go ahead and wipe them out, let's move, determined to protect the master's people. Witnessing the enthusiasm of his subordinates, Galfredic broke into a delighted grin. Well done, you lot, full of spirit. He turned to Eugene and teased his friend about his new status. How does it feel to be treated like a lord master? However, Eugene kept a troubled, pensive look on his face. He was preoccupied with that kid Del Mondo, the one he had trusted to look after the village, but who had dared to leave on his own. Noticing his master's grim aura and expression, Galfredic asked worriedly, you don't look so good, are you all right? Not wanting to let trifles delay the journey, Eugene simply ordered, let's go. Then he spurred his horse forward. The caravan marched toward the port city of Mofern. Under the red sunset, just as they reached the city outskirts, a guide was already waiting to receive them. Welcome, Lord Eugene, to Mofern. If you stay at an inn, you might run into trouble. This person explained that because it was rare for an army of over 40 armed men to enter the city so openly, it was best to invite Eugene to rest at his private residence to avoid unnecessary trouble from local authorities. After hearing the explanation, Eugene agreed not to stay at the inn. Eugene sat in the middle of a magnificent hall, holding a glass of red wine like a true noble. He calmly affirmed that he did not want to cause unnecessary anxiety for the people, as he understood that damaging relations with Mofern would bring no benefit. Sitting beside him was Gardai, the president of the Mofern Merchant Guild, who looked portly and calculating. He admitted that Eugene's title of Wyvern Slayer was highly respectable, but it brought an equal amount of fear. Gardai glanced at the soldiers accompanying Eugene and remarked that recruiting people who were once highwaymen could easily lead to pointless bloodshed. Below the banquet table, the mercenaries began to murmur in dissatisfaction, feeling insulted by the guild president. One was about to stand up to provoke a confrontation, but his teammate quickly brushed it off, urging him to finish his beer to cool down. The protagonist guaranteed that nothing would happen. Gardai continued his condescending speech. He promised to treat Eugene properly at his mansion, which was better than any inn in the city. He also emphasized that he would ensure Eugene's soldiers caused no trouble. His scrutiny and contempt made the soldiers grit their teeth in anger, but they were forced to remain silent so as not to embarrass their master. Eugene maintained his cold expression. He asked back, was it Arno, the branch manager of the Palin Company, who revealed my situation to you? Gardai nonchalantly confirmed it, as he needed to know exactly whom he was hosting. Not giving him a chance to gloat, Eugene added a shocking piece of information. I have been granted management of the entire surrounding area, including Paranin, Ronan, and Minton. The fat man's face went blank, as if he didn't understand what was happening. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Gardai so stunned he was speechless. He realized Eugene was not just a wandering knight, but was about to become a true lord with the right to rule villages with significant populations. Gardai bitterly realized why Arno had rushed away from the party to work, as the Palin Company had surely sniffed out a massive source of profit from this new lord. He was the last to catch on to this lucrative prey. Once he finished processing the information, even a professional pancake flipper couldn't match his speed at turning around. Gardai immediately pulled a 180-degree turn, groveling and apologizing for his previous rudeness. Eugene only curled his lips slightly, replying nonchalantly that it was understandable everyone was stunned, as even he himself had no prior plan to become a lord. Gardai broke into a devious smile, eagerly suggesting that Eugene would need truly capable people to manage his new villages. Not wanting to miss the chance to flatter the new lord, he promised the Mofern Merchant Guild would provide full support and work tirelessly under him. Facing the lavish banquet, Eugene nodded slightly to accept the hospitality. Gardai cheered excitedly, urging Eugene to feel free to order any dish he wanted. At the table, Galfredic enjoyed the food, while commenting on the unexpected kindness of the merchants, especially since the Palin Company was also sending people to help with management. He excitedly raised a jug of wine, loudly calling for everyone to raise a toast. In the middle of the magnificent hall, Galfredic loudly proclaimed the bravery of the entire group when facing the ferocious wyvern. He asserted that it was thanks to trusting and following the orders of their brilliant lord that they had won such a resounding victory. Galfredic stood up full of spirit, calling on the soldiers to hold their heads high with pride. He declared that they would all continue to serve their master to achieve even more great victories in the future. With Galfredic's encouraging opening speaking for their hearts, the soldiers became even more animated. The atmosphere became more passionate than ever. The mercenaries shouted in unison, "Yes, Lord Galfredic, we will trust and follow you." Amidst the earth-shattering cheers, Eugene remained solemn. Meanwhile, the spirit Mirian appeared extremely excited. He flew over Eugene's head and shouted proudly, calling for everyone to honor the one who would soon become the Demon King. However, as night fell and the noise of the party faded, the atmosphere turned more somber. In a private room, a regretful voice spoke up as they still couldn't find any trace of the red mana stone. Eugene stood by the window, coldly asking Mirian if he had searched the ruins thoroughly. Mirian immediately manifested with a look of grievance. He snapped back sharply at being suspected by his master, firmly asserting that the stone had not appeared at all, even after the mercenaries had turned over every corner to find it. Eugene sighed softly, admitting Miriam had a point. Seeing his master look tired, Miriam announced he was going to bed early and advised him to rest as well. Just as Eugene was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden knock-knock sounded at the door. A voice from outside reported that someone wanted to see him. Eugene looked visibly annoyed, snapping that he had declared he would not receive any guests at this time. However, the servant hesitated, explaining that the guest claimed Eugene would surely change his mind if he heard this sentence. And then a mysterious code name was uttered: the cold and crimson blood of no pharaohs. As soon as the words were spoken, Eugene seemed to realize something. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. The name Del Mondo surfaced in his mind. Rage erupted, making Eugene's aura colder than ever. He gnashed his teeth in resentment, thinking of the one who couldn't even manage a small village, yet now dared to show up in this port city. Stifling his wrath, Eugene coldly ordered, "Let him in." The large doors slowly opened, revealing the figure of someone trembling as he entered the room. Del Mondo, his face pale with fear, stammered, My lord." Eugene looked at the person who had just entered with a gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce his soul. He curled his lips slightly, offering a mocking welcome to his distant relative. "You must have gone on a very long journey to get here." Del Mondo shook uncontrollably under the terrifying pressure radiating from the lord. He could only stand frozen in place in absolute terror as Eugene loomed closer. When Eugene ordered the servant to withdraw, he stated he would only stay a moment and then leave immediately. Remember that. Once the door closed, Del Mondo collapsed to his knees, trembling as he offered a respectful greeting. "To the great progenitor of our family, from the lowly and foolish Del Mondo of the blood of no pharaohs." However, Eugene coldly cut him off. The murderous aura he radiated terrified Del Mondo, making him gasp for breath. Eugene growled as he questioned why almost all the villages he had entrusted to him had been occupied by trash. Del Mondo stammered in his defense that, in reality, because his wounds needed time to heal, he couldn't complete the task. He claimed that waiting for Eugene and Mofern to report directly was the best option, while earnestly begging for punishment for his mistake. Looking at the man prostrated at his feet, Eugene silently appraised him. The fact that he dared to come here despite knowing he would be reprimanded proved he still had some utility. This man at least knew how to drag himself here to admit his fault rather than dodging responsibility. Seeing this, Eugene gave him a chance. He coldly asked, "What are you good at?" Del Mondo hurriedly listed his talents from combat to reading and writing, even asserting he could handle a few mercenaries without using his family power. He confidently declared he knew math and was fluent in 4 languages. To Eugene's surprise, Del Mondo revealed an unexpected truth. "When I was human, I was a mid-level administrator in the Roman Empire, specializing in finance and human resources." Recognizing this man's potential talent, Eugene reached out his hand and declared, "Then work for me. If you do well, I will overlook all your sins." Del Mondo was so delighted his eyes lit up. Given a chance to redeem himself, he excitedly asked what he needed to do. Immediately after, Eugene introduced Del Mondo in a new, elegant appearance to President Gardai, asserting that this was a distant cousin who would manage the territory on his behalf. Gardai was extremely impressed, exclaiming that even from just the way he spoke, he could sense Del Mondo's erudition and elegance. He was relentless in his praise. "Del Mondo is fully worthy of being Lord Eugene's relative." At these compliments, Del Mondo waved his hands in a panicked, humble gesture. He asserted that Lord Eugene was like the moon in the sky, while he himself was as weak as a firefly. Del Mondo's humble attitude made Gardai admire him even more. Eugene's eye for people made the president think to himself, "This knight not only has superior martial arts but is also very good at using people, and the territory will surely flourish under this management." Gardai rubbed his chin slightly in calculation. He secretly regretted not meeting Eugene before the Palin company did. Then he suddenly spoke up to suggest another option with deep implication. Gardai asked excitedly, "Lord Eugene, do you have plans to expand your territory further on the peninsula?" He specifically suggested Mount Nadia, located right on the border. But Eugene coldly replied that he had no need to go that far and was planning to go straight to Marin. However, Eugene's attitude immediately changed when Gardai revealed a highly valuable piece of information. "Actually, there is a silver mine in that mountain." At the word silver mine, Eugene's eyes narrowed slightly in calculation, making the spirit Miriam utter a strange cry of surprise. Eugene rested his chin on his hand, his eyes burning with interest as he demanded, "Tell me about it." In a luxurious room, Romary excitedly spread a large blueprint on the table and asked, "What do you think?" It was the image of a shield with a majestic dragon symbol, leaving Miriam stunned. "You draw as beautifully as an artist." Romary grinned proudly. He explained that people usually think of bats when mentioning the dark race, but for an origin like Eugene, a dragon image was truly worthy. Eugene nodded in satisfaction. "Your skill is at a master level, well done." The unexpected praise made Romary blush with joy. He cheered like a child receiving a gift. "You flatter me, he thought to himself. It turns out this cold lord also knows how to say pleasant things. Being a mage under Eugene doesn't seem too bad. However, Romary immediately shook his head to dispel that thought. He reminded himself not to be swayed by small things. For over a month, he had suffered without being able to conduct research, so now was the time to quickly pack the byproducts and leave. Romary mustered all his courage to ask, "Will I be considered to have contributed to this mission and receive what Lord Eugene promised?" Eugene generously replied, "Take what is appropriate. Having received permission, Romary excitedly grabbed his staff and shouted, "Thank you very much." At that moment, Eugene suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you know anything about alchemy?" Romary loudly affirmed that it was a foundational subject for a mage, as processing minerals was basic for creating chimeras. Eugene went on to suggest that Romary must know how to refine silver, while revealing he might own a silver mine soon and would need someone to refine it. Hearing this, Romary was so excited he slammed his hand onto the table, making Miriam jump. He shouted with determination, "I will build a laboratory as soon as I return to Marin." Romary firmly asserted that a good mage had the ability to separate silver from ore even more skillfully than a dwarf. He pleaded, "Please entrust the silver refining to me, Lord Eugene." Seeing that eagerness, Miriam flew over to tease him. "Hee, so you've tasted the allure of money too, you're quite quick-witted." Romary thought to himself that it was only to pay for research materials, not because he was materialistic like that spirit. He insisted he was completely different and promised not to make Eugene regret it, as silver, sulfur, and mercury were the minerals mages used most frequently. Money was just a secondary thing. Romary was proud of his unrivaled silver processing skills, especially since his goal was to research and create chimera. Eugene sat in his chair and replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to devote everything. Anyway, I understand." This approval made Romary overjoyed. He thanked Eugene repeatedly in absolute excitement. Eugene ordered Romary to return to Marin alone with some soldiers to properly manage the byproducts on the boat. Only after Romary received his orders did Eugene look at Miriam and coldly declare, "Miriam, we are going to take the silver mine." Mount Nadia was originally the property of Duke Bimose, the youngest son of Marquis Archibald. He was also the original owner of Perrin Village, which Eugene had just won over. But he had passed away several years ago. Facing the old records, Eugene wondered why the Archibald family would abandon such a valuable silver mine. President Gardai explained that perhaps it was because they weren't capable of caring about it, while the direct descendants were busy fighting over who was the legitimate heir. Meanwhile, the bandits, oblivious to their true station, seized the silver mine and began acting as if they were the rightful lords of the land. The Calspigian Peninsula was nearly submerged in absolute chaos, leaving local merchants and residents to suffer through rampant violence and heavy financial losses. But then, the sudden arrival of Lord Eugene changed everything. Thanks to him, merchants were finally able to travel through the village without a single worry, and the villagers rejoiced now that they could return to their normal lives. Having secured certificates and petitions from the peninsula's nobility, Eugene's prestige reached its absolute zenith. Amidst the chorus of gratitude and the vibrant bouquets offered by the people, Eugene understood that his claim over the Nadia silver mine would now be met with zero opposition. If he secured the mine, he would receive not only the backing necessary to develop and maintain it, but the Merchant Guild would also station a permanent trader to support further expeditions. In exchange, the old guild master Gardai only hoped that Eugene would continue to trade exclusively with him whenever he operated on the Calspigian Peninsula. Observing the bright dragon banners fluttering throughout the streets, Eugene inwardly noted that Del Mondo was managing things quite well, even knowing how to polish his master's reputation by draping the town in his colors. Witnessing the sudden shift in the villagers' attitude, one soldier couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, the day has finally come where the villagers actually welcome us. The atmosphere is totally different from when we first charged in." Yet the soldier remained puzzled. He had assumed Lord Eugene was heading to Marin, so seeing him here exploring a silver mine was a total shock. Galfredic began to explain, "A lord without mines or territory is nothing compared to one who has them. That's the real difference." The soldier asserted that if Lord Eugene won the silver mine, he would truly become a lord in every sense of the word, both in title and in reality. When the soldier accidentally started to mention the silver mine in Ronin village, another man quickly moved to shut him up, while Galfredic coldly reminded them, "Did you think seizing a few villages and a silver mine was all it took to become a lord?" Pressed by Galfredic's intense gaze, the soldier hurriedly clarified that he no longer had any such ambitions and would only fight with absolute loyalty for Lord Eugene. Galfredic's smile suddenly turned calculating. He warned that even if a mine were seized, it would soon be lost, because the direct descendants of the Archibald family would never let bandits run wild like that for no reason. He stated firmly that it is meaningless for an unqualified person to call themselves a lord, for it is power, reputation, influence, and bloodline that must converge to create a true ruler. Looking at the imposing figure of Eugene leading the army, Galfredic silently confirmed that his master was indeed the one who embodied all those essential traits. Filled with admiration and curiosity, he stepped closer and asked softly, "Master, you must have been a very powerful man in the past, weren't you?" Galfredic believed that even more surprises would come to light once Eugene finally recovered his memories. Meanwhile, Eugene remained silent, lost in the fragmented memories that flickered through his mind. Memories of mysterious individuals who seemed to harbor no ill will toward him. He wondered who they could be, members of his own clan or perhaps other progenitors. However, Eugene knew that the most important task right now was preparing to face the Kaler Central Church and their holy knights. Standing before Mount Nadia as it loomed in the night, Eugene burned with the determination to accumulate not just military might, but political power and vast wealth as well. Eugene coldly issued the order to send out scouts, Looking toward the mountain with glowing eyes, he declared he would personally wipe out the bandits holding the mine to claim it for himself. Eugene understood that this wasn't just a battle for resources, but a battle for his own existence, for he knew well, if he were killed again, he would never be able to find his memories. The pitter-patter of rain on the tent canvases couldn't silence the hushed gossip spreading among the mercenaries. One weary soldier ordered a beer to drown his sorrows, while others worried about the sudden order to deploy in such harsh weather. Moving an entire army through such a raging storm was a monumental challenge. But Lord Eugene's word was law, and everyone had to seek his permission before doing anything at all. Meanwhile, anxiety regarding Anton, the soldier sent on reconnaissance, began to spread. Some suspected he had turned traitor and fled, while others gloomily feared he'd been taken prisoner or died in some forgotten corner. Inside the brightly lit command tent, Eugene and Galfredik listened intently to Veron's report on their upcoming enemy. The bandit group occupying the silver mine was the Valmont gang and their pack of hounds, numbering about 50 men. The leader, Valmont, was a veteran mercenary captain. Veron warned that the man was exceptionally cunning with traps, making the area around the mine a literal death trap. Faced with this grim intelligence, Eugene maintained a cold expression and declared, "We've waited long enough, it's time to go find him." Despite Veron's attempts to dissuade him, arguing that heavy rain would make navigating the trap system 10 times harder, Eugene remained unmoved. He suddenly asked Veron about Anton's character, wanting to know what kind of man the missing scout truly was in the eyes of his peers. Veron confirmed that while Anton came from a background of thievery, he wasn't a deceitful man. Ever since swearing his oath, he had worked tirelessly to earn Lord Eugene's recognition. Hearing this, it seemed Anton was in danger rather than being a traitor. Eugene made a bold decision. He would set out with only Galfredik, while the rest of the troops were to stay behind and wait for his signal to advance. Ignoring his subordinates' concerns, Eugene remained steadfast in his plan. He ordered those staying behind to dig drainage ditches carefully and to maintain a strict watch to ensure the base's security. Standing before the reverently obedient soldiers, Eugene dropped a cold but powerful truth. The weak are forgotten the moment they die. Under the white sheets of rain, a figure was held firmly in Galfredik's grasp. The man trembled, tears streaming down his face in terror as the knight's iron hand squeezed his throat. Staring into the stranger's wide, fear-stricken eyes, Eugene coldly ordered him not to talk much, but simply to nod yes or no to his upcoming question. "Your boss is Valmont, right?" Receiving a terrified nod, he continued to ask about Anton's whereabouts. "So it is him. Have you seen a black-haired guy with a scar on his face?" Seeing the soldier could only make desperate, muffled sounds, Galfredik grit his teeth and asked a final, murderous question. "Did you kill him? Was he liquidated then?" Meanwhile, deep inside the silver mine, Valmont's subordinates were casually discussing their wild ambitions. One soldier asked blankly, "What was his name again?" He said it was Condremander, right? To which a man beside him snapped, "Idiot, it's Sir Andre." They began to show open contempt, arguing that a hollow knighthood was useless compared to the piles of glittering silver before them. Another flatterer chimed in, "The boss thinks silver is king too. Forget that knight title, let's just seize the mine." However, Valmont immediately barked in order to silence his short-sighted men. "Shut your mouths, you have to look further ahead. Once he knights us, political power will be the thing that ensures our long-term survival." But just as their dreams of nobility were unfolding, a world-shaking boom echoed through the tunnels followed by screams of an ambush. One soldier yelled in a panic, "What's that sound? Light the torch, God." Before a surge of blue energy could tear through the darkness and descend upon them, the true nightmare began. Caught in the dead of night, the bandits screamed in pure horror. "Monster, monster!" Cries for help and "Open the door!" echoed through the mining shafts. As they were driven into a corner, one soldier desperately pounded on a door, crying, "The boss is still." But a horrific scream followed, signaling a gruesome end. Amidst the ruins, the survivors huddled and trembled, wondering an ogre. But someone immediately dismissed it in fear. "Don't be stupid. There are no ogres on this mountain." The situation turned hopeless. A panicked soldier ran to Valmont, yelling, "Let's run, Valmont." But Valmont grit his teeth, looking helplessly at the torrential rain outside. "In this weather, where exactly are we supposed to run to?" At that exact moment, a crushing pressure descended. The sturdy wooden doors were blown into splinters. The soldiers standing behind their shields were tossed aside like ragdolls, accompanied by sharp screams of agony. Before the dust could even settle, Eugene stepped in like a supreme being, draped in his commanding red and black armor. His eyes glowed in the darkness as he coldly remarked, "So you've all gathered here." Galfredik followed, casually commenting on the cramped space of the mine as if he were taking a light stroll. The bandits stared in shock at the two figures before them, trembling as they realized that's not a monster. Valmont was the first to regain his senses, roaring at his frozen subordinates. "What are you doing? Capture and kill them." The mercenaries shouted frantically and charged toward Eugene. Instantly, the spirit Mirian manifested, glowing brightly upon its master's hand. It released rolling waves of azure energy that completely enveloped the room. The spirit's power left the crowd totally disoriented. They wailed in a panic, "What is this? Damn it, I can't see a thing." Galfredik looked around the battlefield and asked, "Eugene, should we keep any of them alive for questioning, though it seems the scouts already spilled everything we need?" Eugene replied decisively, "No, these are the ones who killed my mercenaries." Witnessing his master's absolute resolve, Galfredik understood why only the two of them were necessary. His eyes glowed with an eerie pink light as he bowed and confirmed, I will do as you command, master. Gelfredic darted forward like a ghost in the dark mine. He recalled back to when he was human, a time when he couldn't have even imagined fighting in pitch-black darkness like this. But now Gelfredic realized that with vampire blood in his veins, the darkness was no obstacle at all. On the contrary, being able to freely release his energy provided him with an entirely different kind of vitality. His vampire senses, normally hidden, now delivered a flood of information he could never have perceived as a human. Through his special heat vision, Gelfredic saw right through the bandits. He swung his arms, tearing through every obstacle amidst screams of pain. Noticing something, he immediately spun around and dodged an attack from one of the bandits. Gelfredic bared his fangs menacingly and mocked, "I can see everything." Cries of "have mercy and forgive me" rang out in vain. A solitary soldier stood trembling, staring in shock at his comrades being wiped out in the blink of an eye. In utter despair, the bandits screamed curses at the man who had sent them to their deaths. "Andre, you bastard. You never said there was a monster like this." Before the words could finish, Eugene dove in like a reaper, delivering a fatal strike that crushed the enemy into the dry earth. Gelfredic looked on in surprise as Eugene grabbed the lone surviving bandit, wondering, weren't you going to kill him too? To which Eugene coldly replied, "I still have a few questions for the big boss." Because he said something very interesting. Shortly after, the shocking news was brought to the Merchant Guild leader's mansion. Gardai gasped in disbelief. "Is that true? Valmont was instigated by Sir Andre." Eugene sat across from him nonchalantly and confirmed, "I brought him back so you can interrogate him whenever you like. I'm just wondering how to handle him since he's the henchman of a nobleman." Gardai immediately saw a golden opportunity to curry favor with Eugene. His eyes lit up as he excitedly argued, "Sir, if played correctly, you could seize not just the silver mine but the initiative for the entire peninsula." Eugene raised an eyebrow in doubt. The initiative. The guild leader began to carefully analyze Sir Andre, the man who was the nephew-in-law of Marquis Archbold and the first to betray him. Gardai explained that although Sir Andre deserved criticism, the other nobles had also participated in the Marquis's overthrow, so they had no right to insult him. Currently, the direct descendants of the Archbold family were busy fighting amongst themselves, backed by various other lords. However, the most important figure standing behind Sir Andre was Lord Gavril, the eldest son of Marquis Archbold. Eugene quickly grasped the issue and smirked meaningfully. Then there's no way Sir Andre would have acted on his own. Gardai nodded in admiration. "As expected, you truly are outstanding, Lord Eugene." However, Eugene still had some doubts, but couldn't they just insist it wasn't them? Seeing Eugene's hesitation, Gardai didn't give up. To bolster Eugene's confidence, he declared solemnly, "If you step forward, the city of Mofern and I, Gardai, will follow you." To Eugene's surprise, he explained that thanks to him, the route to the Bayagalan territory had stabilized, causing the mayor and other guild masters to fix their eyes upon him. He urged, "You have gained the opportunity to solidify your position here. What do you think, Lord Eugene? You only need to make the decision." Eugene sat in deep thought, weighing the situation and the stability of the entire peninsula. Gardai continued to offer tempting terms. He was ready to call the mercenary guild master to gather a powerful force for him, asserting firmly that he would back Eugene. Eugene looked into the old guild master's ambitious eyes, narrowed his own slightly, and asked, "When can you start preparation?" Gardai roared with determination, "We can start right now. Mofern will support you with everything we have." Eugene finally made his decision. "I understand. Then I'll leave the recruitment of soldiers to you." He had finally persuaded Eugene, opening up a bright future for himself. Over 100 soldiers and a massive caravan of merchants marched through the city gates, marking a colossal investment by the Merchant Guild in Eugene. Facing the presence of the black-armored knight, the mercenaries and proud knights of the Calspigian Peninsula showed no hesitation. On the contrary, they were fired up, gathering under Eugene not just for his strength in the lucrative mine, but because they believed an unattached outsider like him would take full responsibility for the region's peace. Cheers echoed through the streets, for the peace and stability of the Calspigian Peninsula, and it is the honor of my life to fight beside the Wyvern Slayer. Watching the army march in from above, Guildmaster Gardai and his associate casually discussed their political chess moves. He revealed that half the knights had volunteered without pay in the hope that they would be granted their own lands that wouldn't be seized later. For Gardai, this was a highly profitable deal. He was willing to spend several thousand silver coins in exchange for massive return. He haughtily assumed that even if Eugene were a Wyvern Slayer, he was surely ignorant of land management and politics, just a pawn for Mofern to exploit for profit. As someone reported that Eugene's manager was waiting in the study, Gardai offered a confident, cunning smile, assuming a young manager in his early 20s like Delmondo would be easily controlled and crushed by his veteran experience. Inside the office, Delmondo casually proposed the construction of a castle, leaving the old guild master gasping, "What, a castle? What do you mean?" Maintaining a terrifyingly calm demeanor, Delmondo asserted that as the master of 6 hamlets and 4 villages, owning a castle was only natural. He presented a detailed list that left Gardai trembling as he read. From building watchtowers and barracks for 50 soldiers to hearing dwarf masons from Pomeran and repurposing Duke Vermos's old mansion to cut costs, everything was calculated down to the smallest detail. Cold sweat broke out on the old man as he stared helplessly at the skyrocketing cost sheet, unable to find any argument to counter it. Delmondo coldly stated that if Gardai didn't like it, he was free to refuse, as Mofern wasn't the only place that could trade silver. He nonchalantly turned to leave, not forgetting to mockingly mention that Marin was also a decent place, causing the guild master to grab his arm in a panic. Wait. Gardai immediately changed his tune, laughing to smooth things over. Ha ha ha, why the rush? Am I not also providing military aid? Let's sit down and talk. Inwardly, Delmondo smirked with calculation. He told himself he still had a special ability he had never revealed to his master, something he believed made him unrivaled since becoming a kinsman. With superior racial traits, that ability was a cunningness forged from 15 years of deep study in the human world regarding personnel systems, management, social skills, and master-level acting. With 25 years of wandering experience facing all sorts of schemes, Delmondo asserted that no matter how Gardai tried to hide it, he saw right through the old man's plots. Delmondo sat back down and asked challengingly, Guild Master Gardai, do you think Lord Eugene will stop at being a mere petty lord? Before the Guild Master could respond, Delmondo mocked him, saying that the head of a merchant guild should be able to see the big picture. Furthermore, he painted a future where Eugene wouldn't just stop at being a marquis, but could become a great lord of the empire. Delmondo revealed that his own father had once been a lord in the empire, but he was certain Eugene would go much further to achieve ultimate power. With glowing eyes and a smile that revealed his eerie fangs, he asserted he will surely achieve the highest status, like a king, for example. Shifting to the territory, a soldier cheered excitedly upon seeing Eugene appear. Ha ha ha, look, Lord Eugene, this is for you. The soldier proudly reported that they had quickly seized the bandits' lair, because the criminals were so stunned by the team's bravery that they surrendered immediately. Eugene coldly asked why he had suddenly broken formation to enter this forest, and the soldier loudly bragged that they had subdued the bandits without even drawing a sword, to prove their trust in their master. However, Eugene was left speechless as he saw the bandits huddled on their knees, weeping piteously and begging. Please have mercy on us. They trembled as they pleaded for slavery, wailing in utter despair. Please have pity and take us as slaves, just please don't eat us. Faced with the bandits' desperate pleas, Eugene looked visibly annoyed and pressed them. Why on earth do you think I'm going to eat you? One bandit explained tremblingly that they had heard a rumor at a nearby village tavern. If any thief were caught red-handed by the Black Knight, they would be torn limb from limb and eaten alive on the spot. Please spare us, we'll reform, we promise. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, the soldiers accompanying Eugene were left in total shock. They broke into a cold sweat upon realizing the bandits hadn't surrendered because of their fighting prowess, but simply because they were terrified at the mere mention of Lord Eugene's name. A bitter truth became clear in the soldiers' minds. The glorious achievement they had just been gloating about wasn't actually the result of their own hard work. Noticing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, the spirit Mirian flew to Eugene's shoulder and whispered advice. My lord, you should reward them. You have to know how to treat knights who haven't been paid yet. Understanding the spirit's intent, he turned to look at the waiting soldiers. He declared loudly, regardless, it was thanks to you brave knights charging forward that they were forced to surrender. Well done, knights. The unexpected praise made the soldiers beam with joy. Their eyes lit up with pride. Isn't this the result of combining your illustrious reputation with our courage? They laughed heartily, silently admiring their master's sharp judgment. However, Eugene's smile suddenly became eerie and dangerous. He coldly reminded them, but don't forget, didn't I say that every order must originate from me? If this happens again, you will all have to cross swords with me personally. In truth, Eugene thought to himself that if they continued to act on their own whims, he would have wanted to deal with them himself immediately. However, to instill caution within the Archbold nobility, he understood that he desperately needed a powerful and loyal military force. Seeing that his subordinates understood the situation, Eugene issued a cold command. All right then, the Marquis's territory is just ahead, move out. In the rear, a few soldiers still couldn't hide their resentment. They whispered to each other that despite their contributions, they still hadn't been paid, yet their master wouldn't even let them act independently. However, a comrade nearby quickly reassured them that since Eugene was the one who had slain the wyvern, it was best to place their full trust in him. Venturing deeper into the new land, a guide pointed toward a magnificent castle in the distance and announced, "From here on is the territory of Marquis Archbold, Lord Eugene." Eugene observed pensively and then asked if it was true that half of the Calspigian region belonged to this family. The guide confirmed that while the land they ruled directly wasn't huge, the Archbolts were such an ancient and prestigious family that they had many vassal nobles under their thumb. He further revealed a crucial piece of information. The family was currently deeply divided internally, with everyone only concerned about looking out for their own interests. Eugene curled his lips slightly. He silently appraised this guide as being very knowledgeable and realized that President Gardai's previous suggestion was completely well-founded. Faced with the Lord's praise, the guide only offered a humble, respectful smile. You flatter me, sir. Duke Gavril's domain, our final destination, is still 3 days' journey away and requires passing through 2 other territories, the guide reported as the group moved forward. One of those was the territory of Lady Essendra, the eldest daughter and legal successor of the Archbold family. Although legitimacy belonged to Lady Essendra, Duke Gavril was currently the one holding the most powerful influence. The Marquis's unusual decline had created deep conflicts within the family. Lady Essendra was also being suppressed and held no real power. Eugene observed the scene with a thoughtful gaze. He told himself this was a world where bloodline and status were absolute. He recognized the cruel injustice of reality, a class system where captured soldiers became slaves, while knights and nobles only needed to pay a ransom to go free. Eugene's gaze hardened with resolve. He ordered, "I will meet Lady Essendra directly, send an envoy." At the magnificent castle, Lady Essendra Archbolt was nonchalantly enjoying the service of her slave. When she heard the report about Eugene, the knight who had just seized the Nadia silver mine and 2 villages belonging to the late Duke Vermos, she only curled her lips slightly. Despite hearing of the man who had conquered Baron Baegalin's ruins, Essendra coldly asserted those were just worthless rumors. No one had ever seen the corpse of a wyvern or anything from it. She didn't believe an ordinary person could perform such extraordinary feats. Ignoring Giko's worried warning that Eugene might be Duke Gavril's pawn, Essendra ordered, "Tell him to come in." When she heard news that Eugene's envoy had brought about 100 soldiers and at least 10 knights waiting on the hill, she didn't flinch but only gave a faint laugh. "Then tell him to enter alone." Essendra stepped out of the bath, her eyes sharp and defiant. She mocked Giko's excessive worry and asserted that as a direct descendant, she was more than capable of handling this stranger. "I am naturally very suspicious, so I cannot simply believe what others say." Essendra whispered, "Let's see if he's actually as capable as people say he is. What is the truth and what is merely a lie? I shall judge that myself." A moment later, inside the drawing room, the female host's voice rang out. "You look younger and more elegant than I thought." Faced with Eugene's composure, Essendra gave an implicit smirk, remarking that the rumors were even harder to believe now that she saw him in person. She listed everything from the stories of him being a cannibal to the feat of taking down a wyvern. Eugene replied coldly that the cannibalism was just a bad joke, but his killing of the wyvern was absolutely true. Eugene asserted that this audience was surely for more than just satisfying her curiosity. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard standing next to Essendra barked loudly, claiming Eugene was speaking insolently to Her Highness. However, Essendra burst into a hearty laugh and admitted she was starting to find his personality interesting. Essendra suggested getting straight to the main point. Eugene declared he had come with a request and a decisive proposal. Essendra immediately guessed that Eugene wanted her to recognize his ownership of the villages he had occupied. When Eugene asked back if that was feasible, Essendra's expression suddenly became very stern. She growled, "Are you actually trying to pick a fight with me?" Seeing the other's firm stance, Eugene gave a small sigh of regret and decided to move immediately to the proposal part. Eugene revealed that he had captured Valmont, the notorious bandit leader at the Mount Nadia silver mine. He emphasized that Valmont was the one who had murdered the nobleman who once hired him. And more importantly, he had confessed that the one instigating him was the knight Sir Andre. According to the testimony, Sir Andre had promised a pardon and a title if Valmont seized the mine. Eugene hammered home the fact that Sir Andre was Duke Gavril's man. Leaving Essendra in shock, he asserted he had full evidence from the Mofern Guild and played his final card. "If Valmont is handed over to you, it will be a massive help for your Highness Essendra to officially become the Marquis. In return, please grant me full recognition as a lord. This is my proposal." Eugene stated his conditions bluntly, leaving Essendra quite surprised. Seeing his proposal offered like a sweet treat, she laughed heartily, admitting she had been a bit too harsh and promised to add silver and deeds of ownership as an apology. Essendra confessed that demanding land rights, while the succession was in chaos, made her think Eugene was intentionally provoking her. Essendra revealed she could become the Marquis whenever she wanted, but royal interference on the Kalspagin Peninsula had made everything complicated. The royal family was always looking for any opening to expand their power, and Gavril was the target they were wooing, even prepared to grant him a title if necessary. Essendra bitterly realized that if that happened, her power would be cut in half, which was like holding a blade to her own throat. She insisted that Kalspagin's affairs must be settled by its own people, and the Archbolt family had to maintain a responsible middle ground. That was also why Essendra always tried to keep her younger brothers close, by any means necessary. But the greedy Gavril was throwing a tantrum to claim even the family's dungeon. When Eugene asked about the dungeon's existence, Essendra confirmed she needed to conquer it soon. But the sticking point was that the path leading there was blocked by the territory of Eric, the fourth in the family. Eric was playing a cunning game of neutrality. He demanded that anyone wanting to pass through his territory had to pay a fee for every single member of the expedition. It seemed Eric was waiting to see who would inherit the title. He feared that picking a side would turn the other into an enemy. Therefore, he used this fee as a way to show his stance, and so far has not sided with Her Highness at all. Eugene asked how much the price was, and the answer made even him fall silent. 10 silver coins per person. Essendra laughed. She asserted that after paying the daily wages for knights and mercenaries, there would be nothing left. Then she turned to Eugene. "Do you find that reasonable?" Essendra lightly touched Eugene's hand. "That spoiled brat. Come to think of it, I used to dote on him so much when he was little, yet he bites the hand that fed him." Eugene interrupted her reminiscence with a bold proposal that made the atmosphere suddenly tense. "My lady, would you permit me to be the one to conquer that place?" Essendra immediately gave a flat refusal. She reminded him that with a force of over 100 men currently, the transit fee to pass through Eric's territory would be a staggering sum that no one could shoulder. Yet Eugene calmly looked her in the eye and made a crazy decision. I will go alone. A silence enveloped the magnificent room at Eugene's shocking declaration. Essendra stared at the knight before her in disbelief and asked, "Do people often call you a madman?" But Eugene simply replied nonchalantly that he had never heard that before, not even once. Some time later, Eugene's army had gathered at an ancient stone bridge, a place considered a vital border point where the Archbold family's direct lineages intersected. Galfredic stood formidably before the soldiers, loudly warning them that they must absolutely not cross the bridge into Gavril and Eric's territory to avoid giving the enemy an excuse to attack. He roared a threat to smash the skull of anyone who dared to disobey, leaving the entire army only able to respond in unison in absolute terror. Eugene turned to instruct Galfredic, "Stay here with the soldiers and wait patiently until I return. As soon as Sir Giko brings the transit permit, I will officially enter the dungeon single-handedly." Looking at his master's formidable silhouette on horseback, Galfredic silently understood that Eugene intended to pull off another world-shaking solo feat. In the rear, the mercenaries began whispering about the Lord daring to enter the tiger's den alone. Veron gave a soft sigh. He was worried that the new recruits who hadn't personally witnessed Eugene's true power would start doubting and looking down on his status, so he urged his teammates to go explain things to bolster their confidence. It's normal for them to whisper since they haven't seen the master's strength yet. Eugene glanced back at the army as they reminded each other to try and calm the situation, so no one would harbor dissatisfaction while he was away. Although the mercenary captains had been won over, he knew that the stability of the remaining soldiers was still a difficult problem to solve. The spirit Miriam flew to his side, pointing worriedly toward the knights who were radiating a grim aura and urging Eugene to go reassure them before things got out of control. Eugene looked at those who had volunteered to join without needing pay. His eyes glowed with a sense of cruelty and coldness. He told himself that he originally only wanted to use absolute power to beat them all into complete submission, but the current situation forced him to suppress that instinct. Eugene told himself that even a minor lord knows how to hide their true feelings, so he absolutely could not afford to appear inferior. Turning to the waiting army and trying to regain his composure, Eugene spoke, "You must all be anxious, but thank you for obeying." A knight in silver armor replied with a sigh of relief, "If Lord Eugene requested it, then of course we must follow." However, he couldn't help but wonder, "But it is a real shame that you are entering the dungeon conquest campaign alone. Are we not capable enough for you, Lord Eugene?" Eugene explained calmly, "Not at all. Every lord's dream is to collaborate with outstanding individuals like yourselves. Even Her Highness Essendra has high expectations for you." Hearing the name Essendra, the soldiers murmured to each other in disbelief. Eugene asserted firmly, "That's right. She praised you endlessly, saying you followed me solely out of pure chivalry." Immediately, he ordered Luke to distribute that to the soldiers. Luke respectfully obeyed and handed each man a bag heavy with silver. 50 silver coins each, Luke announced loudly. Eugene declared this was just a small gift but a sincere token from Her Highness Essendra and himself. All of this silver was granted by Her Highness Essendra. In his heart, he coldly calculated that he was only keeping these volunteers around because they would be useful later. Eugene asked if they could watch the situation here for the next few days, making the spirit Miriam laugh with delight. "Kaihaha, our demon king's getting better and better at acting. That little devil is always teasing his master." Eugene continued to encourage the crowd. "I believe this will be a wonderful opportunity for you all to demonstrate your chivalry before Her Highness Essendra." These words seemed to give them strength, making the knights shout in unison, "We will do our best, please leave it to us." One soldier was so moved he exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have such high expectations of us." Miriam, hiding behind Eugene's shoulder, wondered to herself if that tough woman Essendra actually knew who these people were. Eugene closed his eyes and thought nonchalantly, "You're worrying too much. Since these knights will never meet Essendra privately, whether she knows them or not actually doesn't matter." Just then, a knight approached to report that everything had been permitted. Eugene gave a slight nod of thanks. "Then I shall be on my way." Seeing Eugene intended to go alone, a guardian knight hurriedly tried to stop him. "Lord Eugene, please think it over one more time. Your decision is not brave, it is reckless." He insisted that even if he conceded to let Eugene go alone, the situation was still too dangerous. Eugene interrupted coldly, "Do you realize you've said the same thing 4 times now?" He raised the practical question of who would slay the monsters and who would carry the loot, while also revealing that he intended to negotiate those matters as well. The knight was still uneasy. He grumpily reminded Eugene not to be gone more than 3 days because it wouldn't be too late to change his mind. Eugene simply dropped one sentence, "I'm off." Then he spurred his horse and sped away. Miriam flew around, grumbling about how that knight was so talkative, always complaining like an old man, and urged Eugene to quickly wipe out the annoying pests. Eugene glanced at the noisy spirit. "You're being too loud too, get inside." Ignoring the reprimand, Miriam still shouted excitedly, "Super warrior heading out." In the eyes of the people, Duke Edric was a benevolent lord, always radiant and friendly to his subordinates. That was the reputation he had painstakingly built in the Karlsbygden region. But he admitted to having a fatal flaw. He had no luck with his own family. For many years, Edric had been caught between the endless struggle of Essendra and Gavril. He thought that patience would suffice, since he would be the lord one way or another. But theory aside, new trouble arrived. This time it was a strange knight, insisting on going alone to clear out the dungeon. At the lavish banquet table, Edric probed Jan Eugene about Essendra's offer. He wanted to know whether she was worried about monsters spilling out of the demon realm. Edric invited Eugene to sit and eat, but the young man coldly refused, saying he had no time for such social nicety. Eugene went straight to the point. He had a request for the Duke's help. Edric smiled outwardly but inwardly began to suspect this was an Essendra plot. Eugene's request was simple. He needed monster dismantlers and laborers, not mercenaries. Edric thought to himself that entering the demon realm alone was a death sentence. Eugene planned to have the workers wait at the entrance, then go into work after he had cleared the monsters. Edric couldn't believe his ears and assumed the youth was mad. Edric's gaze hardened. He suspected this was Essendra's move, using a mad knight to create an incident in his territory. He worried that if Eugene died, Essendra would use it as a pretext to apply political pressure on his family. He felt like a player trapped on the back foot. Though Gabriel had ordered no one enter the demon realm until the succession issue was settled, Edric couldn't overtly block Essendra's people. A thought flashed through Edric's mind. If this man died in the demon realm instead of in his domain, wouldn't that make things smoother for him? Eugene asked for only 10 people, 5 of each type. Ariel perched nearby, surprised that the Duke agreed so quickly. Edric was overly eager, insisting on sending double the number and offering full support. He even suggested Eugene write a letter to Essendra before leaving to be safe. He wanted the letter to state that Eugene had been well received at the castle, a sort of insurance to absolve him of responsibility if anything happened. Eugene agreed immediately. To him, since this man was Essendra's brother, making a good impression couldn't hurt. Excellent, Edric exclaimed excitedly and immediately ordered paper and ink. Things were going exactly as he wished. Edric generously promised to provide 10 dismantlers, 10 laborers, mercenaries, and all necessary supplies. His subordinates complied obediently. Eugene took the quill and quickly finished the letter. For him, this information was enough to send the message. Edric chuckled hollowly, bidding Eugene farewell with the most insincere blessings he could muster. He even arranged immediate escorts so as not to waste time. Ariel looked baffled at why these people were suddenly laughing like fools. Eugene remained calm, politely thanking them for the support. From that base expression it was clear. Edric just wanted Eugene to go die in there and be rid of the debt. Don't come back, Jan Eugene, he cursed inwardly. The gate to the demon realm loomed up amid the dark mist, waiting for the unlucky to step through. Sir MacBur was still skeptical. He asked Eugene again if he truly intended to enter this place no one had set foot in alone. He warned that no one had conquered the place in the past 6 months, and the last group to enter had failed disastrously. Eugene's eyes remained resolutely fixed ahead. Eugene reassured them that Essendra had provided sufficient information. He told them to wait. Within 3 days, he would send a signal from inside. Eugene told everyone to stay outside and only enter to work after he had finished clearing things. The laborers could only stare after him in bewilderment. Sir MacBur and the soldiers gaped as the young man single-handedly pushed the massive stone gate, something that normally required 10 men to budge. Such terrifying strength. Eugene turned back to give one last reminder. When I knock 3 times, open it. His figure gradually sank into the dungeon's darkness. Inside the demon realm it was cold and dark. Eugene stood firm. Beside him the water spirit Cillian hovered, emitting a soft blue glow. He tossed the bag of supplies to the ground. To Eugene, the water and hardtack Edric provided were just for show. He didn't need them. Around him, monsters began crawling out from the rock walls, growling hungrily. Eugene paid no attention to the blood of these puny creatures. What he hungered for was the blood of high-level monsters and red mana crystals. Eugene's eyes flared deadly red in the darkness. Red mana surged around Eugene like cursed chains. He wanted to test the limits of his current power. With a single sweep of his arm, blazing red lightning crushed the low-level monsters. They dissolved into smoke before they even understood what happened. The monsters' screams echoed through the caverns as they faced Eugene's horrific pressure. A true massacre began. Cillian panicked, realizing the dragon mark within Eugene was in a berserk state. This power far exceeded anything it had known. Eugene stood at the center of the blazing red mana storm. A little experiment won't hurt, he thought coldly. Each step Eugene took left dark red energy trails on the floor. The radiating pressure made the air feel viscous. Shockwaves from the dragon mana swept through continuously, crushing everything in their path. This power was not for the weak. The monsters could only roar desperately as their bodies were torn apart by the very pressure of Eugene's presence. He moved like a grim god through their domain. Red mana exploded, turning Eugene into a true monster among demons. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. Cillian cried out in alarm, unable to track Eugene's movements. Everywhere was a deadly red and piercing screams. Cillian tried to pursue, but Eugene had long since left it behind. The caverns were now filled with the smell of blood and piles of monster corpses. Eugene stood amid the battlefield, casually counting the fallen. 3 mid-level trolls and hundreds of low-level monsters. This should more than cover the coin he received from Essendra. He retracted his power, his eyes still scanning for what belonged to him. Time to harvest, he muttered. Deeper in the cave, Eugene came upon bodies drained of blood. He recognized signs similar to vampires, but with something off. All witnesses were dead, only huge fang marks remained on the victims' bodies, clearly the work of some large beast. Eugene walked over still water, thinking to himself that this creature surely possessed the red mana crystal he sought. Suddenly, piercing kikiki shrieks rang from the dark ceiling. He glanced up, eyes narrowed in alertness. From the darkness, dozens of red eyes appeared. A swarm of monstrous bats hung from the ceiling, waiting for prey to fall into their snare. The bats hissed ferociously, baring razor-sharp fangs. They swooped down like a black whirlwind to rip apart the intruder. The slap of wings and the frenzied screeches enveloped Eugene. But to him, these foes were still beneath notice. Eugene's arm transformed into blazing red dragon claws, tearing the air. He swung decisively, cutting off the swarm's aggression. Bat blood spurted everywhere as Eugene's claws struck. His speed and power left the monsters utterly helpless. Seeing the bats slaughtered en masse, Eugene still felt unsatisfied. These were larger than ordinary bats, but clearly not the high-level monsters he was waiting for. Eugene sheathed his sword. He began to feel annoyed that these puny creatures kept charging non-stop, wasting his precious time. The red blade swept in a circle, clearing the surrounding space. His gaze was icy as he stared into the deep darkness ahead. Eugene let out a soft sigh. The blood splattered on his face only added to his fearsome appearance. "These nuisances really don't know when to stop," he muttered. He decided not to waste another moment. Standing amid the encircling monsters, Eugene prepared to unleash a finishing move to end them all. "I'll use fear to crush and behead them all at once," Eugene thought as red mana began to surge powerfully from his hands. The crimson energy exploded outward like an infernal storm. The monstrous bats gaped in horror before being utterly swallowed. The entire cavern shook under the phenomenal pressure. Eugene stood there, towering amid a sea of blood and heaps of crushed monster corpses in an instant. Cillian flew over, mouth agape in astonishment, asking how he could achieve such an impossible feat. Fear was evident on the little water spirit's face. Eugene looked at his hands, wondering whether he had unintentionally killed them merely with the pressure of pure fear. This power had truly gone beyond control. Although he had just wiped out the bat swarm, Eugene remained composed. To him, slaying them brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. But the water spirit suddenly warned that one more lurker remained hidden in the darkness above. Eugene immediately looked up. A high-level monster revealed itself. A giant bat with many blazing red eyes and jagged teeth gazing down at him with ravenous hunger. Eugene narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in a cold smile. Finally, the host had shown itself. The real hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 37 opens with the image of a giant monstrous bat hiding on the cliff face. Eugene smiled in anticipation. He was hunting high-level monsters. He had spotted his target, and a red murderous aura immediately enveloped the creature. A powerful slash created a massive vortex of energy, sweeping the opponent away. Another many-limbed entity suddenly emerged from the darkness, causing the fairy Ariel to scream in terror. Eugene plunged straight into the pit of monsters, beginning the massacre. He squinted to observe, realizing this monster was changing shape. The mutated entity writhed in a pool of red water, its head tentacles undulating continuously. A shock explosion detonated right in the midst of the fierce battle. The monster bared its teeth with a hiss, lunging its sharp claws toward Eugene. Eugene reversed the sword's hilt, preparing a finishing blow. He drove the sword straight into the water, creating immense pressure that pushed the opponent back. This time, a giant snake bared its fangs threateningly. Eugene was irritated that the opponent kept shifting forms. Eugene moved at extreme speed, dodging the attacks. He reached out and seized the snake's head with a blazing red blood aura. The creature dissolved with a scream. Ariel was still left in shock. Eugene stood motionless, his cloak billowing in the wind with a calm expression. Another monstrous bat suddenly ambushed from behind. It launched a potent blue energy sphere directly at him. Eugene stared at the sphere and smiled challengingly. He dared it to attack with all its power. His eyes burned red, ready to face it head-on. A critical thrust pierced straight through the core of the energy vortex. The bat screamed in agony as it took the full counterstrike. A blazing red magical core was revealed as the monster's body shattered into pieces. Ariel deftly caught the precious mana crystal falling through the air. The little fairy brought the red mana crystal to her master. Eugene silently affirmed that he had grown much stronger than before. He raised the crystal to his lips and absorbed it directly to gain its power. A new surge of energy erupted. Eugene smiled with satisfaction as he acquired a transformation skill. This skill allowed him to borrow the form and strength of any monster with a magical core. He tilted his head back to the sky, feeling potent mana welling through his body. Eugene stood alone in the red pool like a lord of the wasteland. The tremor from the new energy was so strong it blew the little fairy Ariel aside. Ariel grumbled, asking him to stop showing off. Eugene realized his blood aura had skyrocketed. His gaze sharpened. He could now clearly sense every blind spot around him. Eugene suddenly halted as he noticed another unusual presence. The atmosphere in the cavern fell into an eerie silence. Gloomy spirits and burning skulls shimmered faintly in the darkness. Eugene peered into a dark chamber, sensing a thick miasma of death. Ariel anxiously asked her master if something was wrong. Eugene's eyes glowed red. He was focusing on the terrifying entity lurking ahead. He silently stepped into the darkness despite Ariel's fear, preparing to face an entity that shouldn't exist in this world. A strange noise echoed through the gloomy cavern, startling Ariel into asking a question. The little fairy begged Eugene to turn back, saying they already had the red mana crystal. Ariel wondered if her master was overly eager for glory, but Eugene coldly denied it. Despite warnings of imminent death, Eugene continued deeper in silence. He sensed an abnormal presence, something that shouldn't exist in this world. Ariel screamed in horror as a gigantic silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor. "It's the fairy," stammered as she saw the terrifying entity before them. Twin-headed ogre, the strongest monster on the land, now stood there radiating purple mana. The creature's two heads, one armored, the other a fang-filled mutation, emitted chilling groans. Ariel realized it was an undead revived by dark magic. Eugene began to suspect who was behind this. He decided to move closer to investigate, despite Ariel's worried question about what he intended to do. "Back off," Eugene drew his sword and ordered the fairy to stay away from danger. He launched the first attack, but his sword barely penetrated the monster's defenses. The ogre roared and swung its weapon in a 1,000-pound cleave in retaliation. The ground trembled violently under the terrifying strength of the two-headed beast. Eugene realized his opponent's skin was as hard as cold steel. Ordinary strikes were completely useless. The monster unleashed a barrage of crimson rune claws encircling Eugene. It mocked his efforts, a mad laughter echoing throughout the cavern. Eugene froze, stunned to see that the creature was not only powerful but intelligent and taunting. The ogre threw back its head and roared, displaying the overwhelming might of a predator. A direct punch caught Eugene off guard. He was blasted away in agony. The undead's strength exceeded all expectations. It kept following up with brutal blows. Eugene was pinned to the ground, blood streaming at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze refused to yield. Watching the looming monster advance, a thought of death flashed through Eugene's mind. But memories of the deep-seated hatred for the Archibald family surged back, preventing him from collapsing. Eugene's eyes flared red with fury. The fire of his vengeance burned more fiercely than ever. The blood aura suddenly erupted violently. Eugene was determined not to die here. The two-headed ogre looked down at the small figure at its feet, unaware that a true monster was about to awaken. The red mana crystal showed Eugene faint, blurred memories of vampires, though everything remained hazy. But that was still not enough for him to see clearly into the past. If he stopped now, both revenge and the truth would forever lie beyond his reach. At that moment, the giant undead roared and attacked, making Ariel panic and shout at Eugene not to die. A thunderous blow slammed into the ground, creating an extreme shockwave. Eugene barely dodged in the nick of time. His face remained cold despite the blood speckling it. Relieved to see Eugene safe, Ariel finally exhaled. The little spirit kept whining about nobody building a golden castle for her, but Eugene coldly told her to get out of the way. A radiant red mana began to emanate around his body, confronting the undead head-on. Ariel shouted that fear wouldn't work on the undead and that they should run instead. The creature bellowed and charged like an armored truck. The ground shattered beneath the weight of each of its steps. Eugene glanced around. He had no intention of staying on defense forever. The sword in his hand began to glow brilliantly, but the monster attacked so relentlessly that he couldn't find an opening to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Eugene swung his sword, creating a streak of blazing red light that cut across the air. A small mana explosion sent the creature's arm flying. Its punch missed its mark once again. The undead's roar echoed throughout the dark chamber. Eugene stood firm, his eyes locked onto the one controlling it from the shadows. The opportunity had come. He stomped hard and charged forward. From the darkness, a dark wizard screamed in terror as Eugene closed in. He stammered, realizing that Eugene was not the paladin he had assumed. The wizard tried to recite a counterspell, but it was too late. Eugene's sword sliced clean through the spell before it could form. Galfredic had taught him that when facing a mage, kill him before he can finish his incantation. The mastermind fell, and the giant undead went motionless immediately. Ariel flew over to ask if that was what controlled the undead. At Eugene's feet lay a decayed skull emitting a pitch-black evil aura. His expression darkened as he calculated something inwardly. Eugene realized someone in the Archibald family had been involved in placing the dark mage in the dungeon. Resurrecting dead monsters was forbidden by the church and the kingdom of Kalar. If the crown found out it could be used as a weapon against Essendra, he needed to investigate further. Eugene's iron hand knocked loudly on the dungeon door, signaling his return. Outside, the soldiers panicked at the noise. They couldn't believe Eugene was still alive. Duke Edric gaped in astonishment when Eugene returned after only 2 days with over 300 monster corpses. In the Great Hall, Eugene calmly reported that all the spoils had been left at the castle gate. He requested that Edric continue providing manpower to clear the battlefield because he had to return to the border. The nobles around him whispered and speculated. Some refused to believe it, while others went to verify the shocking news. Edric broke into a cold sweat. He began to realize he'd greatly underestimated Eugene. This was truly insane. He understood that Essendra hadn't merely sent a knight on a mission. She was plotting something much larger. Eugene's appearance completely disrupted the long-standing balance of power. Essendra truly intended to end this struggle for the throne once and for all. Duke Edric chuckled and promised to fulfill all of Eugene's requests. Oddly, he felt no resentment. He even felt relieved, reminding Eugene to tell Essendra that her beloved brother had given his full support. Eugene replied curtly. Seeing Edric's sycophancy, Ariel clicked her tongue in contempt at his quick change of face. A festive atmosphere filled the castle, cheers praising Essendra and Eugene ringing through the hall. Essendra held a bottle of wine, beaming as she encouraged the knights to enjoy the victory banquet. Seated beside Galfredic, the red-haired soldier expressed admiration that Eugene had not only cleared the dungeon, but also captured Gabriel's knights alive. Other nobles lavishly praised the achievement, crediting it all to Lady Essendra's virtue. Essendra laughed loudly as she poured wine, saying the capture of Gabriel's knights was a deserved price since they had provoked the trouble. Gulfredic excitedly recounted how Gabriel's men had taunted him, claiming to be retainers of the future Archibald heir. The brawny old man proposed a non-lethal 3-on-3 match, then single-handedly beat them all without missing a hit. While fighting, he loudly declared that only Ascendra was the rightful heir of the family. The hall erupted in delighted laughter as everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the gleeful feat. Ascendra discreetly watched Eugene, wondering if the star of the banquet was truly enjoying the moment. Contrasting the noise at the banquet table, Eugene sat silently with an unreadable face, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Though Eugene was the center of attention, Ascendra maintained the demeanor of a true leader, making the soldiers admire her magnanimity even more. After the banquet, Eugene reflected on Edric's behavior and realized he knew nothing about the Dark Mage. The mastermind could only be Gabriel. Ascendra stepped forward to thank Eugene. By quelling the dungeon riot and rounding up the knights, her position had become significantly more secure. They sat down to talk privately. Ascendra lavishly praised Eugene's potential and reminded him of the time he called her a madwoman. She believed that now Edric would have to submit obediently and would no longer dare use toll disputes to make trouble. Eugene shifted the topic to Lady Elora, another figure also eyeing the succession. Ascendra confidently told him not to worry, Elora was merely Gabriel's puppet. Once he was defeated, she would naturally tuck her tail. However, she noted that two very strange mages were present alongside Elora. They were a teacher and student pair of uncertain origin whom Elora trusted completely, especially after the king was imprisoned and the bishop fled. When Eugene questioned Elora's loyalty, he learned she had followed Gabriel since childhood and had even sent her husband to support him. The news that Sir Andrew was Elora's husband surprised Eugene. The clues began to click into place. A new plan formed in Eugene's mind. He asked Ascendra what she would do if the others flatly denied Bauman's testimony. Ascendra smirked. Once the rumor spread, the nobility would waver and Gabriel would be nothing but a traitor. Eugene requested that Ascendra say one line directly to Gabriel and Elora to deliver the killing blow. That line was, "The dark mage in the dungeon is dead." Ascendra froze at the revelation, while Eugene calmly told her to watch their reactions to plan the next move. She urged Eugene to be more explicit, since the Dark Mage's death would be the ironclad proof to corner their enemies. Eugene leaned close to her ear, emphasizing that this was an extremely dangerous secret only she was allowed to know. Ascendra slammed the table in anger when her two brothers were mentioned. Eugene calmly asked again about the connection between the wizard in the dungeon and Elora. He insisted it was very likely. Images of Elora and the Dark Wizard flashed through his mind. Ascendra sighed. She knew Eugene always helped her but also understood he had a purpose in saying this. Eugene gave a slight nod of confirmation. She was ready to do whatever was necessary according to his plan. The square was packed. Over 800 knights had gathered in response to the summons. The nobles were saying Ascendra needed to take power to stabilize the house before the crown intervened. One noble asserted that the Lord's honor was their lifeblood. Whoever in House Archibald was captured, the successor still had to be a member of the family. The white rose banner flew. Loyalties may change, but the family does not. Those who betray the family will sooner or later pay the price. This was a great opportunity for them to assert their standing. Ascendra stepped out onto the balcony before hundreds of soldiers. The knights all knelt in unison to greet the lady. Ascendra declared she would remember the loyalty of those who appeared upon receiving the letter. The crowd began whispering about the mysterious man standing beside her. Rumors that Eugene single-handedly cleared the dungeon amazed everyone. They believed Eugene was the one who had completely changed the situation and Ascendra's resolve. Some even sneered that the dungeon story was an excuse and that he was actually her lover. Eugene reminded Baron Beagalan to stay focused on the main event. A sword was drawn from its sheath and raised high into the air. Ascendra exposed Gabriel for covering up the person behind the noble's assassination. She questioned whether someone who caused such chaos deserved to be the heir. The promise of glory raised the soldiers' spirits. She sternly warned that those who turned their backs would share the fate of those who trampled honor. Cheers echoed across the sky. Duke Edric waved excitedly at his sister from afar. Edric ran over and greeted Eugene like old friends reunited. Ascendra was surprised by the warm attitude, and Edric hurried to clarify that he also greatly respected her. He then blatantly began flattering Eugene. Eugene placed a hand on his shoulder with a meaningful look. Edric continued whispering that all his support was out of respect for him. The soldiers around them began to believe in Eugene's tremendous influence over Duke Edric. The rumor was confirmed by those who had seen the monster's corpse with their own eyes. Some wondered why such important information hadn't been mentioned earlier. They speculated this was a test of Ascendra's loyalty. The noble's final conclusion was that they needed to approach Eugene immediately. Everyone could see that if Ascendra ascended the throne, Eugene would be the one truly holding power beside her. He laughed with delight when he saw Baron Beagalan bragging that he was Eugene's close friend. The little spirit thought that gaining more power would be very useful for the journey ahead. But for Eugene, the most important thing right now was to install Ascendra as head of the house. Sir Andre smiled slyly, insisting that this dirty deal would be completed soon. Gabriel stood above looking down over the territory, going mad because he still hadn't heard any news from his henchmen. He screamed uncontrollably, beginning to doubt the reliability of those he had partnered with. Elora Archibald remained composed, reassuring them that the wizard's apprentice was merely searching for his master. She repeated the mage's request to buy a little more time. A cruel plan was hatched. Use an undead army to threaten the territory and elevate Sir Andre's reputation to consolidate power. Gabriel listed the dirty schemes he had carried out to squeeze out those who stood in his way. He fumed over losing the silver mine to a strange knight, and even the forbidden dungeon had been cleaned out without a trace. At the same time, the footsteps of Essendra's army were drawing very near the territory's border. In his fury, Gabriel smashed furniture, startling even Elora. He began to truly panic when he learned that over 70% of the nobles had turned to support Essendra. Internal division and the fear of betrayal were gnawing at the spirit of this cowardly noble. Sir Andre stepped forward, trying to soothe the fear overwhelming Gabriel. He flattered him, praising Gabriel as the only one worthy of leading the house to glory. He emphasized this was Gabriel's only chance to escape his sister's shadow and truly take control of the castle. Elora took her brother's hand with a cunning smile, promising that once that thing appeared, all enemies would retreat. Her eyes flashed with cruelty, affirming Gabriel was the only brother she truly cared about. In the dark, bone-filled dungeon, the wizard's apprentice was furious that part of the ritual had been interrupted. He told himself he must activate that thing at all costs since his master was no longer here. The apprentice did not hesitate to sacrifice his own arm to complete the sacrificial ritual. Suddenly, he paused as he sensed a stranger infiltrating the hideout. Eugene's group was advancing. He ordered them to kill the apprentice on sight. The group moved hurriedly, determined not to give him any chance to deploy dark magic. The dungeon unfolded vast and deadly. Eugene vaguely guessed the origin of the enemy behind it. The apprentice hid behind stone pillars, quietly preparing for his final move. He began chanting dark incantations, purple energy bursting horribly around his staff. Eugene signaled the group to be silent to assess the situation around them. A mad smile appeared on the wizard's face as the summoning ritual reached its final stage. Eugene suddenly looked up with a tense expression. On the ceiling, a giant magic circle appeared and released a grotesque skeletal entity. The giant undead monster lunged down, creating a terrifying shockwave through Eugene's group. Sir Malv finally returned. He bowed to Gabriel Archibald standing by the window, announcing his return. Gabriel summoned Malv in and asked if he was hurt anywhere. Malv replied that thanks to using a secret tunnel, he had been lucky not to encounter any soldiers. Malv reported bad news. The border troops had surrendered at once because they were all Archibald kin. That's why Essendra Archibald was able to return to the main castle so quickly. Hearing this, Gabriel ground his teeth and cursed the cowardly soldiers. Impatient, he demanded an update on the situation in the Garansa dungeon. Malv bowed and apologized for being unable to enter the dungeon. Gabriel flew into a rage because that was the most important task he had assigned. The reason was that Duke Edric had blocked the entrance to the demon realm, declaring that no one was allowed in without Essendra's orders. Gabriel was furious. He held his head and sighed wearily, then told Malv to continue his report. Malv added that Essendra had not occupied the villages along the way, but had moved her troops into the Rodden Forest, claiming to be hunting monsters. Gabriel muttered, hunting griffins in the Rodden Forest. Malv had heard rumors that it was a terrifying creature no one had ever seen. Rumors even said it must be at least a high-tier monster, perhaps even an undead. At the word undead, Gabriel's face changed. He repeated it skeptically. Malv confirmed it and worried that if true, Essendra would no longer be the only problem. Gabriel calculated that to destroy an undead they would need Holy Order knights, but since the bishop fled to the capital, there was no one left nearby. Realizing this was serious, he ordered his men to inform the nobles in the castle and to send a letter to his sister. He even pretended to be noble, saying that at this time the peninsula's safety must take priority over family disputes. Malv was moved to tears, thinking that only a true heir would think of the realm that way. He immediately obeyed Duke Gabriel. But as soon as Malv turned his back, a sly smile appeared on Gabriel's face. He reveled in the thought that the goddess of victory stood with him. He plotted if the undead rampaged, his sister's army would be slaughtered at the front, and public outrage against her would rise. Then he would simply unleash Andre to kill the monster and become the savior hero. A dangerously cunning move. Standing high above his troops, Gabriel declared he would cast off old superstitions to usher in a new era for himself. His eyes burned with ambition, ready for the great performance to come. Meanwhile, deep in the Rodden Forest, a fierce hunt was underway. A dark figure was galloping through the wilderness. It was a giant griffin swooping down from above with a piercing screech. Jan Eugene rode on Cillian's back, urging the horse to run faster. The spirit key clung tightly to his head. The griffin lunged straight in, slashing with razor claws to seize the horse, which neighed in terror. Key screamed as well. But Eugene was quicker. He struck a devastating blow to the creature's head, blood spraying everywhere. A great burst of energy erupted in the middle of the forest, flinging everything around. The griffin was completely subdued. It thrashed but could not escape Eugene's hand of death. Eugene, in red armor, stood towering on the beast's corpse, looking like a war god emerging from the shadows. He drew his sword and coldly finished the proud creature on the spot. The griffin gave one final screech and then fell still. Eugene's face remained expressionless, his red eyes reflecting the prey's death. The griffin was officially slain. The monster's blood stained the grass red. Eugene stood there, having completed the swift hunt. At that moment, Key wondered why Eugene bothered hunting griffins. Those beasts usually only snatch horses and don't bring much benefit. Eugene explained that this would provide a legitimate reason for Essendra to become marquise. Key remained unconvinced. Blood continued to flow from the griffin's corpse. Eugene was extracting its energy core. He said he also wanted to experiment with a new ability. Key recalled that by consuming a mana stone and a monster's blood, he could transform into it. Key's eyes widened and asked if Eugene planned to turn into a griffin right then, seeing him lift a shard of mana stone toward his mouth. Eugene calmly checked one last time before carrying out this bold action. Key hovered above, watching with curiosity. A close-up showed Eugene baring his fangs as he prepared to swallow the creature's essence. A rather gruesome sight. Key excitedly anticipated a spectacular transformation, while the Horsilian just stood dumbfounded, staring at its rider. Suddenly Key's body shone brilliantly. The tiny spirit couldn't contain its excitement, its heart pounding at the change. But Key realized the glow wasn't coming from Eugene, it was emanating from itself, an unexpected evolution. A blinding light enveloped Key, startling even Eugene. The little spirit was undergoing a major power breakthrough. Eugene was equally shocked, exclaiming and wondering what was happening to Key. Key shouted with joy at realizing it had truly evolved. Its body now brimmed with new energy. Eugene still wondered why it had suddenly evolved. Key, smug, praised its new cuteness and charm, saying spirits often evolve alongside their contract partners. Apparently Eugene had gained experience after slaying the griffin. Eugene looked at Key's tiny form and skeptically asked if being that small counted as evolution. Key replied that even Eugene looked smaller than his peers yet was far stronger. Eugene suddenly remembered something and was about to ask when the others would return from the demon realm. Mid-question he squeezed Key tightly, making it choke and squeal. He coldly remarked that its body had been compressed to the size of a fist. Key struggled, demanding to be released and accusing Eugene of bullying a spirit that had just become cuter. The scene looked quite comical in the night forest. Cut to the front lines before a fortified city. Essendra Archibald's army had camped here for 2 days. An atmosphere of tense waiting hung over the tens of thousands of troops. Sir Gecko reported to Essendra that the nobility were very dissatisfied. They thought hearing mercenaries was a waste, while Duke Gabriel was clearly stalling. He proposed beginning the siege immediately. Sir Gecko was confident that with 3 times the numbers their side would surely win. They had about 1,000 troops, while the enemy only had roughly 300 city guards. Essendra Archibald calmly replied that it was not yet time. Gecko bluntly asked if she was waiting for Sir Eugene to return. Gecko professed absolute loyalty, but admitted he didn't understand why she listened to a newcomer like that. Essendra kept a determined gaze forward. She reiterated the original plan to win the village's trust before advancing on the main castle. But Gecko wondered why they had skipped that step. Essendra countered, and then what? She seemed to be weighing a strategy deeper than mere force. Gecko explained that the first 3 villages they'd passed through were empty. Officials, soldiers, and supplies had all been moved to the main castle. Seeing Gabriel preparing defenses, they decided to march straight here. Essendra added that Gabriel had indeed hoarded resources to prepare for a long siege. As a result, village security had severely weakened. People were left facing monsters like griffins and trembling as they begged for mercy. She asserted there was no need to attack the villages and spread more fear. The villagers' tearful pleas for help stayed in her mind. Sir Eugene understood that, which is why he hunted griffins to protect the people. Essendra believed that once she became Marquise, those people would be her subjects. Gecko was stunned by the young lord's benevolent vision. Gecko asked further, could Sir Eugene really be a knight who valued honor so highly? Essendra nodded in confirmation. She had great faith in his character. Essendra admitted that outsiders were hard to trust, and Eugene had no intention of staying long under her banner. A harsh truth, but one she accepted. An image of the stoic Eugene came to mind. Essendra said she did not trust the man himself, but trusted the achievements and knightly bearing he had demonstrated across the Karlsbadgen Peninsula. That was the true proof. Essendra smiled gently and asked Sir Gecko to trust her a little more. She begged him to be patient for her sake. Gecko bowed to Essendra's sincerity. He promised to always follow her will, whatever decision she made. The tension between them eased. Suddenly, from atop the wall, a loud voice rang out, drawing the attention of all the soldiers below. One of Gabriel's men stood there with an air of importance. He declared there was an urgent message concerning the survival of the entire Marquise region. The loudspeaker's voice shook the air. The crowd began to murmur. Essendra's soldiers began to scoff, guessing whether it might be a surrender declaration. They had no idea the trap that awaited. The messenger announced loudly, an undead that ordinary men cannot kill has appeared in the Rodden forest. The news struck the troops like a bolt of lightning. The murmurs and undead spread through the ranks. Fear showed on the faces of the young soldiers, a threat beyond their control. He continued his deceitful speech, claiming they had planned to send troops to destroy it, but were blocked by Gabriel's sister's army, Duchess Essendra, preventing them from saving the people. A cruel reversal of the facts. He shouted dramatically, asking who would protect them now that there were no Holy Order knights left on the peninsula. Essendra clenched her teeth in anger, realizing she had been publicly trapped by public opinion. Gabriel watched from above, wondering if people preferred everyone to die over a small family dispute. He urged that now was the time to point swords at the undead rather than fight each other. A cunning speech. Gabriel Archibald looked down with a triumphant smile hidden beneath a solemn face. He called on those who wanted peace and prosperity to cooperate with him. A perfect political move to corner Essendra before the eyes of the army. In front of the Archibald family gate, a dense crowd had gathered. Gabriel stood high above, constantly shouting to rile people into following him. He confidently claimed to be the only one who knew the secret to destroy the undead. The soldiers below began to waver. The guards started whispering among themselves. They wondered where Edric and Eugene had gone in such a critical moment. Another person revealed a rumor that Edric had been traveling through villages to warn people. This sparked new suspicions. Suspicious glances turned toward Ascendra. They wondered if she was deliberately detaining the army for her own purposes. Another guard spoke up angrily because his village lay right beside the threatened forest. He demanded Ascendra provide a satisfactory explanation. Ascendra fell silent, her eyes cutting toward her brother. Inside, she knew Gabriel had overstepped the bounds. Gabriel continued his performance on the castle balcony. He blamed his father's mistakes for the current chaos. He declared loudly that, as a member of the Archibalds, he would step up to right all wrongs. It was a statement that sounded pleasing to many ears. Gabriel's words began to take effect. The soldiers below started to believe he was truly a good man who cared about the peninsula's safety. He shouted questions about the authority of an heir. Is it right to block the path to peace for the sake of ambition? The crowd reacted more violently. They felt that if Gabriel's claims were true, then standing there to protect Ascendra was pointless. Ascendra could no longer sit idle. She barked orders for everyone to keep order. She ordered the soldiers to hold their positions and obey commands absolutely, trying to control a situation slipping from her grasp. At that moment, a guard looked up in panic. A massive shadow was approaching from afar. Piercing screams filled the square. The undead had truly appeared right here. It was a giant undead ogre, its body stitched together. It snarled threateningly to everyone's shock. Soldiers drew their swords, but instead of fighting the monster, they turned to accuse Ascendra. They believed she had deceived them about the place's safety. Even Gabriel was surprised by the undead's arrival now. But instead of worry, he saw this as a golden opportunity for his plans. Then his gaze froze. Something unusual was happening right ahead. Galfredic suddenly appeared from above, carrying a huge undead corpse on his shoulder, grumbling about its weight. He shouted for everyone to get out of the way. The crowd parted to both sides in astonishment. Galfredic swung the heavy sack down onto the undead ogre, knocking it out in an instant. He reassured people that it was now just a useless corpse. Brushing his hands and sighing in relief, Galfredic muttered about how this thing had helped him withstand the Dark Wizard's attacks. Ascendra hurriedly inquired about Jan Eugene. She worried about where he might be. Galfredic apologized for his lateness. No sooner had he finished than another shadow descended from the sky. Jan Eugene appeared looking impossibly cool. He joked that if he'd come by carriage, he'd have arrived a bit sooner. He leapt down from the carcass of a giant griffin he'd just felled. The dramatic entrance left everyone speechless. Ascendra gave a small smile. Eugene's presence at that moment relieved all her pressure. Eugene raised his head, his sharp gaze aimed straight at the balcony. He called out Gabriel's name, certain he was watching everything. He proclaimed loudly that the undead that had appeared in the territory had been completely wiped out by him. And most importantly, he was the one supporting Ascendra. Eugene exposed the truth that this undead ogre had been resurrected by a sorcerer's dark magic, and the head of that sorcerer was currently tucked inside Galfredic's bag. Galfredic held up the black bag and an old book. Eugene asked Gabriel if he wanted to know which names were mentioned within. Cold sweat began to form on Gabriel's brow. He recognized the book. It was the possession of the dark sorcerer under Elira's command. Ascendra stared at Gabriel from the square below. She sneered that he had walked right into the trap he himself had set. Earlier, Eugene had planned everything. He had sent Edric to warn the villages about the undead to prevent panic. Meanwhile, he personally slew the griffin to protect the village Gabriel had heartlessly abandoned. Gabriel stood frozen. News of Eugene defeating the undead completely shattered the grand rhetoric he had just spouted. Ascendra delivered a final blow. She asserted that this pile of evidence was the clearest proof of his shady relations with the dark sorcerers. She challenged Gabriel whether he wanted to hear the truth right here before everyone. The outcome was now obvious. Back inside the room, Gabriel went mad as everything unraveled. He slammed the table and snarled while Elira tried to calm him. He feared that surrender would mean the end of everything. In his desperation, Gabriel begged to know if there was any way to make the undead active again. Jan Eugene sneered at those who had created these evil creatures. Up above, Gabriel was so terrified he shouted, "I surrender, I surrender." The cries of pleading echoed across the region. A humiliating surrender could no longer be salvaged. Ascendra looked up at the gate. Her old brother's shouts of surrender kept repeating without end. Gabriel promised to open the gates immediately. All he hoped for now was to save his own miserable life. From the balcony, Gabriel screamed like a madman. Faced with death, all the grand pride of a duke dissolved. Eugene stood calmly below. He said Gabriel's instant surrender was a wise decision. Gabriel was now kneeling on the ground, begging Ascendra for mercy, a truly pitiful sight. Ascendra glanced at Eugene and asked, "In your view, who should be held responsible for this?" Eugene replied tersely, "Whoever tries to exploit family conflict for profit must pay the price." Elira, standing beside him, began to tremble. She feared Eugene was insinuating about her husband. He pressed their weakness further, so who hired assassins to sabotage the Vimo's minds, and who colluded with the dark sorcerers. Eugene's red-hot gaze fixed on the two siblings, chilling them to the bone. All conspiracies were now exposed to the light. Ascendra suddenly laughed, telling Eugene not to be so harsh. She feigned disbelief that her siblings could be so wicked. But then she shot Elora a sharp look and asked directly, "Isn't that right, Elora?" Elora could no longer deny it. She began to stammer in fear under Winslow's stare. Finally, she collapsed and broke into tears, admitting that Essendra's accusations were true. Winslow stood by, stunned. In a place where status and bloodline rank above all, people are willing to abandon comrades to save themselves. A cruel reality. Eugene regarded the scene with indifference. To him, the Archibalds were not worth swearing loyalty to. He said cooperating only when she needed it was enough, a purely business relationship. Essendra also announced that Gabriel had been stripped of his titles and property. The peninsula would be peaceful for the time being. She wondered why he refused the knighthood offer. Eugene simply replied that he didn't want to have to show up every time she called. But Eugene still set one condition for being recognized as a lord, and that condition involved the person standing behind them. It was Selena Perrin Archibald, Gabriel's eldest daughter. Eugene pointed at her and said he didn't need her. He said Essendra had entrusted her to him as a token of trust, but he wanted Galfredic to take her. Galfredic was uninterested, saying he didn't need a disciple to get in the way. Selena was furious to hear that. She felt humiliated being treated like a traded item, but she gritted her teeth for her father's sake. She stepped forward, looked Galfredic straight in the eye, and asked him to confirm his identity. Selena declared she wanted to test the one she would soon have to call master, an arrogant challenge. Galfredic laughed at the young woman's confidence. He asked one to spar right now. Selena insisted she would be the one to assess his skill. A sword prodigy of the family wouldn't submit easily. On the way, Luke looked at the cargo behind them with concern and hurriedly asked his boss if transporting them like this was okay. Inside the wagon, the giant undead ogre was chained tight, while Selena lay unconscious on Romari's lap. Eugene rode casually beside them, insisting they must bring both, but Luke still felt uneasy keeping them together. The boy recalled Eugene's deadly aura earlier that had frightened Selena into fainting, meaning to scold him for going too far but was brushed off. Luke wondered whether Lady Essendra had truly agreed to let him take Selena as a subordinate. Eugene smirked that he only had to call Selena his closest friend, and the aunt would nod immediately, leaving Luke speechless. Seeing his leader so determined, the boy reluctantly let it go. Still uneasy, Luke suggested burning the ogre since it kept twitching like it was still alive. Contrary to Luke's fear, Romary enjoyed stroking the creature and said it was an extremely valuable specimen for research. She began to complain about seasickness and regretted leaving Marin. Romary nagged about research funding with the lab, prompting Eugene to cut in and ask her to say plainly how much she needed. The group moved on, and Romary remarked that people had suspected they were dark sorcerers for hauling an undead corpse. She also asked about the fate of the fake sorcerers of the Shadow Blood faction. Eugene coldly replied that they were all gone. He glanced at his armor, silently thanking the good gear for keeping him safe during the recent battle. Recalling the power of the sword and armor that could withstand dragon fire, Eugene thought to himself that he needed more items of that caliber. The conversation shifted to Count Winslow's night tournament, rumored to offer an enormous prize. Luke excitedly said the tournament only took place every 4 years, and the prize was a top-tier suit of armor. The Winslow family had royal roots and vast influence, so their tournament attracted great talents. Not only armor and gold, but the winner might even be granted an official title. Eugene immediately decided he must return to his domain to arrange things, then head to Marin right away to take part. However, Eugene unexpectedly ordered Luke to stay behind to oversee the domain and protect Romary in his stead. He explained that letting Luke manage the domain would build trust with Essendra, proving her niece was entrusted to someone reliable. Eugene also told Luke to keep an eye on Del Mondo because he still didn't fully trust the old man. To keep Luke from getting bored, he allowed the boy to cause mischief around the Archibald domain if he liked, which thrilled Luke. Luke suddenly recalled the Mofer knights and mercenaries were missing. Eugene then revealed he had embedded them into Essendra's forces. His plan was that after the expedition, these men would gain official status to defend the domain without being seen as outsiders. Luke realized payday for the Mofern troops was in 2 days, and Eugene only snorted in confirmation. The boy chuckled when he realized his boss had offloaded the troops onto someone else and avoided paying their wages, a 2 birds 1 stone move. At the bustling port of Marin, ships came and went, signaling an important meeting was about to take place. Inside the manor, a cry of astonishment rang out upon hearing the current situation. Essendra sat opposite Eugene, listing a series of his achievements, from an independent lord to the owner of a silver mine. She emphasized that he even had 7 knights under his command, making Pelid standing behind her feel proud as well. Essendra suggested that the arrogant Mofern merchants must have seen great potential, which is why they invested heavily in Eugene. Eugene heard this and thought to himself it wasn't a big deal. Finding someone his caliber in this region was rather difficult. Seeing his goal achieved, Eugene coldly declared the current contract terminated and asked if she wanted to sign a new one. Essendra was momentarily taken aback by the young man's decisiveness. But when Eugene proposed a new contract, her eyes lit up at the prospect of a lucrative opportunity. She hurriedly affirmed it would be an honor and promised to offer terms even better than the Mofern Guild. Eugene asked her to review the new draft within a few days before finalizing. He also reminded her to have his armor repaired, and Essendra assured him her best craftsman would restore it like new. Essendra beamed and promised to return the paperwork with the armor, but inwardly resolved to be extremely cautious. The man was calculating, even wanting her to cover repair costs. Eugene watched her enthusiastic figure depart and wondered privately if merchants were really all so kind. Eugene warned the crowd to be careful because the goods in transit were fragile. He looked at Peled working diligently, silently praised the boy's intelligence, and asked Essendra if she wanted to summon him. Eugene admitted he had taken Peled as an apprentice, but had been too busy lately to properly instruct him. He suddenly paused, sensing that something was slightly off. A momentary unease passed through Eugene's mind. He recalled the excitement he'd felt earlier with his comrades aboard the ship bound for Karlsbygden. Eugene decided not to interrupt Peled's work further and told Essendra they should be off. He didn't forget to thank her for watching over his apprentice. As they left, the crowd buzzed and pointed at Eugene, asking where the Palin branch manager was. Essendra was surprised Eugene thanked her over a mere apprentice, when earlier she had offered the best contract terms and he hadn't even responded. People began to speculate about his participation in Count Winslow's tournament. Innkeepers vied to entice him to stay and rest at their establishment. In the darkness, watching eyes plotted to lure him to their side because he stood out too much. The ringleader insisted they couldn't pass up this chance, especially with other forces eyeing profits from Marin. He intended to enlist Count Evergrow, a man with extensive ties to the royal circle. A scheming letter was sent to the distant cousin. Count Evergrow drank wine as he read the report on Jan Eugene, the man making waves in Marin and Mofern. He clicked his tongue in annoyance at hearing that damned name Eugene everywhere he went. Evergrow frowned at being ordered to do errands, then a different idea suddenly occurred to him. He knew Eugene would enter Winslow's night tournament, where lives were treated as cheaply as grass. Evergrow grinned, pleased that the plan would prevent Eugene from opposing the crown once Gabriel's daughter was his apprentice. He immediately picked up a pen and wrote a letter to specification, unable to hide his triumph. Evergrow maliciously added a few postscript lines to needle things further. The letter claimed Eugene had no faith in the Central Kaler Church. The recipient noted Evergrow's handwriting was sloppy as if he were intoxicated, but paid attention to the suggestion to send the strongest knight. Jung Durhicht, a knight occupied with hunting dark mages, was named to carry out this new mission. They discussed Eugene using the Lord's blessing as pretext to seize undead, an extremely contradictory act. Even Essendra, who lacked strong faith, wanted that thing cast out, yet Eugene insisted on keeping it. They suspected Eugene of ties to a dark cult or some evil force. The order was given, enter the tournament and teach him a lesson about the rules of fate. Jung Durhicht knelt and swore he would carry out the holy decree. The Kaler cardinal, eyes glowing with authoritative light, looked down at the knight, signaling a storm about to break over Eugene. Jan Eugene finally set foot in the majestic Winslow domain. He rode toward the city gate where guards awaited to process him. Calmly, he introduced himself as Yan of the Eugene house. A guard presented a ledger asking him to sign or seal to confirm his identity. Eugene didn't hesitate, he did both to be safe. Eugene's dragon signet appeared clearly on the page beside his signature. The guard closed the book and thanked the young visitor for his cooperation. He directed Eugene to either proceed to the main castle or rest in the nearby village, but reminded him, absolutely no brawling or conflicts in the village until the assembly ended. He smiled amiably, believing those who understood the knightly spirit would not cause trouble. Eugene stared at him and asked whether many incidents had occurred. The guard admitted a few overconfident men had made shameful mistakes. Eugene nodded, taking note. Before moving on, Eugene unexpectedly asked the guard's name, which surprised him. He hadn't expected a noble to care. Key hovered on his shoulder, curious why his master wanted the name of a lowly guard they likely wouldn't meet again. The guard declared himself Lancelot Durac. Eugene immediately recognized a noble name, not like ordinary soldiers. Lancelot laughed and told Eugene to just call him Lancelot for convenience. He thought to himself that the Winslow house truly had influence to have nobility serving as gate guards. Eugene spurred his horse and rode off, promising to meet Lancelot again. The guard sent his best wishes for Eugene's upcoming contest. Key marveled at the scale of the place, noting that the region's name matched the castle's name perfectly. It felt the half-month journey had been well worth it. As they pushed deeper inside, Winslow Castle loomed up, twice the size of Archibald's. Key excitedly urged Eugene to just claim the place. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared to block their path. A burly man armed with a sword stepped forward and demanded they stop immediately. He sneered, announcing that anyone who wanted to cross the bridge had to pass a test. Eugene looked at the men before him with a bored expression. Eugene wondered what kind of small-time brutes these were to act so bold. He looked around and could clearly see the group's hostility. The leader tossed his chin and said the prize this time was too big, so too many unknowns had shown up. He ordered Eugene to dismount and draw his sword for a skill check. Eugene asked if that was an order from Count Winslow. He reminded them the guard had said fighting in the village was forbidden, but the men only mocked him. The man called Eugene an idiot, explaining the bridge lay between the village and the castle and thus wasn't under that rule. He insisted the Count disliked the weak, so this sort of screening was permitted. Eugene realized the scheme. They simply wanted to thin out the competition. He dismounted and a deep red mana began to stir around him. Eugene quietly called Luke's name. His gaze turned icy as he faced the bounty hunters. Two massive battle axes sliced through the air, aimed straight for Eugene's head at terrifying speed. Yet Eugene didn't need to look back. He reached both hands behind him and caught both axe blades barehanded to everyone's astonishment. The hunters gaped. They couldn't believe someone had caught flying axes without watching. One tried to reassure the group they'd still win because the opponent must be slowed. Holding the two axes, Eugene emanated a dreadful killing aura. He told Luke to fall back and let him deal with this trash. Luke obeyed and retreated. Key laughed with glee, knowing well the disastrous end awaiting those who misjudged their strength. The hunters yelled and charged all at once, hopping to overwhelm the seemingly slight young man with numbers. Eugene crouched and leapt into the air, telling them to come at him all at once to save time. But mid-fight, Eugene's eyes suddenly widened. A figure from deep within the castle caught his sight. He abruptly froze. The hunters seized the opportunity, screaming for his blood. Eugene remained rooted, his mind apparently completely captivated by something. A powerful kick from an attacker struck Eugene and pushed him back. The onlookers were baffled why he was so easily hit. Even the attacker found it odd. He wondered why Eugene had suddenly stopped all movement as if petrified. Key and Luke panicked and shouted, urging Eugene to snap out of it. Key yelled that he wasn't allowed to die before building a golden castle for it. Eugene's face was cold as coin. He kept staring fixedly toward the castle where he had just seen Jung Durhicht, the man who had ended his life in a past life. Memories of that painful death surged back. A hunter slipped behind Eugene and swung a sword down. He proclaimed triumphantly that it was all over. Eugene spun around, his eyes flared red with murderous intent. He echoed the man's words in a threatening tone, over. The hunter was horrified at that terrifying gaze. He froze, his blade suspended midair, unwilling to strike. Eugene swung his arm, delivering a tremendous blow that hurled the man away. The clash rang harshly across the quiet bridge. The hunter plummeted into the river beneath the bridge. The others panicked, calling for their comrades as they witnessed Eugene's overwhelming strength. Eugene ground his teeth, still stunned by Durhicht's appearance, while fury began to rise. He declared he was only getting started. Eugene charged into the crowd like a black whirlwind. His blows were so fast and powerful the opponents couldn't react, only screaming in despair. They yelled, asking how he could be so quick. Eugene swept past them, leaving a cold remark, "It's not that I'm fast, you're just too slow." One hunter flew into the air from Eugene's thunderous strike. His overwhelming strength left the others only able to howl in pain. Only one man with a battle axe remained, trembling. Eugene stood towering like a ghost among the fallen, red eyes visible beneath his loose black hair. Holding the freshly taken axe, Eugene coldly asked the last hunter if he wanted to continue this game. The surrounding killing intent froze the man into immobility. The hunter shook his head frantically in terror. He was completely subdued by the terrifying power of the youth he'd called an anonymous nobody. Watching the display from afar, Lancelot, still in guard armor, softly uttered an exclamation. He observed everything from the city gate with a pensive expression. Lancelot told himself this was an impressive greeting from the new guest. He seemed to have seen considerable potential in the young man who had cleared the bridge. Inside the castle, Count Winslow sat on the throne receiving reports. He wondered why the young troublemaker hadn't come into the castle to present himself, but had gone the other way. A guard reported that Eugene had abruptly moved toward the guest tent area outside the city. The Count was thoughtful, puzzled since most preferred comfortable lodging inside the walls. But what caught Lancelot's attention most wasn't Eugene's strength, it was the blazing red sword he carried. He recognized it as the legendary Wolfslaughter. Count Winslow was stunned to hear that name. He couldn't believe Sir Taylor's famed sword had appeared in the hands of a stranger like Eugene. The Count's face showed anger. He declared that if it was fake it would be an insult, and if real it enraged him more that such a treasure was held by someone unworthy. He ordered Lancelot to personally verify it. Wolfslaughter wasn't something anyone had the right to possess, and it carried extreme political significance at Winslow. Meanwhile, Eugene sat somberly in the makeshift tent. Key buzzed around, grumbling and scolding him for not staying in the castle's finer lodgings and instead hiding in this corner. Eugene remained silent, while Key continued to nag about what he'd seen that had made him so furious. The killing aura around Eugene chilled even the little spirit's spine. He recalled the moment he froze on the bridge. His eyes had been filled with hatred when he saw Jung Durhicht, the holy knight who had killed him in a past life, proudly riding into the city. At that time, Eugene had almost drawn his sword and charged into the castle for revenge. But reason held him back, since killing a holy knight within Count Winslow's domain would have unpredictable consequences. Eugene told himself to restrain his rage. He looked down at his hands and quietly vowed that the day of vengeance would come. If opportunity didn't appear, he would create it. While Eugene wrestled with his inner turmoil, a commotion began outside the tent. People nearby were talking about the arrival of the Winslow Knights, wondering what they wanted from the young man. The growing noise broke Eugene's concentration. He stood and sensed a powerful mana approaching his location. Eugene lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. He saw a unit of knights in shining armor waiting. Their leader carried a very familiar bearing. Eugene immediately recognized them. He could sense the metallic scent of weapons, the build and gait typical of professional soldiers. The leading knight politely greeted Eugene. Eugene found the voice extremely familiar, as if he had just heard it moments earlier at the city gate. Eugene folded his arms and bluntly asked what their purpose was. He remarked that the guard from this morning had changed into a very different set of armor, looking much more formal. The man was none other than Lancelot Durac. He was slightly surprised to be recognized so quickly by Eugene despite wearing a fully enclosed helmet. Lancelot removed his helmet, revealing blonde hair and a radiant smile. He praised Eugene's keen perception, admitting he couldn't hide his identity from him. Lancelot seriously announced that he had come at Count Winslow's request. The Count wished to invite Eugene to spare some time for a personal meeting. He emphasized there was an extremely important matter concerning Eugene that needed discussion. Eugene fell silent, his eyes glowing red as he stared straight at Lancelot, preparing to enter a new game in these lands. Count Winslow sat solemnly on the throne and ordered his knight emissary to investigate Jan Eugene and the sword Wolfslaughter. He did not hesitate to use force to reclaim the blade if he found Eugene had taken it illegitimately. Sir Winslow went to Eugene's tent to offer a cooperation proposal, but our man seemed uninterested. The emissary mentioned that Eugene had defeated the Calspigan bandits to obtain the sword, probing his actual strength. Standing in the meadow, Eugene bluntly asked whether his master had come all this way just for this sword. The knight replied that Eugene's reputation after the bridge disturbance had spread throughout the city. Eugene only snorted indifferently. The emissary added that the Count himself was very curious about him. Seeing Eugene's calm reaction when a high noble was mentioned, the emissary laughed heartily, acknowledging he was no ordinary man. Finally, he got straight to the point. The Count wanted Eugene to join his team for the upcoming mock battle. At the Grand Festival, the large-scale mock battle was always the nobles' most prized event because it showcased military might. "Why should I do that?" Eugene retorted. The knight answered that no knight would refuse to fight alongside a wyvern slayer. Eugene realized they had thoroughly investigated him. The emissary didn't hide it, admitting he had tested him after hearing the rumors. With cold, fiery eyes, Eugene asked one last time, what was the real reason he should stand alongside him? The knight explained the scoring structure. The mock battle alone was worth 40 points, the most important category determining victory. He asserted that teaming up with him would bring great benefits to Eugene if he wanted to win the overall prize. Sir Winslow confidently boasted that he was an extremely capable fighter, not to be underestimated. But Eugene was unimpressed, told him to stop the boasting and give a more practical reason. The knight still insisted he was very strong. He dropped a casual line. "So you probably haven't heard I cleared Archbolt's Garrant's dungeon by myself, have you?" The remark stunned the emissary for a few seconds. Sweat began to bead as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Eugene repeated the question with overwhelming force, demanding a reason convincing enough for him to agree to join. Sir Winslow recognized their standards were too different and privately vowed to change his approach immediately. He decided to be honest. Count Winslow was in a rather difficult political situation. A large number of holy knights had suddenly entered the tournament, and most other participants hoped to join their faction. To defeat those holy knights, the Count would have to deploy his trump force, the Golden Moon Knights, but he didn't want to reveal his military strength. So he hoped free agents like Eugene would become the core force. In return, Winslow would grant any request Eugene made. Eugene fell silent to consider, a deal too good for him to pierce deeper into noble circles. "I agree," Eugene said. He added a compliment about the Count's generosity, which made the emissary elated. The knight privately admired Eugene, believing him to be a man of chivalry for agreeing to help upon hearing of his lord's troubles. He felt a little ashamed for not having been more honest with such a magnanimous knight at first. Sir Winslow placed his hand over his heart and swore on his honor to fulfill the promise. He pledged that besides the prize money, Eugene would be granted a personal request if he won. "Do as you wish," Eugene replied calmly while stroking his horse. Watching Eugene's retreating back, the emissary continued to admire the rare bearing of a true knight. News began to spread throughout the camps. If Eugene won, the Count would officially recognize him as the rightful owner of the sword. In the dining area, food and fine wine started to be laid out. Luke loudly announced that the feast was Jan Eugene's treat. Luke, on his master's behalf, urged everyone to accept the generosity. He served wholeheartedly until the festival ended. The crowd of free knights cheered excitedly, praising Eugene as a noble and exceptionally magnanimous knight. Eugene watched from afar, thinking to himself that money was the most effective tool to buy people's loyalty. Shouts of Charlie of Phylon and as generous as the sea rang out repeatedly amid the lively atmosphere. Luke came over and asked if Eugene wanted to save any food or drink for later, but he said it wasn't necessary. The Spirit Key remarked that the boy Luke was very polite and reliable. If well trained, he would be very useful. But then Key warned Eugene to be careful, because those who show loyalty often stab you in the back unexpectedly. Eugene made no reply, only asked Luke if he was curious why Eugene took only him along. The boy nodded, clearly puzzled. Luke was silent for a moment after Eugene's question. He bowed his head, his eyes thoughtful. Eugene watched his servant's reaction intently. Luke spoke up, asserting that he trusted all his master's decisions had their reasons and were always right. With a sincere expression, Luke expressed absolute loyalty, saying he simply wanted to follow and serve Eugene. Eugene watched Luke's retreating figure. The Spirit Key hovered nearby, while Eugene thought the boy had qualities as a retainer even better than Galfredic. He valued Luke's skill, physique, and intelligence, seeing him as an extremely useful attendant for long journeys. However, a cruel thought flashed through Eugene's mind. He told himself that if Luke ever betrayed him, he would not hesitate to end the boy's life. "I do not want to do that now," Eugene murmured, narrowing his red eyes and dismissing the dark calculations about the future. The scene shifted to the feet of a stranger walking over filthy, litter-strewn ground. He grumbled about how dirty the place was. It was Lloyd, a knight of the Kaler Church. He looked around the camp with disdain, unable to believe a knight would be in such a foul place. He covered his nose at the stink and muttered sarcastically that the place suited a backwater knight. Lloyd glanced around to find someone to ask for directions. He spotted Luke busily tidying some wooden crates and called out loudly, "Hey, do you know where Jan Eugene is?" Seeing Luke remain silent, Lloyd grew visibly impatient. He snarled whether so many knights were here that the boy didn't even know who Eugene was. Luke looked up at Lloyd with an unfriendly expression. The church knight continued to sneer, suggesting Eugene's fame was only village level, which explained the servant's cluelessness. Lloyd sneered with self-satisfaction. The remark struck at Luke's pride, prompting the boy to coldly ask, "What did you just say?" Before he could react, Luke landed a powerful punch squarely on Lloyd's face. The blow sent the knight reeling backward to the astonishment of onlookers. Someone cried out Lloyd's name in alarm. A soldier ran forward to help Lloyd up while others regarded Luke with horror. They hadn't expected someone who looked like a servant to be so brutal. Luke stood towering, eyes blazing. He declared that although he was now a slave, Eugene was the only one who had given him hope in this desperate reality. Lloyd clambered to his feet from the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood and saliva in bitter rage. The church knight's face was now swollen and bleeding. He ground his teeth, eyes bulging with murderous intent. "You bastard." Lloyd drew his sword and pointed it at Luke's face, demanding the names of both him and his master so he could settle the score for daring to strike a knight. Luke kept a calm expression, but his gaze froze when he saw the emblem on Lloyd's shield. It was the mark of the Kaler Church. A painful memory surged in Luke's mind. It was this corrupt church that branded the lords of Brancha heretics and launched the war that turned him into a slave. Seeing an old enemy here filled Luke with rage, his hand clenched in fury. Lloyd continued to jeer, saying Eugene's upbringing was poor for letting such an insolent servant loiter in the knight's quarter. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and murmur. They were astonished to see someone who looked like a retainer draw a sword and directly confront a formal knight. A few free knights watching had to admit Eugene's subordinate was no ordinary fellow. They debated whether the boy was a slave or a squire. Hearing the word slave, Lloyd froze for a second. He couldn't believe he had just been felled by the lowest in society. Lloyd's expression shifted from anger to utter contempt when he confirmed Luke was truly a cheap slave. He lunged with his sword intending to kill, shouting that a possession like Luke had no right to touch him. For a noble like Lloyd, killing a slave was no big deal. A sharp clang rang out. Luke had time to raise his sword and parry Lloyd's slash, much to the knight's shock. Even as he strained to withstand the force, Luke firmly declared he would give his soul and life to defend his master's dignity. Lloyd began to feel the pressure of the boy's frightening strength. Luke's eyes bore a steely resolve. He was ready to trade his life here and now to prove his loyalty to Eugene. The crowd around them roared after a dramatically tense match. Incredible skills, generosity as vast as the sea. Jan Eugene stood there, his face streaked with blood, but his gaze remained cold. He seemed certain of something after watching everything unfold. Blades tore the air at breathtaking speed. Luke thought to himself that if he followed a master without limits like this, he might reach the ideals he'd long sought. Luke's sword chopped down, sending out fierce sparks. Lloyd was astonished to see a slave possess such refined technique. Memories of centuries past surfaced with images of the Night King and his 8 knights. They were men with the hearts of lions and the minds of eagles. Among them was Sir Lalibane, whom Eugene admired second only to the Night King. Born a prisoner, Lalibane rose to knighthood after years serving as a guard. Back in the present, Lloyd braced himself in vain. Luke told himself the dream of becoming the Night King had long been extinguished, but now he had a new purpose. Luke seized his opponent's hand, locking down every escape route. He wanted to fight with all his might for the master who had given him the chance to dream again. Lloyd screamed in pain as he was completely subdued. His arm was bent back, and the sword seemed about to slip from his control. A powerful blow sent everything flying. Luke vowed to spend his life serving and dedicating himself to Eugene. Lloyd collapsed to the ground, panting with a face full of hatred. He couldn't believe he'd been humiliatingly defeated by a slave. Luke raised his sword high, ready to deliver the finishing strike beneath the blazing sunset. He did not hesitate to confront his master's enemy. Jan Eugene stepped forward to stop him, his eyes sharp as he looked straight at the duel. He stated briefly that it was over here. Lloyd looked up in horror, sweat pouring from fear. The guards accompanying him turned pale as the situation shifted too quickly. The blade stopped inches from Lloyd's face thanks to Eugene's intervention. Luke broke into a cold sweat and immediately stopped at his command. Eugene reminded Luke not to kill recklessly as it would cause trouble. The slave bowed his head respectfully and obeyed his master. Eugene casually took Lloyd's sword. He looked down with disdain, recognizing at once that these were guards of the Kaler Church. Eugene's eyes darkened with contempt. He wondered who had taught these guards the dirty habit of attacking from behind during a one-on-one duel. Eugene stood imposingly, sarcastically asking if modern holy knights taught people to stab from the rear. The Kaler guards fell silent under his pressure. A knight is the mirror of his guards. Eugene stared at them, harshly criticizing the rotten training of the current church. Eugene threw the sword away, causing Lloyd to reach out in panic in vain. He screamed in despair as the symbolic weapon was disgraced. Eugene declared bluntly that if they wanted the sword back, they should have their master come and see him in person. Lloyd gritted his teeth in humiliation, not daring to utter a word. He turned to the free knights in the crowd, calling on them to witness what had happened. The onlookers immediately responded enthusiastically to support him. The guard hurriedly dragged Lloyd away before things got worse. Eugene set the condition that if they stayed, they must take responsibility for their earlier action. The crowd mocked the church guards fleeing like cowards. Laughter echoed throughout the bustling camp. When only the two remained, Luke stepped forward and apologized to Eugene. He admitted he had gone too far and overstepped his place. Eugene did not blame him but gently asked if Luke was hurt anywhere. Luke confirmed he was fine and expressed gratitude for the concern. The spirit key flew around Eugene, happily nodding that Luke had truly proven himself to be a very trustworthy person after what he'd just done. Eugene looked at Luke seriously and ordered him to be ready for tomorrow. The real battle still lay ahead. Luke bowed deeply under the sunset, accepting his master's command with absolute loyalty. At the church headquarters, Setring, also known as Sir Daimos, was raging. He shouted when he learned his subordinate had not only lost but also been stripped of his sword. Lloyd knelt flat on the floor, weeping and begging for forgiveness in agony. Daimos barked, asking if he understood how humiliating losing one's sword was for a knight. Lloyd moaned that he had soiled the noble faith of the church. He was completely crushed under Daimos's pressure and fury. Other members of the church began to whisper about why a knight like Eugene was in the tented camp. They suspected he intended to flee after hearing news about them. Daimos sprang to his feet, asserting that Eugene was clearly showing contempt for the Kaler church. He insisted the letters from the Marin royal faction were entirely accurate. Amid the tension, young Durhicht appeared with a terrifying calm. He advised Daimos to restrain himself and maintain the necessary composure. Daimos turned to Durhicht, angrily pointing at Lloyd sprawled on the ground. He could not sit still while his subordinate had been beaten nearly incapacitated by a slave. Durhicht recalled how Bishop Nordic had returned in disgrace, causing the nobility on the Kalspigen Peninsula to look down on the church. Even the people of Marin no longer respected the clergy as before. He sat at the table and coldly asked whether slaughtering Eugene right now would truly restore the church's honor and dignity. Daimos gritted his teeth, clenching his hands until they trembled at Durhicht's calm. He found it absurd that they suffered this humiliation from a knight in a remote region. Durhicht stared Daimos in the eye, warning him not to be dragged into cheap provocations by those who could not even afford an inn. The church's honor was not so cheap. He concluded they would punish Eugene properly and lawfully at the upcoming nightly tournament. Daimos fell silent, though his heart burned with vengeful fire. The headquarters doors opened as someone called out Sir Daimos's name. A solemn atmosphere settled over the room. Trumpets echoed through the magnificent cathedral under the sun. Knights and officials gathered in force to prepare for a grand event about to take place. Count Winslow entered to the warm welcome of his followers. He carried the ease and authority of a true lord. People and knights alike bowed to greet the count. Jan Eugene stood at a distance observing, quietly confirming the noble's identity among the crowd. A knight galloped up on horseback, calling Eugene's name familiarly. It was Sir Durac, who seemed to have important news to share with him. Durac asked whether Eugene was alone or if other knights were with him. Eugene replied calmly that the others would arrive shortly. Durac laughed brightly, recalling what he had heard about Eugene teaching the church guards a memorable lesson. Eugene corrected him, saying it was not him but his slave who had done it. Durac was extremely surprised to hear this. Oh, so he isn't a guard? Durac looked toward Luke with curiosity, asking if it was true that a slave had defeated Sir Daimos's men. Luke affirmed that he had only fulfilled a slave's duty when someone dared insult his master. His gaze was steady, showing absolute loyalty. Durac laughed in praise, then suddenly recognized the distinctive accent and asked if Luke was from Brancha. Luke silently confirmed with a nod. Durac thought the church guard's defeat was understandable if their opponent was a Branchan warrior. He guessed Luke had surely tasted the wins and hardships in the Prayer Book War. Luke looked puzzled when the Prayer Book War was mentioned. Durac smiled knowingly, thinking the boy had perhaps fought in that war under his lord's orders without knowing its name. Suddenly the crowd stirred, cheers ringing down the street. Everyone grew excited as the procession of the prestigious holy knights began entering the city. Durac signaled Eugene to look toward the marching group. He warned that a figure of stature riding a white horse led the knights. The one riding the white horse is Durhicht. Eugene stared at him, his gaze suddenly flaring red with hatred. Durac continued to point out others in the procession, Daimos on a gray horse behind him and Iode proudly mounted on a golden steed. These were among the Kaler Church's top warriors. Young Durhicht, at last we meet again. Eugene murmured inwardly as he faced the mortal enemy who had killed him in a past life. He realized Durhicht might not recognize him now, but he could never forget the true nature of that butcher. Durac added that Daimos was the master of the guard Eugene had just humiliated. Their presence signaled a storm on the horizon. The holy knights marched by with grandeur amid the cheers. Durac warned that Daimos would surely seek revenge at the upcoming tournament. Daimos had endured countless battles and honed his skill on the blood of non-human creatures. Durac told Eugene to prepare himself to face that terrifying blade. Daimos turned and called his subordinate's name with authority. He coldly promised to reclaim that sword once the tournament concluded. Daimos performed a blood oath upon the sword Evil Destroyer. He swore by honor and faith that the heretic Eugene's blood would be spilled at his feet. The guard standing nearby stared in amazement at the gleaming holy sword, a relic reserved for full knights. It was the first time he'd seen his lord take such a grave blood oath. He smiled triumphantly, thinking the oath marked the end of Eugene's life. that border knight would surely have no escape. My lord will judge that insolent man and make him pay for this humiliation. He was convinced Deimos's vengeance would end in a blood-soaked fate for Eugene. The first day of the knight's tournament began with a dramatic jousting contest. A massive collision sent one of the two combatants flying off his saddle. Ian won resoundingly to the cheers of the crowd. As he celebrated, the medical team rushed onto the field to carry away the motionless, vanquished opponent. Under the stands, soldiers whispered about the cost of this defeat. From ransoms to the upkeep of warhorses, it was all a massive burden, yet some insisted it was just a frivolous pastime of the wealthy. An announcement boomed that the next match would begin immediately. Jan Eugene entered the arena on a black steed, drawing all eyes with his cold, mysterious appearance. The crowd began to murmur when they saw Jan Eugene wasn't even wearing specialized jousting armor. They suspected he couldn't afford proper gear and thought he was being reckless. In contrast to the sneers, the people from the tent village cheered enthusiastically. They shouted, urging Jan Eugene to show their spirit and not bow to those wealthy nobles. His former comrades also sat in the stands, rebutting those who had derided Jan Eugene. They believed he understood the hardships of a wandering life and would make a difference. They recalled the moment Jan Eugene declared he wanted to fight alongside them. To them, he was the only knight who truly cared for the common folk. Ian smiled as he watched Jan Eugene from afar, clearly very eager for the performance. Jan Eugene took his stance on horseback, ready to face his enemy. Everyone held their breath to see what this rising hero would do. The announcer introduced his opponent as Setrang, a famed holy knight from the Deimos family. Setrang's appearance brought immense pressure to the stadium. Setrang looked at Jan Eugene with contempt through the visor. He spat insults, calling him a godless man, and vowed to offer his life and gear to God after defeating him. The battle drums sounded, signaling the start of the match. The entire arena was plunged into extreme tension. The two horses charged at each other at wind-tearing speed, dust billowing up with each hoofbeat. Jan Eugene focused intensely, aiming his lance at the target with a cold, sharp gaze. Jan Eugene's speed astonished the crowd. He reached the arena's meeting point in the blink of an eye. Setrang was also surprised by the strength of the horse Jan Eugene rode, wondering how a provincial knight could possess such a warhorse. Yet he remained arrogant, believing that the high speed would only make his strike deadlier. He sneered, convinced Jan Eugene was courting death. At the decisive moment, Jan Eugene's eyes flashed a brutal red, secretly releasing a chilling, killing aura. A dark energy enveloped Setrang's horse, causing it to panic violently as it sensed the presence of a demon dragon. The horse reared, losing control just as the two were about to collide. Setrang was completely disoriented by this sudden incident. He realized in horror that he had lost control of the situation, but it was too late to recover. A resounding crash echoed across the arena as Jan Eugene's blow struck true. Setrang was flung from his saddle like a sack, falling free to the hard ground. Jung Durhicht and the observers high above were stunned by the tragedy that had befallen their comrade. They could not believe their eyes. The medical team rushed onto the field to check Setrang, lying motionless in shattered armor. He appeared to be without breath. News of a holy knight's death in the first round spread quickly, shaking the entire arena. It was an unprecedented event. Amid the thunderous cheers, Jan Eugene swept across the field like a war god. Victory belonged convincingly to the Eugene family. He turned to look at the crowd with a cold expression, as if his opponent's death had not affected him in the slightest. Jung Durhicht frowned in suspicion, sensing something very odd about the way Setrang's horse suddenly went berserk. He didn't believe it was just a random accident. Jung Durhicht's gaze grew colder than ever. He had also felt that strange mana earlier and began to watch Jan Eugene closely. The second day of the night's tournament began with fencing. The atmosphere was even more intense than the first day. Jan Eugene sat quietly in a corner, listening as the announcer praised him as the jousting champion. All attention now fell on him. Ian stepped closer and mentioned the Twin Crown title, a feat untouched for 16 years. He suggested that if Jan Eugene won this event too, his path upward would open widely. Jan Eugene replied with a false modesty, saying his skills were lacking, which led to yesterday's accident. He betrayed no hint of weakness in his words. Ian laughed loudly, telling him not to worry about Setrang's death because every knight had signed a liability waiver to enter the tournament. For the nobility, deaths in the arena were just an occupational risk. The fencing matches on the field were brutal. Knights charged each other without mercy, metal clashing in a continuous din. Jan Eugene studied their moves closely. The first round ended to roaring cheers. The announcer announced a short break before the next round. The audience was ecstatic over the high-level performances. Ian observed that this year's tournament was far more exciting due to many strong knights, but the real focus remained Jan Eugene. The nobility's interest in him was reaching a peak. Jan Eugene looked down at the arena and made a cryptic prediction that this tournament would see more unfortunate accidents. His face half hidden in shadow, he exuded unpredictable danger. He sneered, suggesting death might be a blessing for the holy knights since they always wanted to return to God sooner. The cruelty in his words sent chills through his listener. Watching from afar, Jung Durhicht coldly observed the conversation. He remarked that Jan Eugene was quite ruthless, knowing how to turn an opponent's death into profit by extorting payment for their gear from their family. Jan Eugene coldly calculated, aware he would eventually seize that cache of gear full of holy power. To him, the dead had no standing left to repay debts. Ian walked beside him, calling Jan Eugene a very intriguing person. Although he constantly spoke cruel words, Ian found his actions quite merciful throughout the day's matches. Ian noticed that in many bouts, Jan Eugene won without inflicting serious injuries. After victories, he even approached to console the defeated with the demeanor of a magnanimous victor. When asked if he was deliberately avoiding ransom demands, Jan Eugene candidly admitted it was because those opponents were poor. They were nothing like the noble knights reveling in the castle. Ian nodded in agreement. He had suspected Jan Eugene was preparing for the upcoming mock battle. He'd heard the holy knights and nobles in the castle were forming separate units to prepare for that fight. It was common for those of the same rank to band together. With deep pockets, they could hire more mercenaries to swell the ranks of their units. Human instinct is to side with advantage, so even if Jan Eugene held back in the duels, those poor knights might still refuse to join his unit. Ian believed their minds would surely change after the final. Jan Eugene only nodded his agreement silently. At that moment, a soldier ran up to announce the next match. Ian and Jan Eugene both turned to look curious. Jan Eugene's next opponent was Baron Eindolf, Lord of Calvin. He was currently staying in the Baron's main castle. Jan Eugene pondered, realizing this man would certainly be in the same unit as the Holy Knights when the mock battle began. Ian confirmed that was almost certain, though he still didn't understand why Jan Eugene cared about that detail so much. As soon as the match began, Jan Eugene unleashed a lightning strike, causing Baron Eindolf to spit blood and collapse instantly. It all happened so fast the audience could only gasp in astonishment. The referee declared Jan Eugene the victor to the crowd's excitement. Baron Eindolf lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain while his squire ran over in a panic. Jan Eugene strode toward the defeated opponent. His footsteps made Baron Eindolf's squire hold his breath in fear. The squire expected the famed Black Knight to come comfort his master with the chivalrous bearing the rumors promised. He looked at him with hopeful anticipation. But Jan Eugene coldly extended his hand and uttered a single word, ransom. The action left both master and servant stunned and speechless. He exposed that the Baron had title and lands, and even enough wealth to hire mercenaries to join the Holy Knights. Therefore, there was no reason for him to hold back. Jan Eugene grabbed the squire by the collar, his voice low as he demanded payment on the spot. The terrified squire screamed to his master that this knight had come not to console, but to demand money. Next, Baron Perrin of Belmart suffered the same fate, disgracefully defeated by Jan Eugene. He spared no noble. He stood above the fallen, repeating arguments about the nobles' wealth and their ties to the church. A murderous aura radiated from him, making his opponents tremble. Jan Eugene's eyes blazed threateningly red. He ordered them to hand over ransom immediately if they wished to avoid worse accidents. High above, Jung Durhicht watched coldly. He realized Jan Eugene was deliberately targeting and grievously wounding knights affiliated with the church's unit. A subordinate asked whether they should act immediately, but Jung Durhicht told him to wait. He had sent a letter to the Kaler Church requesting additional Holy Knight reinforcements. He explained this was a precautionary preparation. If nothing changed, his Silver Soldier and Jan Eugene would face each other in the final. Jung Durhicht ordered his men to use the Evil Destroyer at the moment everyone was watching. Even a small wound from that blade would be enough to expose everything. Once Jan Eugene's true identity was revealed, they could use it to pressure Baron Winslow as well. Jan Eugene still stood in the arena, unaware of this deadly trap. Vito's Iode wore a vicious smile, promising to use sanctifying power to burn away the false mask of that sinner. He was thrilled at the prospect of taking action. He vowed to unleash Judgment Day upon Jan Eugene with the most agonized, desperate screams. This tournament was about to turn into a blood-soaked execution ground. The sky was full of gray clouds, and the loudspeakers boomed throughout Winslow Arena. The host leapt out, announcing that the most anticipated duel of the swordsmanship tournament was officially beginning. Jan Eugene, the Dark Knight who had just won the jousting prize, entered to the crowd's cheers. His opponent was gathering violet lightning mana, muttering that Sir Durhicht had been overly cautious. Vito's Iode confidently believed himself a messenger of the gods, ready to finish Eugene if there was anything inhuman about him. The faith guards of the church appeared from the gate, their eyes sharp as blades fixed on the opponent. Vito's name was called. He silently vowed to take the man's life today. As soon as they faced each other, the Holy Knight spat insults, claiming he had seen through Eugene's dirty tricks. He declared he would unmask him before the whole world. Eugene simply stared back with blazing red eyes. Eugene realized this man was sharper than he looked. With just a hint of fear aura, he had already caught the scent. He sneered and retorted, asking what the man had eaten before entering the arena to be so confident. Vito's was irritated by his opponent's provocative, piercing gaze. Deimos's holy sword was drawn, crackling with furious violet lightning. Eugene also took a guard stance, quietly aware that ordinary spectators could not see the aura he was projecting. He knew that fighting a holy sword with an ordinary blade was suicide. In the stands, nobles murmured that Vito's resorting to a high-tier monster-slaying weapon for this match was scandalous. A spectator suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted in astonishment. In Eugene's hand was Wolf Slaughter, the famed demonic blade of Sir Taylor just drawn from its sheath. Count Archibald nodded approvingly, thinking it perfectly reasonable to match that holy sword with this blade. He watched intently, wanting Eugene to prove the worth of the weapon he had lent. Eugene stood proudly with the blood-red sword in his hand. The signal sounded and the fateful final officially erupted. Vito's lunged like a violet bolt, roaring his opponent's name with murderous intent. Eugene remained unnervingly calm, his red eyes did not waver at the attack. The clash of blades produced a powerful shockwave, and Vito's began to sense that something was wrong. He strained to hold his ground, but his lightning mana was being steadily suppressed. Eugene's strength increased by the second, making Vito's break out in cold sweat from sheer terror. No ordinary human could emit such an overwhelming energy. Eugene flung his opponent backward, while Vito's frantically sought to end the duel quickly. Veins stood out on Eugene's face, his red eyes radiating a thicker, deadlier aura than ever. A black-red mana surge erupted. Eugene decided not to prolong it any further. Vito's choked, the sensation identical to what Deimos had once endured. He felt disgusted. Eugene's breath was no different from that of the undead. Still, pride would not allow him to fall before someone deemed a heretic. Vito's poured all his mana into one final swing, shouting for Eugene's blood. A blood-red slash cut across, completely severing the Holy Knight's last hope. Thunder rumbled across the sky, heralding a tragic conclusion. The entire audience was stunned. Some people didn't even dare to look at the blood-soaked scene before them. The holy sword slipped from Vito's bloodied hand. Fresh drops of blood mixed with the rain, pouring onto the dusty arena floor. Vito's collapsed, completely unconscious at Eugene's feet. Blood trailed across the stone floor. The battle ended in a chilling silence. In the driving rain, another holy knight wearing a horned mask stood frozen as he watched his comrade fall. His gaze locked on Jan Eugene, who stood tall amid Vito's pool of blood. Shouts from the stands demanded the match be stopped. Jan Eugene's face was smeared with blood. His blazing red eyes emitted a cold, lethal aura in the torrential rain. The holy knight ground his teeth in rage, the eyes behind his mask seeming ready to blaze. He screamed in fury, declaring he would never forgive this brutal act. Ignoring the rules, the holy knight lunged straight onto the arena like an arrow. The announcer cried out in alarm, ordering him to stop because the match was over. A massive collision erupted as the holy knight's blade struck directly against Eugene's demonic sword Wolfslaughter. He branded Eugene a heretic and demanded that he reveal his true identity immediately. The attacker insisted Eugene had used dark arts to harm his comrade. Eugene remained silent, staring with hollow eyes. Witnessing the chaos, Count Winslow ground his teeth anxiously. His relationship with the church could crumble if this continued. He shouted, ordering both to lower their weapons at once. The match was officially over. The holy knight remained stubborn. He insisted the creature before him was merely pretending to be human and would bring disaster if left unchecked. Eugene replied calmly, calling those accusations petty and absurd. A fierce exchange of words took place as their blades remained locked under the downpour. The knight trusted his instincts, insisting he had seen through the true nature of his opponent. He claimed Eugene was hiding beneath human skin and threatened to expose him right there. A radiant blue mana burst around the holy knight as he prepared to gather strength for another attack. He spat the words, calling Eugene a revolting monster. The arena viewed from above looked small and lonely amid the storm that grew ever fiercer. Outside the arena, wind and rain shrouded the ancient buildings in a murky veil. In the drizzly night, a group of knights hurriedly rode across the grassy fields. Winslow City appeared before them after a long, arduous journey. The lead knight urged his companions, demanding they find Sir Durhicht as soon as they entered the city. They urged one another to prepare for the upcoming mission, allowing no delays. Beneath the misty night shadow of Winslow Castle, a chilling warning rang out. The deep darkness bears its fangs. The spectators in the stands were restless, sweat streaming down faces stretched with astonishment. The match unfolded so fast they couldn't collect themselves. The gray-haired knight froze, eyes glued to the arena floor in utter bewilderment. He muttered, wondering what the hell was really happening before him. Young Durhicht gritted his teeth and lunged, the sword in his hand erupting with power to block his opponent. He couldn't find any opening to slip between these lethal blows. The two blades clashed, sending brilliant sparks into the downpour. The murderous intent between them was so dense it seemed to strangle the surrounding air. Jan Eugene calmly parried the 1,000-pound slashes of the Holy Knight. He realized his opponent wasn't using the dark, corrupt magic like the defeated man before. Young Durhicht spun, his white cloak billowing as he pressed forward with overwhelming force. His eyes burned with rage directed at Jan. Despite risking everything to grow stronger, Jan still felt the immense threat from the man before him. Every sweep of the opponent's blade radiated unpredictable danger. Blood trickled from Jan's mouth, his eyes blazing red as he stared at his foe through strands of damp black hair. He thought to himself that this holy power was truly troublesome. Young Durhicht paused for a beat, a keen gaze revealed beneath his gilded helm. He declared he was now completely certain of Jan's nature. Jan froze when his opponent mentioned his sinful magic. A flash of dark mana flickered in his eyes. The Holy Knight roared, bringing his sword down in a thunderous strike. He accused Jan of mercilessly murdering his comrades. Young Durhicht's face contorted with rage as he pressed close to Jan Eugene. He demanded that Jan reveal his true identity as a faithless wretch at once. Jan Eugene narrowed his eyes, his red pupils glowing in the darkness. He understood that if he kept defending like this, his secret would sooner or later be exposed. He glanced to the side where Vito's Iode's corpse lay cold in a pool of blood. Jan decided to end this pointless war of attrition with a bold plan. Suddenly, Jan Eugene stomped, launching himself like a ghost toward the corpse through the rain. The abrupt move stunned everyone nearby. Young Durhicht shouted and hurried after him as he saw his opponent flee. He declared that no matter where Jan ran, he could not escape punishment. From above, Jan's small figure darted across the stain of pooled blood. Jung Durhik was right behind, closing the distance in an instant. Jan Eugene reached Vito's Iod's body, raising his hand as if to perform a sacrilegious act. Jung Durhik gaped, sensing a dire omen. The Holy Knight swung his sword to stop him, cursing non-stop at the other's madness. He couldn't believe Jan would dare do this here. Jan Eugene coldly used Iod's corpse as a shield, halting Jung's attack. The knight howled in fury at the insult to his fallen comrade. A loud explosion rang out as the power of the sword struck Jan's defense. He was thrown backward but maintained control of his body in the rain. Jung Durhik dropped to one knee, breathing heavily as he struggled to regain balance. He glared at Jan with eyes full of hatred. Jung screamed in disgust, insulting Jan as more brazen than he had imagined. Anger made the veins on his face stand out. Jan rose and stood tall beside the sprawled corpse. Jung Durhik continued to shout, accusing him of trampling on the honor of a fallen holy knight. Amid his opponent's cries to stop, Jan Eugene coldly drew a small dagger. He bent down, preparing to perform an act that would make the entire arena shudder. Jung Durhik gaped in horror, his face drained of color as he witnessed the scene. He was left speechless at such utter cruelty. The young knight stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide with shock. He could only let out a choked exclamation as something was revealed. Jan Eugene raised a bloodied hand, a purple crystal glowing eerily on his fingers. He loudly demanded that everyone look closely at it. Standing in the center of the arena, Jan declared that this was what Vito's Iode had swallowed just before the final began. The crystals sparkled in his hand as incontrovertible proof. Jan Eugene turned toward the VIP stands and addressed Count Winslow, asking what he thought about a holy knight using forbidden sorcery in a sacred tournament like this. The crowd erupted in astonished, skeptical whispers. Craftsmen and commoners recognized the familiar glow of an anti-magic crystal. They began shouting in outrage, calling the use of the Church of Kaler's banned power an unforgivable blasphemy. Looks of hatred turned toward Jung Durhik. Jung Durhik stood motionless under the rain, sweat mixing with water running down his face. He was stunned, wondering why Iode would commit such a foolish act. Count Winslow's hand tightened on the railing, his knuckles whitening with anger. He called Jung Durhik's name in a threatening tone. The Count looked down over the arena and declared that sorcery was absolutely forbidden. He asserted that anyone who violated church law would be excommunicated. The audience roared in unison, calling the holy knights cowards and faithless. The jeers echoed throughout Winslow Arena. Count Winslow gazed at Jung Durhik with utter disappointment. He pressed the holy knight for any explanation for this shameful incident. Jung Durhik hastily denied knowing why the crystal had appeared. He urgently requested a joint investigation by the Church of Kaler and House Winslow to clarify matters. He tried to excuse it by saying Iode might have acted on his own or that someone had manipulated him. The clumsy explanations rang out amid the wreckage of corpses. Jan Eugene stood silent, his cloak whipping in the storm. Behind him, the populace's calls to drive those without honor from the arena continued unabated. To salvage the situation, Jung Durhik drew the sacred sword Evil Destroyer from its sheath. He swore on his life and honor that Jan Eugene was not human. Jung's eyes burned with fanatical conviction as he looked at his opponent. He proclaimed that a single stroke from that blade would fully reveal Jan's monstrous nature. Jan Eugene stood motionless in the rain, his red eyes glowing menacingly. Raindrops traced down his sharp features, enhancing his cold demeanor. Suddenly, the rapid sound of cavalry shattered the tense atmosphere. A group of riders thundered toward the arena, shouting that they had found the target. The riders pulled up hastily before Jung Durhik, both man and horse panting in the cold rain. They urgently demanded that the Holy Knight withdraw immediately because the situation was critical. Jung Durhik glared in fury, refusing to believe he was being ordered to retreat. He shouted, questioning the reinforcements summoned and refusing to leave Iode's body in disgrace. An official accompanying the riders hurried to explain, his face pale with fear and worry. He admitted the current situation was tragic, but something even worse had just happened outside. Shocking news was delivered. All Holy Knights on the tracking mission had been ambushed. Jung Durhik froze and hastily demanded to know who dared commit such an act. A grisly scene was described. A gigantic sword driven deep into the ground, surrounded by blood and scattered corpses. The writer reported they suspected undead were responsible, but details were still under investigation. In the darkness, undead creatures with ghastly jaws and stitched-together bodies lurked. Cardinal Kaler issued an emergency order, commanding all nearby knights to set out immediately to confront this threat. Count Winslow stood above, watching with a pensive, calculating expression amid the rain. He apologized for the untimely incident but maintained the stance of a regional lord. The Count emphasized that no matter how urgent the situation, the scandal involving the anti-magic crystal must be fully investigated. He demanded that at least one representative of the church remain to report on the matter. After a tense silence, Jung Durhik decided he would personally lead the relief force. He ordered his subordinates to stay and handle the aftermath and to tend to Deimos's and Iode's guard. The Holy Knight clenched his teeth, facial muscles twitching as he suppressed the anger boiling inside. He refused to leave in the posture of the accused, with his opponent left unbothered. Before turning his horse, Jung Durhik issued a cold threat, asserting that he and Jan Eugene would meet again soon. Jan merely glanced back, watching with a nonchalant gaze as if nothing had happened. Jan Eugene looked toward the cavalry preparing to depart, his face unreadable. In the distance, Durak with his eye patch quietly observed the humiliating retreat. Jan Eugene smirked faintly and issued a defiant reply that he would wait for a rematch. He knew this was only the beginning of a much longer war. Jung Durhicht bellowed the order to advance and spurred his horse into the storm. The thunder of hooves echoed through the arena as the holy knights left Winslow to the populace's scorn. Jan Eugene stood alone in the center of the square, his black cloak billowing in the wind. He turned his gaze toward the VIP stands where Count Winslow was preparing to deliver the final verdict. Count Winslow proclaimed in a ringing voice that this was the worst and most shameless incident to occur here. Yet, amid the rot, there was one knight who had bravely stood to defend honor with his own hands. The Count raised his purple-jeweled scepter, his voice resounding with absolute authority. He ordered everyone to acclaim this year's most prestigious champion. Winslow pointed at Jan Eugene, officially honoring him as the bearer of the twin crown. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators erupted, rolling like thunder through the night. Throughout the stands, frenzied chants continued without pause, making Jan the sole hero in the hearts of Winslow's people. He stood motionless like a statue despite the glory surrounding him. A close-up of Jan Eugene's face revealed a sinister half-smile and glowing red eyes. His gaze brimmed with contempt for all those cheering outside. In the darkness of the castle corridor, two figures exchanged secret words. One asked why they hadn't stopped Iode from using the anti-magic crystal from the start to avoid trouble. The other explained it had always been a last-resort plan because its side effects were extremely severe. A small wound would have sufficed to secure victory, but Iode had been too greedy and brought disaster upon himself. The gray-haired knight squinted, scheming, believing that the display of power should have come after killing Jan Eugene. He was displeased that events had spiraled so far out of control. Another knight clenched his fist, arguing this was the best way for the Church of Kalar to seize the initiative in the struggle for power. They were covertly plotting bloodier next moves. The gray-haired knight fell into thoughtful silence, insisting that hunting monsters among the ignorant populace must follow proper procedure and careful deliberation. He seemed to be nursing another sinister scheme. Under the torrential rain, rows of cedar trees stood like ghosts guarding the path. Jung Durhicht kept berating the fool Iode for creating this mess before he died. Jung Durhicht galloped madly down the muddy trails, mud splattering everywhere. He privately thought he should have forced Iode to use more crystals to ensure an absolute victory. A fanatic gleamed in the Holy Knight's eyes behind the gilded helmet. He told himself that when facing evil creatures, no method was too extreme, and the face of one who executes justice need not appear fair. The sound of hooves faded into the gloomy night, leaving deep prints in the mud. Jung Durhicht swore that at all costs, even his life, he would personally judge his sworn enemy, Jan Eugene. Winson's banquet hall was bustling to the utmost with all kinds of entertainment, from circus acts to music. The guests were loudly discussing the absence of the evening's star, Sir Eugene. Meanwhile, Eugene was having a private, discreet meeting with Count Winson behind a closed door. The Count laughed heartily, saying he'd wanted to meet Eugene ever since he heard the news that Eugene had dealt with the knights at the city gate. Eugene politely raised his glass in return, thanking the host for his thoughtfulness. The Count looked at Eugene's sword Wolfslaughter and said it had once been a treasure he gave to his son-in-law. It turned out the sword had a rather glorious history, long associated with the Winson family's honor. Eugene said he had only taken it from the hands of bandits, but the Count waved that off, saying it now belonged to him. By virtue of his status as champion, the Count declared Eugene fully deserving to be its owner. He added that the son-in-law who lost the sword wasn't worthy of using it, and he would deal with him personally later. The Count snapped his fingers, signaling that there was another, even more surprising gift for the champion. A blazing red halberd was pushed in by soldiers, solemnly placed on a carriage draped in red velvet. This weapon was called ManhwaRecap, which in the northern dwarven tongue means Demon King Slayer. The Count believed that with Eugene's superior strength, wielding it would pose no problem. Eugene stepped forward and seized the haft of the halberd decisively. The Count was stunned when he saw him lift the 50 kg weapon with one hand as if it weighed nothing. He thought to himself that perhaps this power truly befit a champion who appears once every 16 years. Following instructions, Eugene needed to let a little blood onto ManhwaRecap to perform the ownership ritual. He made a light cut with his knife, letting bright red drops fall onto the haft. Immediately, the halberd responded with mysterious plumes of red smoke. A powerful magical aura erupted around the enchanted weapon. The Count exclaimed with excitement as ManhwaRecap officially acknowledged Eugene as its true master. To test its function, he told Eugene to try throwing the halberd. Eugene decisively hurled the halberd with extreme force, tearing through the air. When the halberd had embedded itself in the wall, the Count told him to try calling it back with his will. Eugene reached out, concentrating his mind to command ManhwaRecap to return. The halberd trembled violently, then automatically sprang free from the stone wall. It shot swiftly back toward its owner with precision. Eugene caught the haft in an instant without exerting any effort. Count Winson smiled broadly, genuinely pleased with this display of skill. Holding the new halberd, Eugene noticed it had a familiar resonance. He felt it resembled Wolfslaughter closely, and the Count confirmed they were originally a paired set of equipment. Eugene was slightly surprised by the information about this potentially powerful set. The Count smiled mysteriously, promising to tell him more after tomorrow's mock battle concluded. Eugene silently resolved he must win to have a chance at obtaining the full, formidable set. A blazing aura surrounded him, causing the spirit Keikai to marvel at the vigor of its master. Eugene privately regretted losing the pretext to take care of Durhit right then, because the Holy Knights were watching. But he knew sooner or later that man would try to eliminate him, and when that happened, he'd return the favor in full. The next morning, the hunting grounds were set up and ready for the mock battle between the red and green sides. Eugene rode into the arena. His goal was to secure an overwhelming victory. Lancelot approached with an amused expression, recounting the furious reactions of the opposing knights. He said that thanks to Eugene, their side was watching a great spectacle, since the holy knights over there were furious to the point of madness. Eugene's gaze was cold as he observed from afar. He realized the enemy formation had a major problem. No one was really in command after the Holy Knight Durhit left. The Green Knights were numerous but poorly equipped and utterly uncoordinated. They had a numbers advantage, but if split up they'd become extremely chaotic. Eugene turned to discuss with Lancelot. He thought that if they attacked in small groups of 20 or 30, their side would be far easier to handle. Lancelot smiled enigmatically and suggested a baiting plan to lure the overzealous nobles into the trap. Eugene agreed at once. It seemed their ideas converged on one point: turn the mock battle into a real hunt. The spirit Keikai suddenly appeared, curious why the two were conspiring without including her. The mock battle officially began in Count Winslan's hunting forest, a terrain of complex hills and mountains. The signaling bell rang loudly. Eugene's side was the Red Army facing the Green Army of the nobles. Both sides started from separate positions. Neither could see the other until the battle truly erupted. Keikai excitedly explained the brilliant tactics she and her servant, Eugene, had devised to deal with the enemy. First, the main force of the Red Army quietly moved into the deep woods to ambush. Only about 20 men, including Eugene and Lancelot, remained visible in the open. The aim was to convince observers this was merely a lone scouting party. When the Green Scouts appeared, the Red forces pretended not to notice, proudly raising Sir Eugene's banner to lure them. The Green Scouts saw the emblem on the banner and rushed off excitedly to report it. They thought they'd found a rich target. As predicted, eager for glory, the Green Knights immediately broke formation to chase the prey. Rodolso and his companions argued over who would capture Eugene. Greed blinded them, and they abandoned the rest of their troop. Once the Green forces had completely taken the bait, the Red Knights burst out of the forest simultaneously and encircled them tightly. The Green commander shouted in panic. He hadn't expected to fall into such a perfect ambush. The Red side, by contrast, was ecstatic because everything unfolded exactly according to their leader's plan. The battle erupted fiercely. The Greens were routed, riders falling continuously under the Red Army's onslaught. In desperation, one Green Knight shouted for his comrades to draw real swords and counterattack, flouting the rules. The Red forces were furious at this blatant cheating by the nobles. The Green Knight charged wildly, attacking with a genuinely sharp sword. But instantly, the blazing ManhwaRecap tore through the air, impaling his shoulder and sending blood spurting everywhere. Eugene sat majestically on his horse. He decided to use these cheating enemies to test the newly acquired weapon. He calmly declared it a legitimate act of self-defense. Keikai named the operation Human Greed Always Repeats the Same Mistake. The little spirit cheerfully admitted that she just made that name up to sound grand. There was no real operation at all. The result was the Green Army was torn apart and captured en masse. The once arrogant nobles were now kneeling bound. About 60 people, including knights and retainers of the Greens, became Eugene's prisoners. Miserable fate for the greedy nobles. Keikai laughed triumphantly, saying this was a hard lesson for those who chase personal glory and forget the group. An utterly overwhelming victory. The mock battle ended in a decisive victory for the Reds. While nearly all the Greens were captured and some 80 were injured, Eugene's side suffered no losses. At the evening banquet, Count Winslan seemed a bit embarrassed. He asked Eugene if he felt disappointed that tonight's festivities weren't as grand as yesterday's, explaining he'd restrained them because so many were wounded. Eugene smiled gently, saying it was an honor to meet the Count. He generously provided magic stones to help the defeated knights recover quickly, which left everyone grateful. Count Winslan praised Eugene's humility. He said people were abuzz that such a talented knight would go to comfort those he had just defeated. But one thing puzzled him: how had Eugene won the complete loyalty of the Red Knights so quickly? Even when opponents drew real swords, they did not waver. Hearing this, the spirit Keikai hovered nearby and sarcastically revealed the harsh truth. Loyalty? No, Eugene had promised to give them up to 90% of the prisoners' ransom, hitting their greed exactly. Eugene remained calm, raised his glass, and praised the halberd ManhwaRecap. Thanks to this relic, suppressing rule breakers had never been easier. Count Winslan nodded and changed the subject to something more important. He reiterated that ManhwaRecap and the sword Wolfslaughter were actually an inseparable pair. In fact, the set was not yet complete. He revealed they only reached their full power when paired with the corresponding shield and armor. Hearing of more treasures at that level, Eugene grew curious. Winslan explained these relics had been gifted to his father by Duke Batla of Brancha, as they were distant relatives. Eugene turned to Keikai and quietly asked if she knew who that duke was, since the title sounded prestigious in Brancha. Keikai nonchalantly answered no, leaving Eugene speechless. He suspected the girl was just giving a casual reply and didn't really know. The Count continued, recounting the mysterious origin of the relics. Even he didn't know how House Batla had come into possession of such finely made items from the northern dwarven lands. Perhaps because Brancha often fought northern orcs and pirates, they allied with the dwarves and received these items as diplomatic gifts. Unfortunately, Winslan didn't know where the remaining pieces of the set were now. He hoped that with Eugene's talent, he might be the first in 16 years to recover the full twin crown. After some conversation, the Count suddenly changed tone, looked Eugene in the eye, and asked if he truly had no intention of accepting a knighthood from him. Eugene closed his eyes and sincerely apologized for disappointing him. He admitted he'd considered it, but circumstances had changed and he could not accept. His gaze grew cold. From what he'd experienced, Eugene understood that serving under a particular noble could sometimes bring more trouble than benefit. Count Winslan laughed heartily, saying Eugene needn't apologize for that. Then he left the sentence hanging, making Eugene wonder. He asserted that whoever possessed both Wolfslaughter and ManhwaRecap bore a destiny to shoulder, and that destiny was tied to the land of Winslan. He pointed to a map of Brancha, recounting that Duke Batla once failed in an attempt to seize this kingdom's throne. However, Winslan believed that as long as these relics remained protected, the noble bloodline of the Duke's house would never truly fade. From there, he made a shocking proposal. He wanted Eugene to become the next Duke of House Batla. The offer was plainly reflected in Eugene's astonished eyes. Eugene couldn't believe his ears and asked if that was actually feasible. The Count explained that contact with House Batla had been severed before the war, and Brancha was now plunged into chaos. The name the War of the Covenant rang in Eugene's mind. He vaguely recalled this was the conflict Lancelot had mentioned earlier. The Count elaborated that the war had torn Brancha's royal house apart, and even the Kaler Church was ripped by fierce sectarian disputes. In such turmoil, if Eugene, as the wielder of the two relics, could prove his capability, no one could oppose his succession to the dukedom. Moreover, because the Winslan family had blood ties to House Batla, the Count's endorsement would carry significant legitimacy. Eugene remained skeptical and asked why the Count would offer him such a life-changing opportunity. Winslan looked deeply into Eugene's eyes and revealed his true intent. He wanted Eugene to become duke to help check the royal family's influence. The Winslan clan disliked the royal house, while the Kaler Church was extremely close to the court. The cardinal was even the current king's godfather. Under that pressure, the Count couldn't openly refuse the Holy Knights' participation in the tournament, even though they would surely win unopposed. His pride would not allow it. Worried about revealing his own strength, he sought a third party strong enough to suppress them. Eugene was the perfect pawn. After all, those holy knights were essentially pawns serving the cardinal. After hearing the Count's motives, Eugene responded with only 2 words. Very well, surprising Winslan with his decisiveness. The Count asked if he didn't want to hear the rest of the reasoning, but Eugene just smiled. After all the favors Winslan had shown him, the reasons no longer mattered. Seeing Eugene agree, Count Winslan beamed. He reiterated that once Eugene collected all the relics, the path to becoming Duke Batla would open wide. Eugene calculated silently and decided he would soon depart for Brancha. If those nobles hated the crown that much, he'd simply give them what they wanted and profit from it. The Count was deeply moved by Eugene's generosity, saying this was truly the bearing of a real knight. In return, Eugene made a small request. He asked permission to campaign against the demon lands located within the Count's domain. Winslan was so touched he shed tears and praised Eugene's honor, while Eugene was simply thinking of using the high-level monsters to prove his strength. Before the meeting ended, Eugene also asked about Sir Durak, one of the Count's retainers. Keikai, standing nearby, couldn't help but find the Count's watery-eyed display amusing. Count Winslan readily agreed to Eugene's proposal and permitted him to enter the demon lands. Keikai watched beside him, secretly delighted that the Count had been thoroughly led by Eugene. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the gloomy demon lands. A huge explosion sounded as a giant monster was slammed into the ground, dust choking the area. It was an extremely ferocious earth drake. It let out a terrifying roar, baring razor-sharp teeth as if to rip apart any intruder. Facing the beast, Eugene remained cold-faced. He gripped the ManhwaRecap halberd, his cloak billowing in the fierce wind from the dragon's breath. Not giving the opponent time to counter, Eugene swung the halberd in a deadly arc. His blood-red eyes focused intently, searching for a weakness in the drake's tough scales. A blazing red beam shot from the tip of the halberd, piercing the creature's body. A pitiful roar echoed as the mighty beast was utterly helpless before the overwhelming power of the vampire lord. The monster collapsed, its body slowly dissolving into black smoke. Amid the wreckage, a blazing red mana stone appeared, emitting a powerful magical aura that drew every eye. Eugene withdrew his spiritual power, calmly stepped forward and picked up the stone. The nearby creatures seemed cowed by his presence and dared not approach. Gazing at the red mana stone in his hand, Eugene thought to himself that although he'd used knightly arguments to persuade the Count, his true objective was simply these valuable resources. Looking over the devastated battlefield strewn with monster corpses, he felt the trip had been entirely worthwhile. Everything was unfolding according to the plan he'd laid out. The civilians and soldiers who followed to clear the field were stunned. They froze at the sight of the creatures that had terrorized them for 30 years, now reduced to soulless husks. Eugene pointed to the massive carcass and confirmed it was a manticore. He ordered everyone to load it onto a cart quickly and reported there was another drake corpse deeper inside that needed retrieving. This entire demon land had been a no-go zone for 3 decades, Yet the strongest creatures here were felled in an instant by a single man. A young knight with platinum hair shaded pale blue ran up and asked where Eugene planned to go next. Eugene replied he would finish clearing the last demon land before officially departing. As Eugene prepared to mount his horse, the young knight wondered why he didn't set off for Brancha immediately. Eugene asked back whether he'd settled his personal matters within the 5 days as instructed. The knight beamed. It turned out Eugene really intended to take him along. He said Count Winslan had already approved the request, so he had no remaining obligations. Eugene reminded him of his oath, to carry out any request he gave, whatever it might be. That was the price for sparing his life and accepting him into his ranks. With the pride of a knight, the young man vowed he would never break his oath of honor. He formally accepted Eugene's request without hesitation. Eugene affirmed this was not a request but an order. From this moment, he would obey and carry out all of Eugene's commands for the next 3 years. The knight bowed in obedience, but still asked why Eugene was so determined to clear this demon land when the bounties and ransoms already more than covered it. Eugene looked away, thinking there were things more important than money. His objective was the red mana stone, but the knight didn't need to know that secret. Staring at Eugene's retreating figure, the young knight's violet eyes shone with admiration. He silently thought Eugene was a true knight, pursuing ideals beyond fame and wealth. He smiled happily, convinced he hadn't misjudged the man. To him, serving under an extraordinary figure like Eugene was a great honor. Eugene quietly observed his new subordinate as well. The youth gave him a sense of trust he hadn't felt since Galfredic. He resolved that if the boy performed well, he'd take him on permanently. Above Eugene, Keikai was also silently judging the new knight. The mischievous sprite admitted that while he wasn't as handsome as his master, he was still quite a catch. Suddenly, the knight asked Eugene about the spirit speaking and flying around him. The question made Keikai start in shock, and Eugene was stunned that the boy could see her. Seeing their expressions, the boy smiled gently and told them not to be surprised. He revealed his grandfather was a spirit, so from childhood he'd been able to see souls. He explained that's also how he knew Eugene wasn't ordinary when he saw an Undine accompanying him. Eugene nodded in understanding. It turned out he'd just recruited an exceptionally rare talent. The journey continued amid Keikai's familiar chatter. The two walked and talked about Luke, another comrade resting in the tent. Eugene was pleased that his team was growing stronger and more distinctive. Count Winslan instructed Eugene to go straight to Marin after clearing the monsters in the demon realm. The boy casually agreed. He revealed that the Holy Knight's arrival had been orchestrated by the Royalist faction. In the city of Marin, Trevik, the guildmaster of the mercenaries, was already waiting to receive Eugene. Trevik grinned broadly and lavishly praised Eugene's feats in slaying the Manticore and Drake. He even worried Eugene might be tired from the long journey. Inside his office, Trevik brought up how Eugene had decimated the Knights' Assembly. Eugene was surprised at how quickly he had learned of it. Trevik said a contact doing business in Winslan had witnessed the match firsthand. Eugene immediately asked how much the people of Marin knew. Trevik insisted that if that contact hadn't told anyone, very few would have learned the truth. Eugene's gaze hardened. He demanded the Knights' Assembly be kept secret because a particularly troublesome faction had meddled this time. Trevik immediately grasped the issue and guessed Eugene meant the Royalists. Eugene revealed they had summoned the Holy Knights to target him. He asked Trevik to produce a list of Royalist affiliates for investigation. Trevik angrily slammed the table, cursing those venomous snakes for daring to touch Eugene. He declared the Royalists were the filthiest scum in Marin. But then Trevik noticed something odd. The Royalists in Marin had no ties to the central church or the crown. Eugene analyzed that mobilizing the Holy Knights required the cardinal's consent. Their acting immediately upon hearing he'd joined the assembly made no sense. Trevik nodded there must be a middleman. He suddenly remembered a noble family with royal connections. It was a noble named Surinosa, whose distant relative was none other than Count Evergrow. Trevik suspected Jebin Evergrow, the heir of that house, was behind it since the old count valued stability above all. At the mention of Jebin Evergrow, Eugene's expression fell. He immediately recalled the young noble. Eugene's eyes flared red with menace. Jebin had twice tried to stab him in the back, and now he dared use the Holy Knights as pawns. Eugene pondered, because Jebin was heir to a powerful lordship, it would be difficult to accuse him directly. He asked Trevik to arrange a banquet as soon as possible, insisting the mayor and the guildmaster also attend. Trevik enthusiastically agreed, saying the mayor also loathed the royalists. He promised to handle clearing the battlefield afterwards. Eugene stepped out of the building, ending the secret discussion. Outside, Lancelot in his silver armor was already waiting. Eugene bade Trevik farewell to prepare for the next plan. Watching Eugene's departing back, Trevik smiled smugly. He regarded Eugene as the lucky star of the city. Finally, they had a chance to rid Marin once, and for all of the vermin that caused trouble. Dusk fell over the grand manor, where the lavish banquet was about to begin. Luxurious carriages entered through the main gate one by one. Guards stood at attention on either side to welcome the guests. Jebin Evergrow stepped down from his carriage in a state of utter panic. He couldn't believe the kingdom's strongest holy knights had been defeated by Eugene. He feared that after Eugene interrogated the royalists, he would come after him. There was little time left to cover up the truth. Sweating profusely, Jebin knew that if House Evergrow didn't fall, he himself would be replaced. He had to act before it was too late. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, Jebin changed his expression and greeted Eugene with a radiant smile before the assembled crowd. He lavishly praised Eugene as the one who brought glory to the region with his heroic monster-slaying feats. Eugene smiled and returned the gesture with a knowing look. Jebin, however, was drenched in sweat, wondering if Eugene had recognized his true identity. Eugene replied coldly to the greeting. He noticed Jebin had shown up uninvited, trailed by the royalists clinging to him like shadows. Jebin began a flattery act, declaring he had brought gifts to show his respect for the hero Eugene. He had gleaming chests of gold opened and presented robust slaves, pleading with Eugene to accept them. The nobles around began to whisper, assuming Eugene had been bought by the crown's agents, which explained his closeness with Jebin. They eagerly plotted alliances with Eugene to expand their power, threatening to turn the city into chaos. A noble spoke up asking about the rumor that Eugene had obtained the twin crown relics at the assembly. The hall fell silent in anticipation. Eugene crossed his arms and casually confirmed it, prompting gasps of astonishment and admiration from the crowd. Jebin piled on, recounting how Eugene had led his unit to a resounding victory. He laughed heartily, praising Eugene as the commander who had bested even the kingdom's strongest holy knights, a shameless display of flattery. The nobles joined in lauding Eugene, claiming his association with the holy knights proved the church's favor. Eugene remained silent and listened. Jebin continued his performance, extolling the holy knights as the embodiment of faith and fierce loyalty to the king. Eugene calmly exposed the truth, asking the nobles if they knew they were the ones who had summoned those holy knights here. The banquet hall instantly froze. Seeing the royalists flustered, Jebin hastily interjected, claiming the king and the gods' affection for Eugene was the clearest proof. He forced a laugh to ease the tension. Eugene curled a lip, saying those holy knights he'd never met acted very wary of him. Clearly, something was amiss. He growled that no matter how noble the holy knights were, he could not ignore them attempting to kill him without just cause. His eyes began to glow red. He added that two of them had met with accidents while fighting him, and another had fled in terror after being summoned by the church. The nobles went pale. Trevik seized the moment, loudly accusing the royalists of hiring assassins disguised as knights to murder Eugene. They frantically denied it, but it was too late. Trevik then boldly ordered the guards to arrest all those despicable men immediately. The nobles began scrambling for escape routes. The royalists screamed their innocence, claiming it was a prearranged trap. They summoned their men for protection, but the situation was beyond saving. A reckless noble lunged forward to berate Eugene, accusing him of setting them up. Eugene stood there, arms crossed in arrogant composure. At that moment, Lancelot in gleaming silver armor burst forth like a god, joining the fray to enact justice. His presence utterly overwhelmed the opponents. The clash of weapons rang loud through the hall. Lancelot scolded them for their audacity in attacking his master. The cowardly nobles, seeing their forces overwhelmed, could do nothing but scream for reinforcements in despair. Chaos engulfed the manor. One noble tried to sneak away but froze when he saw a pair of noble boots block his path. He trembled, unable to look up. Lancelot smiled courteously as he sheathed his sword, apologizing for interrupting the banquet but stating he was only acting on Eugene's orders. Eugene turned to ask Lancelot if his new armor was ready and why he was late. Lancelot replied cheerfully that everything would be ready before they set out. Eugene nodded in satisfaction. He knew the road ahead was long, so thorough preparation was essential. Eugene suddenly glanced at Jebin and suggested they finish the unfinished business. Jebin flinched, sweat streaming down his face. He taunted whether they should first praise Jebin's impressive scheme. Eugene's challenging gaze left Jebin speechless. Jebin bowed his head cowardly and trembling admitted that Eugene knew everything. He mumbled an apology in shame. Eugene stepped forward, saying that if anyone heard this apology, they'd think Jebin had committed a terrible mistake. He began listing each of his crimes. Eugene leaned close to Jebin's ear and recalled how he had dared forge a letter from the royalists requesting holy knights from the central church. At each accusation, Jebin grew weaker in the knees. He threatened that this would not happen again, right? Jebin hurriedly swore on his family's honor and title that he would be absolutely loyal. Eugene gave a merciless smile and said their promise was still somewhat lacking. Jebin knew he was about to pay a much higher price. Eugene suddenly raised his voice before the entire banquet, declaring that everyone here stood with him. The crowd immediately erupted in support. He brazenly praised Jebin for playing a key role in thwarting the royalists' dirty plot. The mercenaries nearby were astonished at Eugene's cunning reversal. He nonchalantly said Jebin, feeling guilty for not checking the letter carefully, had brought gifts to apologize. Jebin stood dumbfounded like a lackey, his face drained of color. Eugene stared straight at Jebin with eyes blazing red and asked if that was true. Jebin Evergrow was now completely in the palm of the vampire lord's hand.